Well then, I guess we
The data is here. New Roll20 update as well.
I think we
yeah,
used it for like the last bit.
No,
Wait,
no, no,
why
no.
is
There's
my
a
all
new
my
Oh, a new one. Okay.
Yeah, we have the a new layer,
Oh, I remember you mentioned that before. Yeah.
the
I'll have to do
over
that
top
one time.
layer, the integration with dungeon scroll seems to be working better. Although you kind of
It's
need
like
a dungeon
the
scroll account.
on the fly map, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was thinking
I think I
about
messed around with that.
playing
Like
around
I messed
with it,
around with
but,
like
yeah.
I messed around with like the actual software before Roll20 bought them, and it was fine. It was like if you like that style, art style. A little finicky on drawing things that aren't squares, but from my experience, but it was good. It was just mainly. I'm not sure if that was my. I'm not sure if that was my not I didn't have enough knowledge of the software or the software being bad on that part. But if you're just drawing like regular like regular squares, it's really good for that.
Yep. But I guess we're still going to be seeing incarnate maps, so.
Yeah, whatever works for you. I don't mind if you just draw MS Paint maps for all I care.
Yeah, true.
Slightly better than MS Paint maps, but we have MS Paint Copilot AI art in the background, so that's
Oh shit! I don't think I
don't discount MS Paint.
I love MS Paint. I like any of those like just draw it like scratch like softwares. They're great. Okay.
Alrighty, you will see that at least two of you, and the third one will get his character sheet now.
How do I make the icon thing smaller in the left bottom?
You have to go
settings,
and
audio
then
and video
chat. Yeah,
Audio
and then
and
the
video.
second
and then video
tab,
display. Yeah, video display, and then you can change
Oh, that's there.
player
Okay.
video avatar size
yeah.
to whatever.
Aha.
I don't know why it's under video. I don't know why. I guess it's under Spanish. I don't know why it's under audio and video chat that description, but I guess because like that's where like the webcams go if you use that. But I don't know anyone who's used that in like 20 years. And that's
all my stuff is reset.
Yeah, because it's a new. I think it's like independent per like Roll20 instance.
Oh,
they don't like save it. Like I don't think that's like universal.
Why?
I don't know. Man.
Why would I want different settings for different campaigns?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Neither do I. They should have like a default setting.
Yeah. You should be able to like say like this is my default, and then you could change it for like instance if you want to. But the fact that they already have the default, but you can't set your own default. Also, Duck, can you do me a favor this time, if that's possible? You see how like I don't know if we have an option to make characters ourselves. Can you remove that for me? Because I always accidentally make characters accidentally. I don't know if that's maybe you don't have to do it right now, but it's like because I might be like in the Roll20 settings.
I don't think I can.
I just don't want to have that permission because whenever I tab between like the journal, like the tabs up there, it's like right at the top. So I might
you don't like between them.
Well, no, what I mean like you click between like chats and like journal and settings, like all those tabs. When you go to the journal tab where the characters are, there's like the plus character. You can make a character sheet, and there's no confirmation. If you just click it once, it makes a new character there's no like, are you sure you want to make a new character? It just makes
a character.
I know I hate doing it because I'm always accidentally. I made like I think like 5 characters in the last campaign accidentally. I just like fuck it, I didn't care because I'm tabbing between like the character and the chat. I just like if I need to do or if I need to look at our journal stuff like the note stuff, I just accidentally clicked it and I've made like 5 characters.
I don't know if it is possible to change the.
Let's look it up.
Ah, yeah, I can change it. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
It literally is in the settings. Cool. Allow players to make own characters. No.
No power.
I don't want to have the permission. Take it away from me. I'm giving up my rights.
Have to refresh, but
yeah, I'll refresh it. I will gladly just take that 3 seconds to refresh. Oh, it is gone. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Literally 1984.
but I'm voluntarily doing it.
I volunteer as no character.
No coercion necessary. Okay.
Alrighty, so let's delete your nice Yadrav Utukush. We don't need him. Goodbye. So, I mean, we are here. We are ready to rumble. I kind of gave you. I thought we have some options to make characters, pooling stats, everybody rolling their own stats. Maybe you have an idea what you want to come up with, types of characters you want to play. So maybe let's jump into discussions here. I would say to see what fits us best or.
I kind of want to roll stats
Yeah.
before I decide too much on my character. I know I want to be a fighter, but I want to roll
you do or
stats before I
don't?
make. Sorry,
You do or don't want to be a fighter?
I do want to be a fighter.
Okay.
But I wanna-
I just don't
Ooh.
want to be a. I just don't want to be a soul fighter or like a divine character, like a soul, like a cleric, any cleric of any kind. I just don't want to be. But and I don't want to be a soul, like a fighter, a just soul level fighter.
Yeah,
I don't mind
me
being a
too.
multi-class.
But I want to roll stats before I decide anything further.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Just as I said, like you should have good characters. So but not like last campaign we had like heroic characters.
Yeah.
So slightly
Good.
adjusted, less strong characters this time around. All
Okay.
the NPCs that are in your surrounding you, the NPCs that you will be able to interact with, like kind of from the beginning, are rolled in the same way. All with the 4d61s, 3d6. It's unfortunately a tongue twister with the numbers. I'm open for both options, either running everybody rolling for their own characters or pooling stats, and then you can go from there if you wanted to have something very specialized in mind, or want to have as a group want to have something specialized, then you could do this as well.
I like
We could-
what we did last time, which was we just rolled our own stats, and then
Yeah.
if it felt like someone needed a stat, then we just waited.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna suggest
Yeah.
that we could like all individually roll and then like go from there if we want to like move stuff around or yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Then
good
let's
start.
go from.
Also, just to be clear, because I'm still a little bit unaware, is the campaign setting the dungeon thing that Septima is sending people into?
You don't quite know yet who is sending whom, but there are dungeons. Let's quickly drag us to the.
Or do I, the player, get a campaign setting before I roll my character?
To the overworld. So there's not many things that you can see right now. Since we're starting kind of new, maybe we will have some places that you know about, some places you so we would reveal them on the map. You obviously have knowledge from the previous campaign that there's a lot of settlements around here. But
Oh my god, it looks like there's been some proficient cartographer mapping out this eastern area of the world.
Yeah,
Turns
someone must have sent that in, yeah, and like they expanded upon, or they added to the old rotten maps.
Damn.
somebody did something, yes.
Wow.
Also, we see a bit more like what's going on south on the map with the Elven Woods, which are spanning around the lake, which you don't quite know because nobody of your characters has been in there ever before. Yes, the setting is right now, like where we are starting, there is the knowledge about these like one dungeon whose name for some reason you can't read. Why not?
Oh, like this one.
Yeah, there should be
It's the
Plains
plains.
Dungeon.
Is what it was
Nameplate.
called, right?
yeah, that's the plains. That's true. So all right, now you can see. One dungeon that's there. That is the first dungeon that has been found. It is quite easily reachable, and it's close to the monastery. The monastery is revealed because it plays a role here with, as I put in the description, the fact that Oliver and his monastery are kind of keeping the area safe. As you see, Forston has been destroyed, overrun. That was a bit of an issue a few months ago after the dungeon popped up, before people realized that shit can go wrong. It went wrong, and so we are down one settlement here. Yeah, and the world in the background is trying to come up with ideas what to do with these dungeons, and has pretty quickly come to the conclusion that they are free resources. So there is interest in getting into these dungeons, clearing them out, and apart from getting the valuables that can be looted by adventurers that are clearing the dungeon, also getting the resources, as in going hunting in there. And with the plains, there are some special thing going on as well, where there are sometimes a pretty weird dungeon layer spawns where you can harvest a lot of things.
Ooh.
So
Okay. So it's kind of like they kind of like turned like a bad thing, and it was like a bad thing initially. Then they realized,
Yeah.
oh shit, there's a bunch of wealth we can extract from these things.
yes,
much
wealth,
more
and
useful
also
than-
like assume you're in the middle of the winter and the dungeon layer spawns with a shitload of harvestable grains. That's pretty
Oh,
nice.
Infinite
So
resources.
yeah, the appearance of the dungeons kind of threw the society here a bit into a loop, and for some reason, not quite known to the public, the queen stepped up and decided that, okay, that is world-changing stuff going on here. I am barring all the guilds from doing anything, and I'm doing it myself. So at the moment where we are starting here, the royal court is in the process of setting up some type of adventurous association, monitoring organization that is keeping track of the dungeons and what's going on inside of them. As also kind of around the time we are starting, a second dungeon has been revealed. That's been around for like a month and a half or so, which is the labyrinth, which I will reveal to you because there's no reason to keep it hidden.
Yeah, some unfortunate people died in there last time.
Some real idiots.
Some
I would even
some
say.
shuckle fucks. Yeah, they didn't do their due diligence. They just kind of ran in there.
Yeah.
They didn't even try to leave.
The labyrinth is over in the east.
Yeah,
Which, judging from prior knowledge, you might think is hard to reach, but since, as you can see, the world in the east has changed a bit, there's much more grassland going on here. The ant problem has been solved somehow. You don't really know how. And the area, like walking around the forest, heading down there, it is doable. Yeah. You might run into problems. There might still be the odd troll coming out of the forest and trying to maul everybody. But you can reach it.
Basilisk or spiders or anything? Or
Not outside of the forest, no. As long as you stay away from the hard forest edge, you are safe. So there's
so kind of like we did in the last campaign, like just
Yeah.
kind of like
traveling along the edge is a good idea. And
there's no ants anymore. True. So
yeah,
you don't have to worry about
so-
them as well. True.
yeah.
There's also I'm just realizing now that we don't have like phantom steeds. Or like
Yeah.
fly.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I was thinking of an idea of how we could
we
alleviate
also-
that a little bit. That's a much better
also-
idea.
Don't have infinite storage.
No, we also don't have money or anything.
This feels so
Money.
weird. What
Yeah, I
the
know.
fuck?
It's like I feel so like bare. I feel so like naked right now. I don't have everything at my disposal.
You
I'm
don't
looking at
have
this
plus
map and I
22
don't
on
have-
attacks. And
Yeah.
I look
I
at
don't-
this
I'm like-
map and I don't have my
Over
Excel
plus
sheet open.
I'm like, damn, it's
Maximum
130 miles. That's like
and
10, that's like 7. That's like a week
hmm,
That's
and a
like
week
2
back.
days. That's like 2 days at most.
Yeah,
And
and
that's
it's 2 days.
7
And
encounters that each could be a TPK.
we also need 7 days of food there and back.
Yeah, and
Oh,
also
you
you're
teleport
assuming
out?
it's 7 days with full movement speed,
Yeah,
but
full
you're
movement
probably
rate.
gonna
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
encumbered.
Yeah, true. And that's also, and then also like that's assuming we have enough resources. That's assuming like we just don't grab anything and try to bring it back too.
That's fine. We can just drag an amulet out.
That's true, yeah. Or teleport. Yeah, to go to teleport
Yeah.
platform. I was actually thinking as just like if this is a thing, we could set up like waypoints almost, like hire people to just be like, hey, every day or so I
We
have like
could
some
like
shit set
build
up.
these
Yeah.
tall structures so that if a teleport roll doesn't hit 100,
Oh,
we'll be
true.
fine.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, 9th level consideration questions at the beginning.
True, yeah.
Yeah. Um, obviously, you are not the only people who are adventuring, so there will be groups moving back and forth, so traveling in numbers and stuff.
We'll murder them, so that will be
Oh,
the
so
best
that's
adventure.
true.
Mhm.
I was thinking about the route. You know, if you guys know anything about the American Gold Rush, the people who made the most money weren't actually people that went mining. They were the people who sold shit to the miners in these places. So I was thinking that was an option as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
don't actually like once you get like a certain amount of like capital, it'll be like, oh yeah, we'll give you, here's some rations when you come out of the dungeon. Oh, what do you mean? They're 5 gold a pop. What do you mean? Oh, do you have rations? Oh, sorry.
Based.
Does seem
Alrighty.
like this time, like organization and factions and politics might come into play more.
Yeah, and new powers arise into fill the gap, the vacuum of like new shit coming up, and like who's gonna rise.
Yeah, it
gonna adapt.
has not quite yet been settled. Like, for example, going into the Plains dungeons for hunting, is this stuff that the Hunter's Guild is in charge of? Random adventurers doing this as well. So there's stuff to be
Lot of-
considered, and that's why the Adventurers Association.
Wait.
Mhm.
Is this Mount Carrick, this thing?
Yes.
Why does it feel like it's weird?
I think like the bottom part of the map got
Yeah.
they got down, it got extended down a little bit. So that's probably why.
Oh, did it?
I think like it used to be like right there was the border, but now it's like down here.
Okay.
I think I remember like these like
you had a red circle around Mount Carrick the last time, and it's not there. So.
oh,
Was
true.
Mount Carrick previously in Tariga County, or did like the borders change or something?
Yep.
Is it
I think it was
Tariga.
here before. It was like right here roughly. It was like right next. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same spot relatively.
Okay,
You know,
No-
we have the
no
we have the
borders
old
have
map probably
changed.
somewhere if need be.
that sounds suspicious.
Nope. No.
We were always at war with Europe. Okay.
The Camp Vidovich looks weird as well. Did this border always go
No.
like this?
Yeah, I think it's literally just like the map got extended down, so
Yeah.
it just looks like relatively it looks a bit weird because like you're used to this being at like near the bottom, but it's like 75%
So
of the
was
bottom
there?
now.
Did we have these hills here before?
No, because the
those
map
might have been
wasn't
it.
extended that far.
Sorry.
The map. Let me just quickly.
I think this was the border,
Like
roughly. of the map.
before, you only saw up to here.
Okay. And Camp Vidovich doesn't want to extend their borders.
Um, mm, that's Elven
I think
land
they
down
could.
there. Yeah, they
Yeah,
could.
but fuck them.
Might be like the royal land, and then it's like this is like the border zone for like the royal. Probably just people just don't fuck with. Probably more
Fuck the
people.
elves.
It's probably more like the commoners that want to fuck with it because they don't want to fuck with the elves accidentally than like the actual actually like cities don't give a fuck about it.
In reality, you will
Probably
find out that I just literally did not redraw.
To draw the
borders.
line there, just draw
Yeah.
the line there. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the realistic thing.
That's the entire reason for what's going on
You
here.
know
They
what?
had a bad cartographer in the past for all the maps.
I just feel like the elves are gonna be like what the ants were before.
Don't you- maybe the elves were
True.
maybe the elves were the original ants. I mean, they
Yeah.
literally did nothing the entire time.
Somebody
They
made
just
the ants.
they were ooh, true. They did try to fight the humans at one point. Okay, they hated the
coming.
humans. Yeah.
New
They're both
factions will
three-letter-
arise. Old
both-
will fall, maybe.
They're both 3-letter words, and they're vocal consonant.
Yeah.
That is true.
That's pretty suspicious.
No other words have no other nouns have that similarity.
Mm-hmm.
One syllable.
Yeah. Alrighty.
The
wants to
other,
roll
the
stats
only
first,
other
though.
one
We're
would
ready.
be orc. But
Yeah, but
orcs
orcs, I
and
mean-
elves kind of
Orcs
the
are
same,
elves.
right? So if you're going
Yeah.
with Tolkien lore,
They're both green.
Depends on which orc you're talking about. Some of them are like red.
alrighty. Then let's go. Going from left to right on my sheet of paper in front of me, we're starting with Toph.
All right,
Give us your rolls.
roll
Starting
them.
what? Oh, for
Oh.
characters.
Yeah.
Wait, you
roll
just
them.
want me to raw dog character roles?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
said
you
you
want-
wanted
I
to
c-
raw dog them.
Yeah, you wanted to roll it.
Like now already?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
in front of everyone.
You
Yeah.
said before we
Oh,
make
wait,
any...
I think there was something about like a grub score, but that's not
Yeah.
a part of the 46 and 3D.
No,
That's just-
the,
I
that's
think
the
we just-
fourth 3d6, but it's
Okay. So it's four
It's separate.
46s and
yeah,
three 3D6s.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, don't fuck me.
Okay,
Wait.
which
Write
are
it
you
down for
starting
you.
with?
The 46 obvious. Actually, I should probably do 3D6s first. Get the bad ones out of the way.
And one character I rolled had an 18 on
Nice.
46 and an 18
Nice.
on 3d6.
Ooh.
Nice. That's good. The 5 is going into my
Ooh.
charisma. No
12
problem,
is actually
boys.
pretty good. 12's good for 3d6. All right, I'll get the 40s,
That's
the
a
good
funny
rolls now.
stat.
I'll do 5
Ooh.
strength. Boom.
Oh, oh god, that's
Good.
good.
Ooh.
That's 3. I get one more.
One more.
Okay, that's good.
You know what? That's honestly not bad at
Yeah.
all.
That's
That's actually
good.
like you got 2 16s and a 15 and a 12.
I'm
Wait.
very jealous of those stats.
Those are like good stats.
Let
I'd be
me
happy.
You
With
got-
screenshot this before you start rolling so that...
Yeah, I just wrote it down. I wrote it down already as well. Just
Alrighty.
just in case
Next
my
on my
phone figure it out
list
later.
is Mr. Skits.
alrighty. I'm just gonna do a break line.
You have an idea what type of character you want to play?
I had like 3 ideas written up, so not really. I'm fine. I had like a bunch of different shit written up. All right, you know what? I'm gonna do the invertedness of Toph and start with the 4061.
Okay.
Oh no, that's a mistake.
No, it's the play. That's the
That's
strat
okay.
you don't want to
That's
know
okay.
Ooh, that's
Okay.
a really rough one.
Was it 3 or 4 4061?
4.
Okay, that's 3.
9.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
gee,
go.
that's actually real bad. All right.
Okay.
You know what? No, you see, the 3d6s already pop off. Okay, you see?
He called
Nice.
it.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
You see, I'm gonna roll at 18 here. It's like a 1% chance. All right, well, you know, it could have been. That was actually really fucking bad. That's all right.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah, I average like a. You can go now, Michael.
It's fine. We'll have magical items to up our things.
Oh, yeah, we'll get them immediately too.
Also,
We'll
if
find
I-
legendary things.
If I dump my int, my character will go from 18 int down to 5.
Okay.
That's a
Are we
good
ready,
swing.
boys?
Yeah,
Yeah,
get those
go
triple
for it.
18s.
Get at least 2 18s. To have one
Yeah.
to
Okay,
share
we're
with someone
starting
else.
with the 3d6.
All right, I'll
18.
respect the choice.
An 8. Okay.
There is an
Okay.
8 in there.
Next one. 11. We'll take those. And one more 3d6.
Mm-hmm.
A 12.
Good.
Okay,
Okay,
That's
now
okay.
two,
those are good. Those are good for 3d6.
So we still have 0 out of the 2 18s. So
So
Yeah, you're gonna
40,
get them here. Yeah.
D1.
18s.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mhm.
40, 61. Okay. A 14.
Not 18.
A 17.
Good.
You're
but
close.
not
You're
good
close,
enough.
Michael, but not good. Yeah, close.
A 6.
Oh,
Okay, I like
no.
that. I love that. I love
Oh, you
a
got one
6.
more. You got one more.
We got a one more. An 8. Okay.
Okay,
that's-
okay.
that's a shame.
All right, these are relatively shit. Like Toph got the best ones by far. I feel like.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let's see. Let's see.
As per usual.
That is true. I rolled good on Oliver and shit on the first character. I rolled broke on Oliver. Actually, that's a different story.
So I had 8,
Alrighty.
Okay, well, I don't really feel like sharing stats now.
11,
I mean, that's fair. You don't have to.
12.
No, I can share.
I will.
more.
I will beg and plead, but you know you don't have
14.
to.
Wait, what do you have?
13, 8, 9,
You have
9,
a
16,
16.
5,
That's
12.
fine. You just need
Oh,
one
that's
good
good.
stats.
That's good. I got one good stat. Yeah, I'm not
And then
complaining about that at
everything
all.
else is dump.
So
Yeah,
the,
that is a bit hard.
um,
Yeah.
any specialized wizard will be hard to pull up with these stats.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'll look
unless
around. What,
somebody
Oh yeah, I can like
trades.
mine as well.
yeah, what are people thinking about now they got their stats rolled? Like,
What
So
I have
just,
one crazy idea and 2 normal ideas. And the
Mhm.
crazy one is, which I'm not even sure if Duck would allow, but a wild magic wizard,
Oh, I
Um,
forgot that is a thing.
which is
Wait,
a
does
thing.
does it key off of int? Do you just need good int?
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
checking
okay.
right now.
16 int.
But don't they have something
Okay.
else they need?
I know there's water
You can
breath.
check.
I'm
Maybe
checking as
I
well.
looked wrong.
Because I wrote one character with 16 int yesterday and it was not able to be a wild mage.
Wild
That's
mage, wild mage, 16 int. That is all the requirements that it has in the spells and magic. Tomes of magic might have a different one, but they changed it. Let me see.
Maybe, yeah.
Let me check. Wild mages.
Wild mage, no, int 16, true.
The question is, do we want to deal with wild mage?
Yeah,
thematic-
exactly. That was
mechanically?
the point.
I don't really care
like-
about the random aspect. It's more like the amount of time it takes when you cast spells might like drag up a bunch if we don't like get in a groove with it. That's the only
what do you mean?
downside out of it. Oh, because like yeah, I think it's like after like every or, like it's like you have to like give a chance. You have to like roll a dice after every spell you cast. It's like and like it
Yes.
has a varied effect.
Yeah, I couldn't just be like Uzma. That's like, oh, I rolled these
Yeah.
spell.
Yeah, what it's
Yeah.
more like the I don't even care about like the random shit that happens. It's more like the time that it adds to every time you cast a spell. Which I guess early game doesn't matter too much because we're not casting too many spells. But if you cast like 3 spells in a row, like out of combat, and later on it could be annoying. That's like the only downside
That's
I
a
would
good
have.
point.
But
Yeah,
especially because like
idea
it
I
could
had
like
was for
yeah.
a fighter mage.
That's a good one too.
But
I feel like fighter
if-
mage is just OP.
It is really good. It just slows you down a lot on the spellcasting, which is like that's the only downside.
Wait, how's it?
But it is real good because you have to split your XP between the mage and the fighter.
I
So
mean,
you
yeah, but
do
you're
level
like
up the
one
mage
level
slower.
behind for an entire fighter.
Yeah. No, I do agree. It depends on like what you want. That's 100% agree. It is. I think it's worth it overall. But if you just want to go spell casting, then I think pure mage is just better. Yeah, and I think
I
also
don't
can't
even know if that's true
specialize. I
because
think.
the saving throws are really good and you get extra HP.
Oh, true. That is true. Yes, I didn't forget about that. Yeah, it just depends
Yeah.
what you want. I
think-
think
I
mechanically it is better. Mechanically,
I think
it's
if
better,
you, yeah, I think if you're allowed to take fighter wizard, that's just the most OP thing.
Yeah. The only the biggest downside, I think, it's just you can't specialize. That's the biggest downside.
Yeah, but that's not really that big of a
Especially,
deal.
yeah, that's true. Like it just depends on what flavor you want to go for. Yeah. It is good.
You can expertise, so at least at the beginning you are still on 1.5 attacks.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, what do fighters get any cool benefits over like rangers or paladins or something? Do they have like a cool super fighter thing?
Since I am
They level up.
running single classed fighter as including ranger and paladin, but paladin is not an option for this campaign. Ranger also can go into mastery, but as we kind of ran into problem with Oliver last time around, he was able to get mastery, but everything above that, he didn't find anybody to train him, and it never really suited his ethos to go out of his way to work on that. So
I think
a
like,
single class fighter, just straight up fighter is the main way to go into mastery.
Maybe
Also,
smash.
for
Dude,
doing-
I'm gonna put all my brain stats as like 5, 6, and 8, and I'm just
Oh,
gonna have a
damn.
fucking club. I'm gonna be like, maybe
I
smash.
also, if we're doing XP, fighters do level up faster than rangers and paladins, which I think we are doing.
Wait, are we doing XP?
Yes.
Yeah, so they do level up like 5% faster, I think. Maybe a bit
Okay.
more. They get it's like
Well,
they
well,
yeah, they level
if
up
we're
at
doing
whatever it
XP,
is.
then multiclassing is super good because you get multiple XP sources.
That is true. Yeah. Okay. I need to think of what I need to do. I need to look at like the stat stuff real quick as well.
But I don't want to.
I was thinking that if I could think about going like a thief mage as well, because like if we're doing dungeon stuff, thieves could be good.
Did
just to
anyone
have-
have an idea for to be a dungeon cook?
I could be it if no one else wants to be it.
Actually,
I'm fine with taking it or not taking it. Because I just want to do like
we should
some.
roll grub.
Oh, true. Forgot about grubs.
True.
Yeah. All right. Who wants? So Todd, you got to go
The
first.
most
You do the first
important
roll.
fact.
Okay, grub does not get traded. Okay, just so you know.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'll keep it separate. It's
Bam. You're up.
9.
alrighty, my turn. I'm gonna roll real good here. Oh no, fuck me. All right, I don't like food. Who likes food? I did like a 17 on like the test session one, which was really funny on the like, grub score. Just on the
Nice.
raw
How was this
36.
116 again? I think
That's
there was a
the most
116.
stylish way to roll an 8.
Yeah.
That is true, yeah. We got 7, 8, 9 on the grub score, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. So
All below average.
a high int dungeon cook would be preferred here.
Oh, does that
Yeah,
go
yeah.
off of int?
Yes.
I think the cooking goes off end.
Both primary sources of cooking go off and
I see.
baking
Okay,
and
okay.
cooking.
I see.
Oh, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Can
Hello,
anyone hear
hello.
me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Did something weird and it took everything. I think I didn't. Were you guys able to hear me?
No.
Not for a
Nope.
second.
I won't be able to
You're
hear
good
you
now.
either. Okay, sorry.
You're good now.
So
Alrighty. Oh.
Okay.
My other idea as well, which is a cleric of the non-specific deity.
Mhm.
I have
Generalist.
already played quite a few clerics in 2E, but this is mostly for you, Duck. One idea I had was to somehow combine the aspect of the like non-specific deity, like the generalist cleric, combine that with the dungeons somehow. Because if I remember correctly, there was some sort of link between the dungeons and the deities.
You are free to come up with this idea.
Okay. I was just like somehow being like I haven't fully thought out the idea, but just yeah, not being because last time I played it was mostly like you pray to one deity and then like you get their spells and then you try to get other deities.
Yeah. For the cleric, for the generalist priest, you would most likely either go with the ILA side or the Cascatar side. There's no difference in spheres of access.
Okay.
They all have the same. All generalists have the same. Yeah. Or they're just by the book clerics.
Oh my god. Do I need to roll for handedness?
Yes.
Can I not just be
Oh,
ambidextrous?
true.
No.
If you become a ranger,
Yeah, well that's cringe.
Or
I'm just gonna roll
That is
10.
true.
Osimar was fucking ambidextrous, so I'm gonna be ambidextrous as well.
yeah.
Fuck!
You're left-handed.
Oh, I'm ambidextrous. Cool.
You are
Yeah,
ambidextrous.
What the fuck? Can we
Fuck
trade
loser.
these rolls?
If you give me your 16 here with my 5.
No,
Just
that's
trading.
wait, that's too much. But I can trade you.
I'm
something for
joking.
something.
Oh yeah. Sure, I'll think about it if we're allowed.
I guess I'll roll a d10. The only reason
Yes.
not to roll a d10 would be if you're a ranger, right? There's no other.
You still roll a d10 and the ranger just gets ambidextrous by
Okay.
being a ranger.
If you make
Okay.
me a good case for a 16.
How?
What the fuck?
This is where we kept all our luck at. We stored it for the ambidextrous.
Yeah, true.
But I'm the
Top
one
spent
who
it on
wants ambidextrous.
stats. Yeah, Top spent it on stats. Okay.
Okay, I can trade some stats for some lower stats if I get ambidextrous.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you want to give me. I can give you like a 13 for like a 15 or something.
Well, let's look at it first or let's
Yeah.
plan a little bit. Maybe
Yeah, I was
give you
thinking
a
of-
16.
Yeah, I was
'Cause
leaning
I
towards.
don't have high enough stats to get good strength bonuses, but I kind of want 16 dex for the 2 AC. 15 would be 1 AC.
Yeah, 16. I guess the one thing is, if you get a 16 in your prime requisite, you do get 10% bonus XP, which didn't come up at all in the last campaign. So you use XP.
Oh right, fuck.
So
I
16
forgot.
strength is really getting a 16 in your prime stat is really really big because it's
Yeah, but do I really give a fuck about
You do get
10%
a.
XP?
I think you do get like more carrying capacity and
What-
plus 1 to damage to 16. But
What
yeah,
were
it's
your
up to you.
stats? Can we post our stats again?
Yeah,
We'll do all together.
wrote them all down.
Also, just so we keep this in mind, I wrote it in somewhere in one document. But perception will be slightly less useful than usually.
Nice, yes, good. We can dump that shit.
So in theory, you could dump a perception. There will be at
Oh, I already
least
did. Don't worry.
2 dungeons where perception is rather meaningless.
Out of 7.
Yeah.
We don't know
I
how many
wrote down
dungeons
I
there will
posted
be.
our
Oh
stats
my
in
god,
the
I have such a
thing.
good, I have such a good, I have such a good idea because I'm gonna be a fucking fighter. I'm gonna be jacked as fuck, and I'm gonna be low perception because I'm always fucking admiring my huge fucking biceps.
Oh shit!
I can't be looking
Yeah.
at other things.
You're gonna be a himbo. You're gonna be.
Hell yes.
You need high charisma for that though, so you can't.
Just fucking jacked, stacked, thick, stout, just huge.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards mage thief at the moment, but that's up to if you're like more leaning towards cleric, Michael. I think I can go more of that, but up to you.
Ooh, and
I
then
could also
you
go
could
like mage
pick up,
fighter as well.
you could pick up.
Oh my!
Because I got cooking
were
stuff
you
because I can
thinking of
have
picking
like
up cook as well, or
I could
just to have it
I
as
could
a-
up if you want to do cooking, you can do cooking. I don't mind doing cooking as well. Like, since it depends on what your stats are looking like. Because if you have
Right.
if you have like 14 int or something, like if you have like 13 to 14 or int, I think it's like roughly it's like a 10% difference, so it's not that big of a
Michael's
deal.
playing wizard, right?
No, I'm not certified yet.
Oh,
Not
okay.
not confirmed.
Yeah.
I don't need to be. I can give up some stats. If someone wants the 17 real bad,
I want the 17.
like I could see myself.
I
That's
need to
your,
like
that's your
I
instant
just
XP
kind of fun
boost.
too.
yeah,
That's your
I just want a
10%
16 in my
boost.
I just want a 16 in my int. That's the thing I mainly care about, which I already have. And I think there's like if I'm doing thief, there's like you get like bonus shit for having high dex,
Yeah,
I think.
15.
I don't remember what they are. Yeah, no, 16 is when it starts actually. Fuck me.
Is that 16? Oh, I thought 15.
Yeah, it just says 15 is just nothing. You get 13 through 15 is no bonuses. Yes, actually, it's not that big of a deal if I don't get like 16 in it because I need 17 to get like actually getting good bonuses, and I don't think it's worth it for that.
That's probably not worth it.
The only thing that 16 would be worth for is just getting the 10% bonus on the thief class, but that's still kind of like it levels up pretty quickly already, so it's not like the end of the world if I don't get it.
Yeah,
so.
it's not.
The biggest thing would be just actually have the 8C bonuses would be the biggest thing for me because I would have be able to wear armor, at least in the early game. Because we wouldn't have any magic shit.
Wait,
That's the only big difference.
Wait, sorry. Can you repeat that?
The biggest bonus for me having the high dex would honestly just be the AC bonuses I get from having high
Oh,
dex.
sure. Okay. Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be able to have one because we wouldn't have any magic items or anything. Yeah. But yeah, that's still kind of like like I don't mind because I think I hope if I can get the armor spell, it wouldn't be. I would just have like 14, so it wouldn't be too bad
Yeah,
either way.
you can just roll for that shit.
Yeah, that's why
Dude,
I like. I think
I'm
the only
so.
yeah.
Those more stats were so good.
We had a
Why can't
lot
I
of
just-
very good stats. We were.
Why can't I
hero
just take?
classes.
Why can't I just take Osmar stats?
Skits, if you go thief mage, if me going full wizard or mage, would that? Are we stepping on each other's shoulders a lot? Yeah, on each other's feet?
If you're specialized, then I don't think so because I can just lean more into the thief stuff than the mage stuff in the playing. The only thing that would be annoying, could potentially be annoying, is if like we just overlap on all our spells. We can just plan that out. You know what I mean? That's not the end of the world. Like as long as we're not like as long as we're coordinating with each other, we're fine.
Yeah, especially if you specialize, you'll have weaknesses that skits can.
Yeah, yeah. And I was also looking up some like weird spells like metamorphosize liquid, which I think you can like change a liquid to others, like shit, like more that sort of stuff rather than like full like fireball magic missile stuff. But I mean, if we have 2 mages, then it makes it even easier to go down that route.
Then just both get fucking fireball. Then just fucking.
Double
just
fireball,
cannon-
and we're in a dungeon, and then we have
cannonball
to calculate the square, like how this.
You don't need to
of
fucking
everything.
calculate shit. There's just fucking fire.
True, that
Yeah,
never fucking.
true.
It only almost killed you once.
It wasn't even close.
If
But
you're
I-
in
I
the
don't-
You
labyrinth,
passed your save.
in the labyrinth, you don't need to calculate because every fireball will kill everything in the room. So
That is true. Yeah, it'll hit everything, and it will just roll to see how much damage everyone takes.
We just cover
Yeah,
ourselves
if-
in water.
Yeah, but you can go.
Water.
If you want to go mage, 100% fine if you go mage.
It
I
would
would
be
not feel
real
bad.
funny if I'm just like a super low stat mage and I just have to be a mage.
The only one thing is that I don't know if you looked at the ability score requirements in terms of like ints,
Yes,
but if
I
you have a low
can't
int, you just
be-
cannot cast certain spells. Yeah.
Yeah. For specialist classes, there's
Oh,
but
no,
with
no.
my current stats, I don't think I have enough to be any of the specialists. besides.
Oh, no, I purely meant like if you
Wild
have like
Mage and
if you have, like-
Dimensionalist are pure int.
Yeah, I also just meant like if you have like 14 int, you can only
No,
cast the
yeah.
7th level spells as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Just as like
you
a
can,
thing.
you can,
Like,
you can put
that's what I meant as
14
well.
into int, and then you can put 17 into dex, and you can be a transmuter.
Oh yeah, there's wonder who.
The best.
Yeah, that's
The
true.
best fucking class.
I was actually looking at some of the schools of thaumaturgy as well, because those were kind of interesting for this purpose, but they might not be. I didn't know Dux had asked about it. Like alchemist and artificer and geometry can be kind of cool for like the stuff as well.
Alchemist is like you start the game
make
with a
potions.
10,000 GP.
Yeah, but that's more like we can like change. That's more like that's how like that's assuming you're making like a fuck ton more money, which is at the default is. So we can like it's like I was thinking just like the idea behind it was kind of cool for like especially the cooking idea as well behind it. You can kind of like combine that with the potions because I think it specifically says in there you're not making like you're like imitating magical potions, but you're not like actually making magical potions or something like that. You're like making like a alchemical version of it, so that could be kind of cool with the idea as well. That was when I was reading through it. Yeah. If that's a thing. If that's,
isn't
that's
bad.
Yeah, dimensionalist is just kind of like I think I like looked at it before. It's just kind of like you don't really get anything bonuses until like really high level that makes it like unique over other ones. Like, you got to be level like 8 or something before you get like any actual unique stuff.
That's the.
And I think like alchemist, I think you at level like 5 or something, you get like access to be able to make potions, but you gotta like research them and take and like that sort of stuff. I don't know. I like the idea, but it was you came online a bit sooner, but up to you obviously. I was just yeah. I would just mainly look at the spell list for a lot of them though, because they're kind of like the actual bonuses you get from the specialization isn't too big usually. I think you
Yeah, just be careful.
Like
If you're barred from transmutation, that's like 50% of all spells that you can't.
Yeah,
use.
it's like any spell that affects anybody usually is like transmutation in some respect.
Yeah. I highly recommend not picking a school that's barred from transmutation. You're just fucked. Plus, the transmutation spells are fun.
They are really cool. They're usually like the most versatile spells.
Yeah.
Like at least like those generally useful spells like enlarge, fly, haste, slow, all those kind of ones. Like weirdly, I don't know why they're all in that spell. That school.
Because it's the best school.
It is the best.
The wild mage is still drawing me slightly, but Skits is.
If we can come up with like a macro or something, I think it would be
sure.
fine. I think that'd be the only. If we come up with a macro to press it, I think it'd be easy.
Yeah.
I mean, which we could probably easily do. We'd have to edit it every level, which isn't too bad.
Wild Mage can be like literally accidental TPK. That's like the whole problem.
Yeah, I need to look at the
mage.
table really quick because I don't know how bad it is in this edition, and I will tell you my thing again.
Looked at it a little bit. I very much like thought about it in the way of like it's.
You played against the table like last campaign, because some of the random effects that like shit on you in the on Hatana Island and stuff, they came from that table. So.
Oh yeah, there is literally one where just fireball centers on target, which is TPK us in some situations. Which it's one of those things where if we can survive the early game, it's fine, but that might just literally kill us on the first spell cast if we get unlucky.
But fuck it, the game's about rolling dice, so let's roll dice.
Sure. Yeah, I don't mind it, and sometimes it's more like just like how likely is it to happen?
Everybody's fine with it.
And can we,
how likely is it? It is a I think a 1d20 times 1d100, so one in.
It's not so it's like a 5%
2000.
into a 1%, so one of the like 0.0
probably a couple
5%, 0.5%. Not likely, but it's still like I mean
yeah.
I don't know. I don't mind the shit that fucks you over because it's you. I don't like it. It's more like I just don't want it to like kill everyone accidentally.
True.
Yeah.
You can fuck yourself over, but don't fuck me over.
Well, no, because you choose to fuck yourself over. That's the difference. Okay, like it's it's more
But there's some cool.
There's some cool stuff there. Just the fireball
magic.
on target, the fireball center. Yeah, they have some cool spells as well. I know that.
But wild magic is also very. It doesn't have any restrictive schools, so it's all basically the same as a mage. So, but that also means I would slightly start stepping on your toes. So you're pretty sure on Chief Wizard Skits?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure on that. Yeah, well, also we can just coordinate our spells. Like we can literally be like, hey, we can just plan it out when we get like new spells or like we get downtime. Be like, hey, I'll learn this spell. So if you want to learn it, like some spells we have to find overlap on, but I mean, I don't think we both need invisibility, for example.
It's fine if both of you have magic missile.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like if we both have like a specific spell, we probably
or polymorph. God, polymorph is such a good fucking spell.
Yeah, stuff like that. Like in general, we can kind of like pick and choose or like the more specific ones.
Dude,
that,
it's gonna
are more
take
niche.
so long. I just realized after
We're not gonna
like
have rocks
fucking
either.
after. Oh yeah, do we not have? We don't have Arcanum.
No, that shit's like that was rare as fuck in the last one.
That's
Unless
what our,
unless
like,
we somehow
big
find
hero
Usmar's laboratory and then we go in there and break into it.
the
And
chaos
there's
gate.
what can go wrong with that?
True.
Breaking into like a 13th level, 14th level wizard's laboratory and stealing his shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
the
Anyways.
choice of people to steal Arcanum from is like very limited.
And they're all high-powered wizards, probably.
Is
Or
Osmar
Yeah,
Right.
one is a
There's-
dragon and three are
Yeah.
three are wizards. Yeah.
Well, who's
Wait,
the third
3
one?
are wizards?
You gifted a shard of Arcanum to a certain wolf who stole it from you after turning back into a
Oh,
human.
true.
Oh,
yeah, I
right.
forgot about that. Yeah, that's true. And yeah, the other guy, the necromancer guy. Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
Okay, but what if I switch? I give out my 17 to one of you two for like a 9, and I still go fighter mage, and I
What the
just
fuck?
have
What
worse
would you?
stats. But,
So you
but
get?
I'm-
I think you can keep it. I mean, 17.
Uh,
I think is just useful for you to have, just so like you want to put in strength or ends. Like unironically, it's just
Wait, why would you
like-
throw your stats like that?
yeah, just keep it. Just keep
No.
it.
but I see what you mean, Toff. By fighter wizard seems quite strong. But
Yeah,
but
it
at,
is.
at the same time, my
It's
brain
not gonna
knows
be
that I'm
strong if you have
just
shit
a mage.
stats. Sorry, what?
Yeah.
I feel like that would like balance it out a little bit, maybe.
Now
No.
I be honest, your stats and my stats are like roughly like you have like a slightly better of my stats, but not like that much. Like you're not like that much. You're not like that. You're not like that much better off than anyone else at the moment. Toph is the best, and then I think you're second and I'm worst.
I mean, what are you feeling? Like, would you rather play like a balanced pure mage with good stats, or a balanced multi-class with shit stats? Like, is that even something you want?
So I'm
Like, if you
thinking
have those two options.
if I'm thinking I like mage and I like it kind of because I won't be restricted to any of the schools. I'm very drawn to that aspect, but it kind of feels like if I'm taking a mage, I might as already take a fighter mage. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, from a roleplay perspective, being like a weak mage is kind of can be fun.
It can, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it also depends on the party dynamics of like, in a sense, like if I take a squishy, but we're already multiple squishies in. But it
I'm
seems
probably
like-
taking a 16 into con,
Okay.
so I'll tank everything. Since last campaign, I didn't tank anything.
What do you mean you tanked like
That's
when you
true,
went to Bailey
actually.
the one
I was
time?
not
You
a
tanked the
pussy.
shambling mound.
You did
That's
also
not a
tank
pussy.
that. What was the one demon thing in Spiela's lab? You tanked the tire real well.
Mhm.
Nah.
Actually, I take that
Everybody
back.
tanked that. He's the only one who went down. So
Look, he tanked it. He like okay. It gave us urgency.
He did the most.
True, actually, I take that back. I never was a pussy, but now I'm gonna be, properly classed to tank.
Nice. I respect it.
But yeah, you don't need to worry about like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want.
just first think about what kind of character you want to play, and then think about the balance after. Because I think balance is like secondary.
Yeah, especially in like this game, which is like I mean, you can tell what happened like last campaign. It's like it did not matter at all.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it did matter. It didn't stopped kind of mattering after
That is true. Yeah.
season 5 with enough magic
Yeah.
items.
That is true. Yeah. But
Oh yeah, we need to
It
get
matters-
back
it
into the
matters a bit.
mindset of fucking calculating moves against Attack of 9 Goblins. Because that
I
was
mean,
probably
it's-
that was unironically probably the hardest fight.
yeah, the early game levels are by far the hardest. I feel like because you just get one shot.
Yeah.
It's that and like save or die shit when you have nothing to counter it. That's kind of like the same. You're really just like rolling dice at that point.
Like the Death Knight was a bitch compared to those first 9 goblins.
That is true. But yeah. Or like yeah.
I mean, the Death Knight got unlucky, okay, because you still had protection against fire when he reappeared.
That's a bitch boy. Should have realized it.
Yeah, well,
Also,
how about
yeah.
why doesn't he just better swing his sword? Doesn't need a fucking fireball.
The only other like the fight that could have gone the worst was the blue dragon fight. That one was just like we got lucky on the breath weapon recharges that you recharged at the wrong time.
You got
Yeah,
lucky
but-
that none of the giants was able to hit you. Okay, that's the main
That
problem
is true.
there.
Well, that as well, but also the fact that the blue dragon did also just like if we got hit by one of those breath weapons, we were dead.
Yeah, but
He-
I feel like we shouldn't underestimate how hard that goblin fight was at the start of the campaign.
I didn't experience it. Okay, so
Yeah, that's true.
no,
But I feel like that
I have
was-
no.
Which one?
The
I feel like the
hobgoblin fight.
first. No, I don't know if it was hobgoblins. The
No,
first
it
one
was
that we fought.
hobgoblins.
Yeah, we didn't fight goblins. We fought the hobgoblins first.
Okay, well that's probably why.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
the
or
one
like
where-
when the last test session we played, the hardest fight was 5 rats. So
5 rats.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we were like all like 2 HP by that point.
TPK
also-
with 5 rats.
Yeah.
Also,
That
those
is- that's true.
hobgoblins fucking cheated. That one guy woke up 2 sleeping hobgoblins with 1 action. That was some fucking bullshit.
yeah, blah,
I
blah,
don't
blah,
even
blah,
remember
blah,
it.
Blah 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 blah.
You know, it's they're dead and gone now. Okay, you won.
Curse those goblins. Okay, I'm gonna start allocating my stats so I can see it.
Yeah, I have like
what
some
I
rough allocations
need.
at the moment.
Yeah, tell
Uh,
me too. What would you need? Because I think
Yeah.
I need a
top-
17 in my strength. JK.
That gives you-
Wait,
I
where?
could give you, because if you're going to be fighter and Skits is thief, so still kind of fighty, I can give you my ambidexterity.
Yes, can you give me your ambidexterity
Yes.
for my left-handedness?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I actually love you so much. You have no idea.
Right.
Yes.
The 17, like the major 2 points that I see for the 17 is either in strength or in con for a fighter, because it moves you from 2 to 3 on your con bonus.
True,
Yeah.
true. So you could like trade like a
Whereas
17 to like a
in
15.
basically anything
Wait,
else
we're-
except for
What
high
does
level
the-
wizard or high level cleric, it doesn't matter.
Where does the 10% XP bonus come from? What level? What?
16 in your prime requisite,
Yeah.
which is it's for the core classes what you would expect, like cleric, wisdom, fighter strength, thief, dex, mage, wit, intelligence.
Also, for wizard, 16 and 17 int is 3 extra spells per spell level, and I feel like
Yeah,
18 was too little, so I think it's pretty good for wizard.
Yeah, I could trade a 16 for I could trade my 17 for a 16 if you want to do that as well. I just like I mean if you have no if you don't if you're not I guess you are playing mage, right? Are you still thinking of mage fighter?
Yeah, mage or mage fighter.
Oh, okay, never mind that. I thought you were. I don't know why for some reason I was looking at stats and I thought you were.
You know, I can
talking
give
about
you my
fighter
16 for int, and I'll take your 17 for my int.
stuff. True. To be a
That's
smart.
based.
You know what? I'll trade.
Hey.
Let's just give all the stats to Toph, okay? Yeah,
True.
16 in every stat.
True, just give me all the good stats, and then kill your characters and roll new ones.
Exactly. Yeah.
There you
All
go.
right.
'Cause
Yeah.
now-
Okay. If you're
now-
doing.
Because now I'm thinking of the other way. If the dungeon food is going to be really important, you also need wisdom.
Is it wisdom
Do
based
you?
or int based?
Cooking is int based. The consuming, if you fail your grub skill, becomes a wisdom check.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to
forgot
go
about
high
that.
wisdom anyways because I want to take drawing proficiency and be good
I
at
need to
it.
check. Having low dex do anything for a rogue actually? I think the dex
You
is
need at
fine.
least 9, and having less
Yeah,
than
okay, you do
13 drops your skills, I think.
Yeah, it does. Okay.
Okay, I don't know
Are
how
they
to
skills
use.
that matter?
I don't know how to use this character sheet. All of my wisdom things they say like at wisdom or intelligence says at intelligence.
Yeah, just
I think we're just using the PDF as before.
yeah. Just use the PDF, and then
Okay.
for the if you want to use the character sheet on Roll20, you can just go in the thing and then mark everything and start.
Okay, I'm just gonna download the PDF.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I guess maybe I just don't need good strength. Okay, who needs good strength as a character?
Oh no, but I
Stat.
remember there was some weird shit where like didn't like certain apps won't save it or something.
Mm-hmm. You can
what do you-
save it from your browser sometimes.
I don't think I have it in like PDF apps. I don't want to download some dumb shit. I'm just gonna fill up an Excel.
Yeah, if you just tell me, I can put it in one.
It's fine. I can do it. Don't worry. I'm gonna make a copy of Osmar Transmuter and new guy. Oh my god, I feel so bad looking at my sheet. All of these spells that I don't have. All this inventory I don't have. Oh my
Okay.
god. We're gonna die, guys.
Now we're gonna thrive. Okay, I got stats roughly set out at the moment because I forgot the will is important.
I mean, it can be important. Like if you have
Yeah,
like
I
a
have
really
low
good
grub
cook
skill.
who cooks +10 things all the time.
Yeah, and if you're the cook, it doesn't matter to you.
Yeah, but also I'm like, that's true. Yeah. Oh, do I get to eat my own food if you're the cook?
Yeah, you always succeed. your
Oh,
own
I
food.
forgot about that. Oh, okay. So I guess yeah, that depends on the cook or not. Okay, true. Okay.
Let him cook! Oh my god. But think about the bright side. At level 5, I will have higher tackle than what Usmar did.
That is true. Yeah. You'll be able to actually hit things that's not better than a human, than armor, on average.
Except I don't have any cool daggers right now.
We'll get some. We gotta get yourself a cool like I don't know longsword or
Yeah.
mace or spear. Or
No,
axe or
no
whatever.
more +5 daggers. True.
No. We get a +5 holy avenger though, and then we'll kill one of the paladins, and then Puff will become a paladin.
What?
No 70
That's how that
charisma.
works. That's how that works. Wow.
That's
I'll,
what you think. But Michael's gonna give me the 17 and I'm gonna put it in my
we'll get
charisma.
we'll get like the Rod of Leadership or whatever, the one that gives you boost your charisma to 18. And then you're
Doesn't
good.
count.
Oh.
Okay, but
We'll just
I
kill
am
the
kind
gods
of
then.
still thinking that I'll be a coward and take the and be a fighter mage.
Okay.
I'm
You guys can
I
carry all the shit
understand
then,
it's
so
the
I can have
cowardly
less
choice.
strength then.
but I'm thinking because then 17 I could
Depends on
still
what you want.
give
If you
that
want
to
enter,
Puff.
oh, it depends if you want. No, keep it yourself because I think having one of your things be like good would be nice. I mean, because genuinely, like just having like another character with high strength in this campaign, I think would be really, really useful. Like
Also, if you're
we got like the bags of. Oh, sorry.
If you're playing, are you playing Wild Mage?
Those are kind of the two options right now: mage fighter or wild mage.
Okay. Well,
I guess we're going back to that topic. How are we looking at as a party on a wild mage topic? Because it does. I would want all of you to be like positive on the chance that we'll all TPK because of one bad spell roll.
I'm
But-
less
but
inclined to it,
if
just because
you're-
if we all die, the
yeah.
campaign's over, and that might be like very anticlimactic.
Yeah, exactly.
So like that's like it's mainly just because if you roll the fireball, we're all dead. Like that's just it. Like even if
Yeah.
like, we have to, like, you have to get like even if like we all make our saves at like level 1, like if we're level like 3 or 4 to 5, I'd be fine with it. But we're level 1, so.
what? I feel like the opposite. If it happens level 1, then it's fine. We just roll new character.
Well, no, I meant like starting at level like 5, or just because like I feel like if like it ends, it's gonna be like hard to. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to start back up again at level if like y'all die like session 1.
I think it's
Yeah.
nicer when we can kind of estimate how fights will go and try to plan things out. And obviously that kind of goes out the window with Wild Mage.
Yeah,
But
that's true. Yeah.
also I usually never play like high RNG stuff in any games, so maybe it would be a nice change.
Yeah, I don't mind like the randomness. I just don't like the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the potential consequence of the randomness. Because some of them are like very minor and don't really like it might like waste your turn, but like not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things, or it might like completely and utterly kill us all. There's the degree the axis is just too big, is a little too big for my liking, but
I think numerically I'm 60% against Wild Mage, but 40% in favor.
Yeah, I'm probably like 70, 30, 80, 20 for like 70,
I
the
like
higher
that.
percentage
Thank
against.
you. That gives me a lot of perspective. Thank you. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. So, is there any other stat that you would need, either of you would need from me
Okay.
to
So
make the build
just
that you're
so
looking for?
a level 1 wild mage will never cast a surge. Surge is
Why do they
start on
still
level
cast
2.
surges?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
So you roll a d20 with every spell cast, and
Oh, I see.
if you accidentally roll the correct d20, then the surge occurs or happens.
Wait, do they not? Does they not get it on a 20 at level 1?
No.
I
Oh
see- I
yeah,
thought- I
on
thought it was-
20. Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
There is a bold
Yeah.
thing on the end there.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
double. I wasn't sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well. I don't think level 2 changes too much though, in terms of like
Yeah,
we're
I
still
think
gonna
it's
die
still
if we get hit with a
the same.
fireball.
so it's something like I feel like it's something maybe more if were to die, have one character die that could be at higher levels, that could be something that I feel like that's the only way.
Yeah, I think one character dying isn't that big of a deal. Like it still sucks, but it's like it would. But I think it's more like the threat of like all of us dying at level 1 or 2.
No,
or
I
3.
meant more so the way to pick up a wild mage would be if one of us dies,
Yeah. I see.
and
what you
then at higher levels, if everyone already has HP.
yeah, because the threat, you're like the
As long
downside.
as
is
you
all-
plan for deaths, I don't think.
Yeah, I think just like that's like it's like yeah, we can worry about if someone dies later on, and then we can think about that later. I don't think it's a good thing to think about right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, just pick. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to play wild mage, we can make the wild mage work.
Yeah, we could also like edit the table too, like just
Yeah.
I
change
have
some
so
more
many
into this
bad
for like we
stats.
Yeah, as
have so many.
as
bad
it like
stats.
nicely states in like the finally, not even the randomness of wild surges should be allowed to ruin the story of an adventure.
That's
So
Oh wait, I need to roll hotness. Can I choose what roll I roll for hotness? Because I want to be hot.
hotness is a relevant stat, so no choosing, but you can choose what role you want to do.
Okay, I
What's
roll
the thing for next time?
10d6
1d3
d7.
plus 15. Is that fine?
I'll do
What? No, it's either 46 or 3d6. 4061 or 3d6.
Okay, I'll do 4061.
Okay.
Please be hot. What unrecognized command? That's not very hot. R4D61. Okay, that's
not bad.
That's good enough. That's above average attractiveness. What was my grub? Was it 9?
11.
Yes.
Your
got
grub
7, 8,
was
9.
9. Yeah,
Nice. I'm hot.
I'm a little below average for the roll. That's all right. Average for people.
I have
Just
2
3551
5s and
and
8.
3531.
Is there any other?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the average. I think 4061 average like 12 or 13.
Does wisdom give anything besides to clerics usually?
At high levels, you get like bonus to saves, a 15
Yes.
plus.
But like just a slightly higher wisdom, like a 14 in wisdom. Does that?
If you have no proficiencies, then not really. I guess the grub skill thing we're doing matters for that as well. But
I guess that's now the only one.
yeah, but I think for your stats, like if you do, are you just doing? What are you doing? Just wild mage?
No, I think. No, I think we'll go rather mage. I would rather just go maged in that case.
Okay. Oh yeah, your 14's kind of.
Like I understand the aspect of like we can rule against things that would instantly TPK, but it also feels kind of like it feels a little bit weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm looking at right now. So it feels like they have a
we
better use
could
of
in the off chance that a wild surge would result in a TPK, which is a very low chance, consider not having that happen. So
Yeah, or just like roll again or something. Like roll again on the table.
Yeah.
Uh,
There's
Yes,
a lot of
tough.
ifs in front of there, so.
yeah, true. So I guess like a question for you, Toph. Do you want more proficiencies at the start, or do you want more higher chance to eat food? You could trade the wisdom to end to get more like proficiencies at the
I
start.
want wisdom because I want to take artistic ability as a
Oh, that's fair then.
proficiency.
Okay, that was the only recommendation I really had. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess like another thing is like 16. You could put the 16. You could trade strength and dex and get the bonus to the damage, and you're and the extra
Yeah.
experience. Because you're only losing 1 AC, and it depends if you want to do ranged weapons as well.
Well, because I want to have both options, and
I see. That's fair. Okay.
I feel like, wait, does
Ooh,
dexterity have
maybe you
something to do with ambidextrous stuff?
You get like the braction
Bonus
adjustment. I
to
think
dual
gives you like
wielding.
subtracts from your 2-weapon fighting a bit like thing. Because
But
ambidexterity subtracts
I was thinking,
2.
I was thinking I can do bows and then I can do like 2-weapon fighting.
You
Oh,
need
but, yeah, having-
dexterity.
Like
to-
Reuben! Oh
Yeah.
my god! Didn't Reuben
Yeah,
also have
literally
2
Reuben.
swords?
Yeah,
No,
but
it was a
oh.
ranger, and ranger gets
Yeah,
some specific treatment, some special
I
treatment.
I would almost
Okay.
unironically trade your con and
well-
strength around just for the bonus XP.
You can.
That's not a bad idea.
Toph, you can, I think, make up for all things rangers get as long as you just invest like a lot of your weapon proficiencies into that.
Yeah, you do gotta put like a lot of points into it.
You-
That's the
you-
only.
Yeah, rangers will just get a lot of free weapon proficiencies to dual wielding.
Yeah, and also just like non-weapon versions as well for all the other shit as
No,
well.
you get,
But I
you
don't
get
know.
one.
I'm not completely
They get a
certain
lot
if
of
I
it.
want to dual. Is dual wielding like? Yeah, I haven't read about dual. wielding.
You have to take. I think you have to take like 2 slots and 2-weapon fighting to get the most. Is what you do what Ruben did.
You have normal like the -2, -4, and with ambidextrous it's 0, -2. And with ambidextrous also your offhand weapon has to be a size smaller than your main hand weapon. So your offhand weapon is a small weapon. And Reuven had the second level of ambidextrous or 2-weapon fighting style. So he was able to use 2 long swords. But he had to invest at this point. A normal fighter would have to invest at this point 3 if not ambidextrous, 2 if ambidextrous slots into weapon fighting style.
And what about like the expertise master? Would you do that for 2-weapon fighting or would you do that with a specific weapon?
With sword.
Okay, but do you get the bonuses for mastery with both swords then? Or just
Yes,
for main
where they
hand?
apply
Okay.
for your increased attack of rate of attack is only your main hand.
Okay. I'm thinking. I feel like for the start, even though or like 2-weapon fighting seems so cool, much cooler. I feel like the shield is it +2 AC.
If you use the big
Shield.
shield, it's +2. Yeah.
That feels pretty good.
But that dual wielding is just an extra attack, which is real strong as well.
You
That's
could also
true,
do
that's true.
sword and shield fighting style and get the extra attack with your shield
Fuck.
among other things.
Sword and shield. Actually, maybe.
Or weapon and shield, whatever it's called. You get like an extra punch for free, which does the 2-weapon fighting like penalties, but you also get like blocks and that sort of shit as well as an option.
Yeah,
you
but
don't
I don't
use your
know.
AC if you use your
Oh
shield.
no, I
for
think no,
attacks.
specifically with that one you do if you get the style. Otherwise,
But I
you
feel
don't.
like 2 swords
It's
is way more
stupid.
anime, way more cool than.
Oh yeah. I was
Shield.
just throwing it out there if you want to use a shield, as we were talking about it.
Yeah, the 2 AC is so good, but it's not cool.
It is okay. I will say, the sword and shield, the weapon and shield finds out is broken at higher levels though, as you saw in the last fight that I did. It's like just dumb as fuck. It was not
Wait,
balanced at
why?
all.
Yeah, Ruben didn't
Because you
have
can just
even-
block
Ruben didn't
because
have
it's the
even
base.
mastery.
Yeah, the sword and the weapon and shield finance is broken at higher levels because the attack roll you need to do to block attacks does not scale at all. So it's just a flat
Oh,
number.
right,
So
yeah, that was
if you just like hit the number at like a really low die, which you're pretty much guaranteed higher levels, you just block the attack with,
But
and they have no
can't
shot to
you-
counter it.
Can't you do that blocking with like other? You don't need like a shield for that. You can get like a.
Yeah, but I think the benefit of having like the weapon and shield style is you get it for free every round. You rather than have, I think you can do like some like custom fighting styles to get the same thing, but you have to have like a small like a sword breaker or like a parrying dagger or something like that.
Yeah, like a sword breaker.
Yeah, that's like a
Things-
that's like a D4 weapon. I'd probably
Things
I guess.
that don't exist.
Oh,
Oh, there we go. as well.
Well, a wizard could make it.
You get fabricate, yeah. You get a fabricate.
A wizard with a blacksmithing proficiency.
Days.
Bro, I'll just get all the craft and stuff.
Unfortunately, you would have to have a wizard with weaponsmithing.
Oh,
No, but I
true,
think
which
I
is-
agree
that's
with
like a bunch of
switching con and strength.
Mm-hmm. You lose in 1 HP, but you also get like all the bonuses. But I think you might get more HP just overall through the campaign, so you're getting more XP faster.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that would
No,
work.
I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's that.
Yeah, probably not matter that much, but yeah, it's like I mean.
But it's +1 to hit.
Or you could also be a
No, wait,
dwarf
it's
and get
16
the
plus
extra
1
HP anyway.
16 is +1 to
Plus
damage.
one
right?
damage.
Yeah, +1 damage, but you also get you get also extra carrying capacity as well, which is not
Yeah.
not insignificant.
Max press 195. God, this guy's fucking weak.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah. I think the max press is like you're like carrying that
Is it-
over your head for like a prolonged
Yeah.
period of time.
Oh, okay.
That's
good.
overhead press.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good then. That's really fucking good. That's fucking jacked then. That's fucking jack stacked rotund.
You went from that guy's shit to fucking jacked
fucking
as fuck.
thick. Well, yeah, fucking bench press versus overhead press.
No, I get you. Yeah, it was
Fucking jack stacked.
Alright, so the
rotund
only
human.
trading we have is ambidextrous to tough.
yeah, I think so.
Is
Probably.
there anything you two need?
I mean,
still very-
I would just need
very
high dex,
indecisive.
but I don't think anybody wants to give up a 16 plus, or in terms of like and not like fuck over everyone else. So I'm good to keep what I have.
What do you have? In
So
dex
you
right now?
need your 17. You need it, yeah. You're keeping it. I'm not taking your only 17. If you had a spare one, maybe, but I'm not taking.
I could take your 17. I could give you an 8.
Yeah, I think there's like nothing else that I really want to trade with because like I mean I could trade I could get like higher strength just more carrying, but I don't know what your stats are looking like, Michael, at the moment, or like on your.
I got higher strength for carrying as a wizard, and I feel like it wasn't that good.
Yeah, it's mainly only for like the thing is I do think we're not gonna have like as much. We're gonna get it as quickly extra dimensional like carrying stuff. So, that's the only trade-off I would think
Also,
of.
this character has 2 more strength than Usmar and 1 more dex than Usmar. Usmar was so fucking jacked, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. We were
That's true,
hero
yeah.
practice.
Yeah, if I could get like a 12, that's the only thing that would actually no, I forgot if I'm doing so I guess like does anyone want to do cooking? That's the big question because that actually solves my issue entirely.
Oh, you
If
don't
I'm
want
doing
to
the
do
cooking.
cooking. That's
No,
okay.
I'm saying I'm saying does anyone else want to? Because if I'm doing the cooking, then I can move my willpower, my 12 willpower back to strength, and then I'm just good, and then I don't have to worry about carrying capacity stuff because that's like basically as high as I can get realistically.
I think you go cooking,
Okay, I am fine on stats then.
unless Toph is.
No, I have 8 int. Be dumb.
Yeah, only able to speak common.
No, but 8 isn't like retarded. It's just
No,
No, that's
just
like below
one
average.
language.
below
You're
average.
Yeah,
you're like one standard deviation below average probably.
8 to 10 is normal human intelligence, I think.
I think
So
8 to
pretty-
12 is like in the range. It's like the standard
so pretty
deviation, and then
dumb.
like 7 and below is like when you like 7 to 5 is probably like one standard deviation below, and like below that is like 2 or 3 standard deviations below.
3 int is pretty giga chad.
It is pretty cool. You literally have 1 into the most you get chat. You have no languages.
Wait,
you can only speak with grunts.
If you go 3 int, does that let you like avoid certain spells?
No.
Oh, really?
Which means that charm person lasts forever.
Yeah, it does last like literally like a year, I think, on you.
Because I feel like some spells were like the character needs to have intelligence or something, but maybe it's just.
Yeah,
like
I think
one.
like 3. I think like you have to have like 3 plus is usually like the breakoff point. Might be 4. Some souls might be 4 actually. So maybe like you might be like dumber than some animals in the game.
Wait,
terms of the game
what's your
mechanics.
charisma, Skits?
9.
Okay.
Rizzler here.
So we don't even really have a face either.
Nah. But I
Dude,
mean,
fuck
9 is
a-
good because I don't get any penalties for it. So.
Me no talk,
Yeah.
me smash.
Yeah, but we were doing no. To be honest, I think it kind of makes sense that none of us are too charismatic, at least at the start.
Do we
'Cause, like,
have
if we want
anyone
to go down that route, because we aren't
with
going
decent-
into fucking dungeons for not through like options, because probably a lack of options we're going into dungeons. So
Do we have anyone with like half decent perception?
I got 5. I could move a 5. I could get like a 9 or something, maybe. Actually, probably not.
I also have a 5.
I was thinking I could, but I'm like I could trade my will in there or just have penalties on my saves if we want to have a 9 in there instead of a 5.
What is your will?
9 currently. So I'd
Does
go
will-
to 5.
Does will give anything for wizards?
No.
Saves for certain things.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's just magic. It's any like mental saves you get a bonus or penalty on it.
But I think like
You're
you're
welcome.
fucked for those anyway. I think like feeble mind,
Yeah,
which is like the
true.
worst thing. It's like -4 on saves for wizards.
And so I can swap it out. I don't mind having low willpower. I'll have 9 perception.
Yeah, whatever
It's
you
still
feel.
not good, but yeah, sure, I'll do it.
I feel like having one decent perception stat. Well, I don't know.
I
if
would not
mine-
describe it as
Dude,
decent, though. I would not describe it as
because
decent.
but I remember fucking last campaign 10 felt like a bad stat. Now I would fucking kill for a 10.
I know, right? Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah, so
don't have
I put a
18
9 in
slash
there.
100 strength. Whee.
What the fuck?
Damn, we don't have to worry. I can't just like lug around hundreds of pounds on my back at every opportunity.
But it's fine. I have
Unfortunate.
13 hotness. I think that's the
That
whole
is
year
true.
saving
Oh,
grace.
true. I gotta write down my hotness.
13 hotness is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael, you have to roll hotness.
Oh, I have to roll
Yeah,
hotness.
true.
Okay.
3d6 or 4d6
Everybody
if you
rolls,
want,
so you
whichever
have to.
want.
Okay. 40, 61, or which one is it?
Whatever you choose.
Just don't roll higher than me or I'll feel bad.
I'll roll 3d6 then.
No, not actually.
Hardcore.
Oh, if he rolls high, dude, if he rolls higher on that, you're gonna feel so bad.
No, I'm
I'll
gonna
roll
feel bad.
3d6. Yeah.
No, roll
All
40,
right, do it. Yeah,
61.
do it. Do it. Do whatever you want.
Hot.
I'll roll 40, 61. No,
Based.
which? Okay. 46 d1. We'll do it. 12. Average.
God, why did I roll? I rolled. We did sequentially on all on the grub and hotness. And
Yeah.
I rolled the lowest. We rolled the same order on both
Yeah.
of them.
That's
That's
Good.
funny.
good choice.
You could have rolled 3d6. It literally wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, literally, it would have been exactly the same.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, no, I mean like in the,
Yeah.
on the his initial roll because the first 3 it would have been 4
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So,
The
I'm
first
no
still
three
reason to-
now
not
very
bad,
split
actually.
on what I want to do now.
Oh yeah, you haven't chosen yet?
No.
No. So Skits, you
Yeah,
have
the-
chosen Thief Wizard?
Mage
or-
thief. Yeah, thief wizard. Yeah. I'm
Also,
thinking if I want to go half elf or not, but I'm not sure.
also, if we want to fuck around with things, I could also multiclass. No, I don't want to do that. I was thinking I could multiclass into thief, but I don't think I want to.
Then
Yeah,
you
that's
lose.
like You'd have to like do lighter
master.
armor and everything as well, because otherwise you fuck up all your thief shit.
These are cringe.
They are a little cringe, I do agree, but they're cool. They're fun.
No, cringe.
Agree.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
But I can pick up the most OP non-weapon proficiency, which is trying. One of my
That is
favorite
true.
moments
Reading
last
it-
campaign
also
was when
reading
I
it right
fucking
in.
drew for those sand giants. Oh my god,
That was
my
cool, yeah.
That was my favorite thing. Now I'm
That
gonna
was
pick
really nice.
this. Now I'm gonna pick this proficiency in every single game I play.
I'm still upset I never got to take bureaucracy. I wanted to use that so bad. That'd been so cool.
Me draw.
Fuck over all the guilds in a bureaucratic manner. That would be fun.
Me draw.
What's your end at? What is it? Oh, it's 8. You're 8. You're fine. You're not. You're fucking fine.
Me smash. Work.
Where
Job's
are you?
done.
Warcraft 3 orc.
Yeah. Job's done. Work.
Work. We're doing level limits, I assume, right?
Again?
For races. Are we doing? I assume we're doing level limits for races.
Level limits?
Yeah, for like the. I was thinking of maybe being a
Oh.
half elf, but I'm not sure if that's like a thing. If we're doing that. Or if we are. I assume we are. That's all
Don't
I
know
wanted
if
to
that
ask.
would be.
Yeah, they're level. I probably wouldn't matter for a long time, but we can maybe if we're. I wasn't.
Are
thinking
we
of-
doing level limits for or like multi-classing race restrictions?
No, not really.
Oh yeah, do I want to
Yes.
be a fucking dwarf? A fucking rotund jack fucking dwarf? Just
You get
thick,
one con minus
Plus
1 charisma.
Yeah.
just thick, stout, fucking.
You also get like a bunch of other shit. You get a bunch of other shit as well, I believe.
Yeah, and
Okay, I'm gonna be
only
a-
6 movement speed.
I'm gonna be
That's
a
true. You have
human
half of
because
it, right?
I'm gonna be a human because all other races are trash.
I was only thinking of being a half elf just to mess around with them more, but I'm not like I'm still up in the air on that. It doesn't really mess around my ability score at all. So think about it.
Isn't half elf just a buff?
You
like
get like
unlimited
if you're using
drawback?
level limits, you get those penalties. I think things that affect elves, I think affect you as well. Like some,
Oh,
I
you
think
get
some there's like a
fucking
few things.
sleep and charm resistance. That's fucking
That no,
nice.
you do. It is like a lot of buffs, but yeah, it's
But
like
I don't
it
like
depends.
fucking buffs. I want to play a human.
Yeah, that's why I'm like I only played that half elf not for the mechanics more because like I think it'd be fun to mess around with the half elf thing, which you didn't really do last time because we had a full blooded elf
Yeah,
in the
but
party.
then you have fucking dumb fucking ears.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, think about that.
Dumb fucking ears.
You got me on that part.
They are fucking
Yeah, I
dumb.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking knife ears, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll probably just play human. That's what I'm leaning towards.
We're just raw dogging it.
Yeah. I did it. That's what I did last time. It worked out.
Base. You have two
Now I feel
wizards to
bad
cast
if I
Ultra
want.
Vision.
You're gonna get to level 7 first.
Cast Ultra Vision on me. I
Let me see
saw.
dark. Let me
I
see
saw.
dark.
I saw a book. There was in
Look,
Ultra Vision. Give me. I need to also speak like that because I have 5 charisma.
5 charisma means you just.
Oh, you have
I don't
8
even know what
in.
that means.
Okay, you can speak normal.
You're 8. You're not that dumb. You're
Yeah,
you're
but
not
I have
5
5 charisma.
Yeah.
Yeah, this means
Doesn't
you're
mean-
blunt and bad at talking to people. You're not like.
Uh,
Or depends on how you want to interpret it. Yeah.
uh,
Just means when people look at you, they don't really want to spend time with you.
that's gonna be my input in every conversation.
What's your okay? So, skits. What's your charisma?
What's your
9.
Riz? That's pretty
Okay,
good Riz.
Feels like we need a lot of everything and we don't have anything.
No, that's 100% true. Yeah. We're
100%.
uh,
Dude, just fucking take the fucking wild mage and then we don't need to worry about this shit. Just fucking roll on the table and fucking hope for the best. Honestly, now I'm 60% in favor and 40% like no, I'm 70% in favor. No, I'm 65% in favor of wild mage. Looking at my fucking 5s in my fucking stat bar right now. Hell yes. Give me a surge. Can you imagine the dopamine rush you get from getting a wild surge and then it lands on the thing you want it to land on? When all hope is lost, you get like fucking epic fucking music playing.
That's true. That would be real cool.
You
Yeah.
cast some dumb fucking spell, fucking color spray, and the fucking world explodes. Angels come from the skies down all over the enemy's faces.
And then the angels fireball you.
And then I don't know.
I mean, 3 to 30 gems shoot from caster's fingertips. Each gem is worth 1d6 times 10 GP.
That is a lot of money. Yeah. Just constantly spam spells and looking for that 3 in 100 chance.
True. You can go crit fishing.
No risk whatsoever. It's just an upside.
So where do I read about the? Is it in Player's Handbook, the specialization stuff?
It's in this. Oh, it's in spells and combat and tactics. I think is the
Combat
updated
and
one.
tactics, yeah, should be the one.
The combat and tactics chapter 4, and then in there, all the weapon specialization, weapon mastery stuff.
Weapon mastery.
It would be
Okay.
specialization is the start, yeah. And then
Oh,
weapon mastery
specialization is the
3.
start.
Specialization is when you put
Proficiency.
EA level 1.
Proficiency is what you get on level 1, then you get specialization.
But I still don't know if I want to be a sword guy, if I want to be a spear guy, or if I want to be a. I also really like glaives. I think glaives are cool, but I don't think they're used very much in this world. So
I think all melee weapons are basically treated identical for like the mechanics, so I think like literally every melee weapon just gives you
feels
+1 hit, +2 to damage, and an extra half attack.
yeah, but I need to choose one. I can't specialize.
Oh
on
yeah,
everything.
yeah. I just meant like mechanically it's the whole same. Or treated
Uh,
But
Yeah,
you're
but
still
like-
planning to go the mastery route off, right?
Yeah, probably. What else would I
Yeah.
do?
That is true. If you're going fighter, you kind of
The
gotta go with that.
reason why I'm gravitating towards a fighter mage is because if we have this like we had last time, a bunch of different cool
Oh, that's
weapons,
good.
that we didn't really use at all. But if I had like a fighter that wasn't incentivized to go into mastery, I could just have a bunch of proficiency in a bunch of things and then just switch them out.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool as well. Yeah, good call. I would
You
have a
can be
bit
like
more. Yeah.
You can be like a wizard who's geeked out over magic items.
Yeah,
Just
that
I
does
use
sound
respects
cool.
respects the craft.
That does sound real cool. Okay, it seems you convinced me. Let's do it. Fight
But
a
I
wizard.
don't need I don't need fucking magic items. Look at my fucking huge fucking arms.
True.
Got fucking magic right here.
You're so handsome and cool,
Mhm.
strong.
If you want to go
My
brawler,
dream.
that's also an option.
You just could do your fist.
Oh yeah, I looked at those a little bit. I think there's like
They're kind of
grappling.
cool.
There's like grappling
Yeah.
fighting style too.
Fuck, I hate the grappling rules so much. What I remember looking at them,
But I feel
they're
like
all garbage.
grappling is like good for enemies, but bad for PCs because there's
Yeah,
more
it's like a
enemies.
yeah.
I assume
Oh,
you can't
yeah,
grapple
yeah.
like two people at the same time.
Yeah,
Probably
you probably
not.
grab like one guy that's like your size. Probably might depend on your size
Yeah.
if you could anyway. So maybe like two halflings you could, but
Skits, did you get perception in the end? Did you
I have
take some
9 perception. Yeah, I just took the minus willpower. Yeah, I'm not very willful. I have a very easy
Has
to
a drinking
convince.
problem.
No, I'm just
No, he has a
man,
gnome dust problem.
I have a gamble. I have a debt problem. I give
Yay.
too
Oh
much money
yeah,
away.
that makes sense.
Gambling is
yeah.
fucking based.
Maybe gambling, like I take on, I write on that I'm like the what's it called, like I forgot the term is when you take it, when someone takes it a loan, you're like the person who like takes the collateral, like takes the loan if they dip, maybe like that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And like someone like took a loan out and like signed me as that, and they just fucking dipped out, and I'm taking the hit for it.
So I'm thinking of also dumping perception then. But if you're the rogue anyway, you're probably going to be up front most of the time.
Oh yeah,
The
true. That's
scout.
gonna maybe. That's true. So me having good perception is also nice. Or good,
Well,
good is a stretch, but the best perception.
Yeah,
best
if
in
I think
class.
ours going to be a 6.
God damn. All right, yeah,
That's-
dude, we're gonna be.
that's pretty
Dude, you guys are gonna get like surprise penalties as well. I'm pretty sure at that low perception.
Only at 5, you got a surprise.
Oh, at
adjustment
5 you
modifier
do.
at
I didn't.
5.
I thought it was 6. My bad.
Well,
Okay.
I am
Yeah.
at 5, so
Yeah, you get, you're more likely to be
unless I want
surprised.
to switch my int with my perception, but I don't want to be 5 int. I would actually kill myself.
Yeah, you just take the penalty. Like we never got
Yeah.
surprised ever in last campaign.
The prize is the 1d10 you roll, right?
Yeah. So you get a -1 to that roll, basically.
I
so
just
you're
need
more
a
likely to be
fucking
surprised.
rod of alertness, so I don't get surprised.
That is true. Yeah, so we'll get one easy peasy, or just get like some glasses of perception or something, and you get your perception 18.
Yeah, we only need extremely powerful magic items to solve.
Yeah, we got them. They were so
We get
far. They were
roll
so
of
plentiful.
eyes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we should. What's our gold thing we're starting with as well?
Pretty
just player's
shit.
handbook.
That's one thing after the other.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
It kind of depends a bit on like where we coming from, setting wise. Yeah. So we have arrived at classes and stats. Is this correct?
I
Yeah,
believe so.
ish.
For me.
Proficiencies are still
Mostly.
not taken.
Alrighty. Well, there's no more trading of stats. There's like, do I take 12 decks or 11 decks questions?
If anything you guys
Yeah.
want from me or need,
Nah.
or
Yeah, I could take this.
Man, let me just
17.
look through everything. I mean, what are your stats like? How are your stats distributed at the moment, Michael? I'll take a screenshot of mine. So I'll send it to you guys.
I'm currently deciding whether. Okay, I'll probably still need. Eventually, we'll hopefully get great food. You'll be a great cook, right? And you'll give us great con bonuses,
Of course.
like a +10 in con.
At the minimum, yeah. We'll get some
Wait,
we'll
we can
get
get
some
stat bonuses
storm
from
giant
cooking?
livers. Like temporarily, yeah.
That's fucking sick.
It's like for a day
But I
or
don't
something,
know
like
if we'll
that's the
reach
standard.
that
We'll get some
much.
storm giant livers or something like that, or muscles.
Let him cook.
That's how I'm currently distributed.
Okay, I'm still doing the final looky throughs. Where do I want to put Mm,
Oof.
that would mean put my. And that this would mean we have no charisma at all.
I mean, it's
Which
you're
isn't-
inside of a dungeon, like who needs charisma?
That's true. If we, as long as we don't try to do any like politics stuff ourselves, we can kind of just.
I mean,
Politics is-
none of us have like penalties to it as well. I don't have a penalty at least.
Politics is
I'm not
when
like
you
a-
stab a politician with a fucking sword.
Politician is when you get a bunch of power and use it in one form or fashion.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
Just gotta get a bunch of money. Just get a bunch of money, and we're good from the dungeons. You just
True.
offer them a bunch of money. Even if we're uncharismatic, they'll take it.
Alrighty. Also, you could like fill
Alright.
out your
Yeah.
party with a fourth. Like 4 people is good size for dungeon parties. Maybe you get a semi-permanent member with high charisma.
Nah, they gotta be less than us. Or else they'll take over the party.
Yeah.
They gotta be at least 7 is the maximum. If they come in, we scar them ritually.
Okay.
Didn't you have a 14, Michael, or did you trade it?
Oh, right.
You should
Did
have a
I
14.
think I misplaced that one.
Yeah, you should have one of
that's
your
it.
12 should be a 14.
No, one
Or
of the
11. One of your
11s.
11 should be a
Yeah.
14.
Yeah, I have 2 11s instead of a 14. Right.
It makes they strength a lot better. If you keep it in strength, that
But-
is.
I don't know if honestly, all I need for strength is a 9, correct? If I have
Yeah.
a multi-class fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes,
Yeah.
but having 40 weight
Armor
or
and-
55 weight makes a difference.
Yeah.
On
Put your
Yeah,
con
that's
down to put your con down to 8 and 14 into charisma, and then you can be the Rizzler.
That is true. 11 con kind of does nothing until you get to high levels.
Oh yeah, con actually literally does nothing.
Yeah, unless
That's
we're
right.
unless we're like resurrecting each other, which I don't know if that's gonna be a thing really. Like it doesn't really matter. Which that's not gonna matter for a
That's
long time
actually
anyway.
kind of true though. 14 charisma.
Is
Ooh.
14 groups is actually good. It's like you get like some good bonuses. You
You
get
wanna
plus
play
1, plus
a-
2.
Do you want to play a Dual
You want to play a
Veil,
charismatic
man?
character?
Or you want to give the 14 to me? I could use it. You trade for an 8.
Maybe a 5. You give him one of your 5s.
I give you a 5.
put a
I think it's a
14
pretty
in
good deal.
perception.
You know, 5 is bigger than 4. Just don't worry about
You know,
the
if you
tens
give it to
digit.
me, I could put it into perception. I'm gonna be one of the frontliners. That'd be good to have perception high.
Yeah, I
Especially
think
for
strength
watches.
or charisma would be good for you if you wanna put in one of those.
If you think about
Not
your
sure if-
own safety, you might want to have a good fighter taking watch, so that you can sleep. You remember how often you guarded Osmar when he was sleeping.
That is
High,
true. Yeah.
high perception on your non-spellcasting character is pretty good.
I can give you a 9 if you want to have my 9. I can have the 5 perception.
Oh, do you want to swap? Actually, no, yeah, but you're a thief. I think it makes more sense for it.
Yeah, that's true. I was literally thinking just for the watches though, like could be good, but yeah, we can like we might do less sleeping in dungeons, at least at the start. So maybe we can work it out later anyway. It's not.
Also, these fucking 5s mean what? You need to roll a 16 to pass a check.
That's true for regular. I think we're doing a lot less regular checks though, and like from what Duck alluded to.
Oh, for real?
I mean,
It seems
there
like it'd be less
are way
problem.
more important checks than perception checks.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Oh well, you know what?
Like
We'll
strength
just
check-
we'll
oh
just
my-
be smart. We'll just be aware of our surroundings at all
I'm
times
fucking
when it's
jacked,
important.
stacked, and fucking thick.
Yeah, who needs to notice like the trap when you just bash down the door?
Not afraid of ambushes.
Never.
Huh.
We got Muscle McGee over here.
We got
GG.
Muscle McGee over here.
You need to be scared.
But- Do you think genuinely, if I have 8 con, it does mean I'm basically never going to get a con. Oh, unless I get another con amulet, I guess.
Yeah,
How
the
many-
thing
how
is
much
that
con
at
did
the
Rufen
moment,
have at the end?
the
7?
thing is at the moment, Michael, you need to get plus 4 con from something, which is insanely hard to get already. So I think like unless you get something that sets your stats to 18, I think it's like very unlikely you get there anyway.
That's true.
Because like, I think maybe if we get like some, like, it might be like it's gonna be like so far in the future that like it's gonna be like, because we're gonna have to get like some super fucking good like cooking equipment anyway. If like even when we get that +4 from it, which I guess
Yeah.
like it'd have to be like a multiple factor. So like,
Oh, so the
That's
the one thing where con might be might come into play is if you are marching a lot.
true. That's for like forced marches.
Yeah, I rewrote the traveling rules and solved
does everyone
internal
have to-
issues that we had the last time. So
Does everyone have to pass those for it to work? Because I don't know
yeah.
like the right rules are written.
So,
Okay, so then
like,
if that case,
one
it
is
might not matter
fatigued,
because I already
then
have
one is
8
fatigued. Yeah.
Dude, Skits
it
is the
might not
most
matter.
fucking weak fucking character ever.
Yeah,
Fucking
it might not
8
matter
con
because the
and
most I
five-
can have, the
five
most I can have
fucking
is
will.
9. I guess I could put my 12 into con if you want to go to the con route, because then I could have like decent con, but then I wouldn't be able to carry shit. So, yeah, if you guys want to do more carry and stuff, like I wouldn't mind doing that.
You still need some armor and stuff.
No, because I'm a wizard. What do you mean?
I guess
I just
that's
get armor
true.
spell.
Yeah, that's
Same
true.
with you. I mean, if you want to cast spells, you can't wear armor.
That's true. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's it. That is less of a factor for us, which is nice.
I think if you act like unironic advice, okay, I think best option is just give the fucking 14 to me. And the second best option would be to look at the proficiencies you want and then you know
that as well.
decide based on that. If you want a proficiency that keys off of will, then probably take it into will. If you want a proficiency that keys off of charisma, then charisma or con or dex or whatever.
Mhm. That is good advice.
But the better option obviously would be just to give it to me. But
Yeah, that's true. But you know what? Not everyone's as wise as you.
mhm.
I think the biggest play would be to swap Michael's 17 against was one of Toph's 16s.
Why?
That's true.
Because
I
he's-
do
he's-
think the high spells is really nice though.
I mean, 17 strength gives me +1 to hit. So that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, 17
Dex
dex gives
there.
you one more
Oh.
AC.
Oh, 17
Michael-
dex actually would be pretty big.
Michael, I got a question real quick for you.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of being more of a wizard that does fighting or a fighting guy that does wizardry?
I'm thinking wizard that does a bit of fighting on the side.
Okay.
But I agree with Toph, you. I think we can switch 17 and 16.
I mean, you're not gonna hear me complaining about that shit. Hell yes, brother.
Okay, let's do it.
Thank you. You're just being so graceful right now. You're just
Yeah,
making my...
I'm indecisive on what I want to do, so I'm
Top's character's gonna die in the first combat, and then it's all gonna go to waste. You get
It's gonna
crit,
roll
Yeah,
one
that's-
hit
crit,
point.
crit, crit 16 damage against them, dead.
Yeah, that's why Duck is trying to gaslight us into giving me all the good stats, and then he's just gonna target me in the first fight.
I mean, you
Alright,
are
you go up
going to be the
against them, you go up
frontline brawler, so that's
Yeah, that's
Hell
true.
yeah.
Hey,
man,
oh,
brother.
I had a question. Oh yeah, so if I'm doing cooking, I probably don't know if I can double up on healing stuff as well. So one of you guys are gonna take up that slack as well, if we want to, because we don't have like a cleric at least by default. So unless we get like an NPC cleric, but that's still something. It might be good to have just a healer just in case.
Oh
someone
my
goes down,
god,
we don't have a healing
17
spell.
dex is so much better than 16 dex.
It's real good, yeah. Real
Plus
good.
3 AC, what the fuck?
And +2 to hit on missiles, and you get your
Yeah.
entire reaction adjusters like canceled out, so you basically can attack with 2 weapons with not having a second 2, not even needing
What?
dexterity
just-
for like.
Just remind me, what does reaction adjust mean?
It's like I think it's pretty much just for 2-weapon fighting, and I think for some saves, but I don't think we really used it in the last campaign.
Oh, yeah,
reaction
it-
just for charisma.
No, there's dex reaction adjust as well.
direction adjust is not on dex.
No,
what the
in
fuck?
the core rulebook it was, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Neil removed
I
it,
need
yeah.
to it's like move to perception.
Shouldn't it be
Yeah,
the
'cause there's,
charisma
like-
one that's moved to perception?
Yeah, they was weird. I think they moved
Or, I mean, the wisdom one. Wouldn't that make more sense?
Oh
there
no,
isn't a
he
wisdom
did. I
one.
was thinking of a different one. You're right, Doug. I thought reaction just was another thing. It was for Dex. My bad. Yeah, they got moved to perception.
Okay, so it's +1 to hit with missiles and +1 AC.
No, plus
Versus-
2 missiles, plus 3 AC for 17.
No, but comparing to
Oh, 16 is
16.
plus 1 to 8 missiles, plus 2 to AC.
Yeah, so comparing them, it's 17 is plus
Oh,
one more. Than
yeah, you're sorry.
16.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I'm just thinking if it is plus one more, is it better to actually just put into strength? Because it's plus one.
Strength
Plus
is just
one,
+1 to hit.
yeah, so plus one melee versus plus one range, and then plus one AC.
That's true. Yeah.
And it gives us the extra carrying stuff without
Yeah.
extra dimensional bullshit.
I think both are fine.
I think so as well.
I guess one thing to keep in mind is like I think the strength might be the play just because if we get like some shit that increases your strength, like for like cooking stuff, that could be good as well. Especially if we get like the strength spell, that would make
That's
that
true.
even better. So like
Oh yeah,
more
that's
incentive
true.
to like
That's
more
true, 'cause we have
incentive to go
strength
that route
spell.
as well because it would make it like more likely to get the higher ones, like which would be really, really good.
But also con, it would give plus 3 HP. Oh my god, that seems so nice.
Yeah, I always like con over AC just because you're more like because like AC you kind of cap out easier than HP. Like at least in the last campaign, like I mean, it's more. I feel like it's harder to get more HP than it is to get more AC.
Does anyone have a 9 they would be willing to switch with an 8?
Well, what do you want to swap it with?
Because I'm thinking I could basically make one of my 8s into my strength, or put a 9 into strength, so I'm exactly at the limit to build the multi-class.
Let me see. I could do it. I could trade my charisma because it doesn't actually do much. It only changed loyalty base, which is kind of sucks. But I don't know if I'll be the face anyway, so it shouldn't matter.
I have 14 charisma, I think.
Oh, you have 14. Oh, that's fine then. I'll give you an 8. I'll take an 8, and I'll give you a 9. I'll take your 8.
Okay.
I'll put my charisma down.
Because now I'm on that with that change, I could now get 9 strength, but that would give me a weight allowance of 35.
Oh, that's not too bad.
That's not too bad. If I'm
especially because if any of
But-
us are encumbered as well, then we can also all be a little bit encumbered, and that'll increase our Karen. You get might be able to squeeze a bit more out of there. I think we're probably going to assume to be at least like 2/3 encumbered at the very, 25% encumbered at the very least, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Just because I mean, like, yeah.
Which means I could put a 11 and 12 somewhere else.
What do you have? Let me see what you have currently. Dex doesn't really matter for you. You don't think like unless you want to do a Dex proficiency, it doesn't really matter. So what do you currently have? Like 9 strength, something Dex, something con, 17 int.
Higher perception or higher con?
Higher perception probably if you had to pick one. Like maybe do 12 and one, 11 in the other.
Oh, but no, because I can't do perception because then I'd have to put a 6.
Oh, true, somewhere, yeah.
I'd have to put a 6 into a Dex or Con.
The 6 Dex, yeah, they give you a -1 AC. Yeah,
it gives me -1.
7 Dex, yeah, 7 Dex doesn't, unfortunately.
Wait, what am I getting on this my latest screenshot? Where am I getting -1 melee adjust and
I think it's a bug. Because I got that as well when I did it, but I think it shouldn't be the case.
Right, because Dex is normal, Strength is just +0/+0.
Yeah, you don't get minuses on both until like real low, like 6 or like 5, like 5 or 6 below. For those, yeah, I think it's just don't worry about it. I think it might have like default. I might like not. Oh, because you're a fighter level 0. I think that might be why it's the case.
Oh,
that might be why. Yeah, that's something you're good.
Yeah.
I think.
Got it.
Oh, also, does second edition we have like separate piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning, right? Or no?
Piercing, slashing, bludgeoning. Yeah.
Is there weapons that can do like both?
I think a few.
Some weird weapons do
Like-
both. Yeah.
Like if I have a quarterstaff proficiency and I'm using a spear, can I use a spear as a quarterstaff to do bludgeoning?
Yeah, improvised weapon.
What does that mean?
A spear is a piercing weapon.
Uh-huh.
So that's how your spear deals damage. And if you turn it around and use it to smack something, it becomes an improvised weapon.
Is that different
I think
than
like
quarterstaff?
probably D4 instead of D6.
But what if I had like a nicely made spear that's meant to be like, that can be used both ways?
You would need proficiency for both,
Mm-hmm.
and
Well,
you
looks like
would
there's a
have
few
to have it made.
Yeah. Then the next question is how much different is a fucking quarterstaff just from like a stick? It's just like tempered wood or something.
It's like wood with like iron banding. I
The
think.
length, the weight. I mean, a quarterstaff, a fighting stick, is not just a branch.
Yeah.
Just a
I
branch
feel
is a
like it's
club. So
I feel like quarterstaffs are not that complicated. Or I feel like it wouldn't be that weird to have like a spear that functions as a quarterstaff.
Probably
yeah.
just have to be custom made
Right,
though.
so
'cause they
I
wouldn't be
I think like do you grabbing the spear and not like accidentally stabbing yourself with the spear while fighting with it.
Well, when I was
I
thinking
think
about
that's
the
the key.
weapons, I think that was like a problem when I was thinking about blades because you have like a bigger thing. But I feel like for spears, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
Is
You
the,
might
could take
in theory be too short
you could take
and
like a
off
fighting like a
balance.
local, take like a specialized fighting style as well for it maybe. I know that's a thing you can do.
As that the damage of the spear comes from the spear tip piercing damage. So if you
yeah.
use it for anything else than this, it's just like literally a stick to hit somebody on the head, and then it's not a thing that is made to hit somebody on the head.
Yeah, but what if you have like a quarterstaff with a spear tip attached to it?
That's probably a shitty spear.
Is it though?
Yeah.
I feel like it wouldn't be. I feel like it would be just as good as a spear.
You know what? You know what you should do, Todd? Become a weaponsmith and then make your own. Make it perfect.
No, you can. If we have money, we can just hire the best of the best.
That is true as well. No. But yeah, what if
we
we
have money?
I feel like
Yeah,
these
yeah,
kind of
that's
multi-use
big.
On the
weapons.
condition, yeah.
No, yeah, I like
multi-use
the
weapons
idea.
are kind of cool. I feel
Yeah.
like it doesn't seem that far-fetched. I
Mm.
feel like it makes sense.
I think it's possible, but it'd definitely be like it'd be hard. It'd definitely be something like isn't commonly made for sure,
Like-
Let's see if there's any
if at all.
piercing bludgeoning.
Like, look at
There are a
this.
few, but they're all like
Is this not a
morning stuff.
quarterstaff with a fucking
no,
thing?
not at all. That's a stick with a spear tip.
Yeah,
That's
that's like a
spear.
fucking-
You know, like like what about? I
quarterstaff.
don't think about.
But then again, let's look at quarterstaff damage. It's
Yeah,
a large
yeah.
weapon. A spear is not a large weapon. So a quarterstaff is longer than a spear.
Yeah, these looking up quarterstaff look like more purposefully made. A lot of them have like steel banding and like tips and stuff as well.
Cause I'm just thinking like if we have a lot of undead enemies, spears are gonna be.
Yeah,
pretty
I think
hard.
you could do it. You just have to probably get like someone to make it for you, and like maybe get like some training.
Maybe just
or
have
something.
fucking 2 weapons, like some cringe. fucking
Rude. Get like
loser.
get like a one-handed like a hammer or something. Or, like,
Yeah,
a
that's
mace.
why Nia was carrying around a pry bar. So
A what?
Like she was. Oh yeah, she had the mace with her at all times.
yeah.
Yeah, but maces just don't look cool.
You get a sledgehammer. Just weighs a fuck ton, but you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
And two-handed, but you know.
A good
You know,
rock.
video games give such bad impressions of maces. They're actually way lighter than.
Yeah, they're like really fucking. They're like a foot and a half long at most usually. Like they're
Yeah.
pretty. They're pretty tiny.
Also, in all the games, like the thing you smack people with is way bigger than what it is in real life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much just like a tip of steel that you just smash into armor, and then you bludgeon the guy to death, and you pierce his skin with his own armor.
How much do how much do maces weigh in DnD?
I think there's like a dozen of them, so don't know which one.
It's a bit complicated.
How do I even
The-
look for that?
In the master weapon table.
Where is that?
And combat and
That's a-
tactics.
The footman's
and
mace
tactics.
weighs 10 pounds, and the horseman's mace weighs 6 pounds.
Horseman's
There's a
mace.
mace. There's a mace axe,
Uh,
which is
but
large.
the
So
mace axe is a pretty shit weapon, and it's two-handed.
Yeah,
so
that is true. Yeah.
Wait, where do you guys find that table?
It is-
Combat and Tactics, Chapter 7, Weapon Tables.
Weapon tables. There.
Big ass table.
Mace. Oh, there's a lot of these.
So I'm thinking I posted my latest. I think 11 in con, 12 in willpower. And
Yeah,
then
sure. I think it's good.
Ooh,
Range
nice
large.
strength. Oh.
Dude, don't worry, I got
Let's
12
go.
strength. Okay.
yeah, I
I'm
might need
strong,
you two
yeah.
to carry my
Small,
stuff.
medium,
I
large.
think.
Or actually,
I
no, you
think.
can't because you're a rogue.
I mean, I can carry some of it.
I think
If I have
Toph
way
can
faster.
go and make a dwarf character because both of you will be at max movement speed 6 anyway. So
I want to be a fucking dwarf. It's fucking
Yeah, but then we're yeah,
cringe.
bro. Won't be a dwarf.
Plus one
Donkey
con.
strap.
Yeah, but he's a loser. He gave me a loser dwarf.
I
Yeah,
don't want to
true.
be a fucking loser dwarf. In Dragon's Dogma, fighters use swords and maces. But they also use shields. I want to use a shield.
Be right back.
Wait, if I have dual wielding, I can use a sword and a mace at the same time, but I would only get like the spit.
Only if you have 2 levels of 2 weapon
Yeah.
fighting style.
I assume I can take that. How many things do I get at level 1?
4.
Yeah, so I can like take that, right?
Yeah. But then you have only proficiency in mace, proficiency in sword, and then 2 weapon fighting style 1 and 2. So no
Okay,
to hit,
so
no
maybe-
damage.
Yeah.
If you want to get
No extra
mastery
attack.
at like, if you want to get mastery at the lowest levels possible, I think you can only spend. I think you'll only be able to get 1 proficiency in a weapon,
Okay.
or like because I had to put.
Yeah, you need to be level 5, and you get like 1 more weapon proficiency. So you need to have your weapon specialization before level 5.
Okay, sorry. Okay. I need to, I guess, look at how many things. I thought fighters get like a fuck ton of weapon proficiencies. Or are they all used on like 1 weapon?
Yeah.
That's pretty cringe.
Yeah, mastery is very powerful, but it takes a lot of proficiencies.
Is it really that
Back.
powerful?
Grand
+3,
mastery on a
+3?
sword. Yeah.
Yeah.
Richard,
Grand
yeah.
Master would be 5. One
Yeah,
one
I
for
just-
regular, 2 for special. Oh, sorry.
Normal mastery is 3.
Yeah, but
But you're
okay.
level locked on it anyway.
So they
Maybe
kind of
for the
want to be
5?
proficient with multiple different weapons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
it's
you like if you have sword proficiency, that like covers swords. Generally
Yeah,
speaking.
but I want it to be like
Um,
swords, maces, and bows.
Yeah, then you need 3 different proficiencies. Or you use 1 unproficient, which is a -2 for fighters.
Oh, that's true. I can just be underproficient in something.
Yeah, you're not a wizard, so it's not completely terrible.
That is true.
And with your high dex, for example, would counter the
bow
minus
one.
on bow anyways. So
Yeah, I want to take a fucking minus on. Actually, maybe I do want to take a minus on bow.
You could take a
No,
minus on
but
like
I
maces
feel
at
like
the start.
I feel like it
Or just
ruins
do
my
my-
immersion to be like unproficient with bows using bows. I feel like that shouldn't be possible.
Yeah, I think maces are probably better because they're maybe more niche if you want to like use it as like your off weapon.
Yeah, mace is more niche, so I'll probably be unproficient in maces. And how many proficiencies does it take to take expertise? Can I take expertise at level 1?
you don't want to take expertise since you're a single class fighter. You want to take specialization, and it takes 1. And you
Okay, I
can
thought
only
that-
have 1.
I thought expertise was the first
No,
phase of specialization.
expertise is what non single class fighters can take to get the bonus rate of attack.
Okay.
That's on
And-
1 weapon, and that's only on 1.
Yeah, exactly.
You can only have 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as a single class fighter, you take specialization, which gives you +1 to hit and +2 to damage for
+2 to damage? What the fuck?
most weapons.
Yeah. And you get the extra rate of attack too.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this thing is fucking OP.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we were doing so much damage with our main weapons, and why we didn't want to swap off them too often.
The reason why you did so much damage is because you hit 18/100 strength.
That as well, and I
And
also have
plus
like,
3
also-
weapons and plus 4 weapons.
yeah,
5
and
weapons. Yeah.
yeah, I did have to do the math every time. Like,
Okay.
is this right? Like, oh no, it's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I do 2d4 plus 14 damage.
And also I
On
gotta
my
do the thing.
natural 2 that I rolled that still hits because I have a plus 22 to hit.
Yeah. and also I can and also it might be chaotic evil and it might be enlarged as well.
Yeah.
And hasted.
True. So I attacked 4 times around instead of twice.
Yeah.
So on
but
the
I
3
think
attacks
even
that
if
I rolled a 2, a 4, and a 5. They all hit.
Okay, so there's a 27, 26, and 25 hit. Oh, they do. All right, nice.
But Skits, I think even if we're both mages, since we both have 16 int, I think we can really easily still like have our own things because we only have a max spell level of 8.
Yeah. I think we're never gonna hit that
Is
level
it-
rank anyway.
is it 8 or is it
level
a
of
level?
11?
Oh no, we have 11. We have 11 spells we can learn per spell level.
Oh,
so we
but
have
max
22.
spell level is 8.
That's
That's
yeah. That means that we can only learn up to 8th level spells, which I'll be honest, we're not gonna hit. Like we got
Yeah.
to like 6th or 7th. I don't think we got to 7th level with Toph, at least more than last
Yeah.
game. So like we're not. Don't worry about that at all. Like to be honest as well, if we get to that point, our characters are probably old enough to we'll probably get
we'll
plus
have
ins from
3
aging.
stages of. We're exactly close enough to get the.
Yeah, or
Just
it's also like we have
like-
some like magic shit
Yeah.
as well. That like we're not, I think we're good enough. 16 is good enough for what we want. If like unless
Yeah.
if for our current purposes.
16 int is also good enough to be part of a guild mage school. In case
Yeah, we're
that
too,
matters.
dumb though.
Which would make you part of a guild.
Yeah, dude.
Guild politics. Yes.
That's something we can maybe do in the future. Because maybe we can get involved
I
with that
think
later.
that's kind
I
of
don't
what
want to. I don't want my characters to be involved with that at the start. I think it'd be more fun to get involved later on, like more naturally, or like to see how it's going. Because I think it's definitely gonna be prominence.
I mean, like, the question is like you have off class wizards or like main class wizards. So where do you get your magic training from?
That is true, yeah.
With 16 in, you would be eligible to have been going to one of the guild's mage schools.
That's something I gotta think about. Yeah.
Which would not be possible if you have less than 16 in.
Were either of you guys in? Did you guys have high mastery or grand mastery?
I had regular master. I never got beyond that.
Okay.
Because somebody
Ruben had
didn't
the
want to
highest.
kill the mummy.
Ruben had grand master, I believe.
Yeah.
The highest one.
Okay. 1 additional attack per round.
That's why he was like rapid firing arrows at the end.
Oh yeah.
10 attacks around with haste.
Yeah. A little dumb. With like enlarged bonuses, so you're doing like 1d8 times 2. So it was like insane.
God, that was so fucking based. Did we actually
Yeah.
get to pop off at any point with that?
Against the fire
know.
giants, I think so. You did.
Yeah.
I think the fire giants, you literally like one round, like you killed 2 of them in 1 round or something like that, or came close to it. You were doing like 20 damage or like an arrow or something like that.
The
I
high
don't think we did
mastery
too
thing's
much
kinda-
else because you had.
Wait,
yeah.
normally in this game we crit on 18 or higher,
Yeah,
and then there's some like you need the bonuses to be like big enough or something.
yeah, 5 or more, 18 or higher, and then you had to clear by their AC by 5 or more.
And then for a high master, it's 16 or higher. That's not
Mhm.
bad. That's 25.
Yeah, because you pretty much like when you roll a 16, you pretty much crit by that point anyway, because you're probably going to clear their AC by 5 anyway, because your attack bonus is going to be so high.
20% of the time.
Well, no, yes, 25, right? Because 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Am I retarded? 16,
Yeah,
17,
mhm.
18.
It's 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
25. Yeah.
Yeah, you're pretty much like you're probably going to crit an average. You should have like plus like 6 to 7 to hit by that point, or if not higher.
And
So
does
no magic.
for
High
each of
mastery,
these
at least level 6, you have at least plus 8.
Yeah, true, and that's a no magic and no strength as well. Taken into
And-
account as well, so you should have like
and
9,
all
10.
of this always takes 1 proficiency slot to
Mhm.
gain the next one.
So you
Okay.
need proficiency, specialization, mastery, high mastery, grand mastery, which would be 5.
And these happen at level 5, and this
Right.
happens at level.
They happen when you have time to get mastery, which is not just randomly happening on level 5.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at when's the earliest possible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
earliest
Like,
possible
if you're
for
if you're
mastery
if you're
is
under
5
level
and
5,
high
sorry?
mastery is 6. Yeah. Under
High
level
mastery
5
is
you can't
6?
get. Yeah, the earliest to get mastery is level 5.
Mhm.
And then the next level of mastery you can earliest get with your next weapon proficiency slot, which would be 6.
Okay,
But
but you could like, yeah.
as you know from
So
previous experience, finding somebody to get high mastery with non-trivial.
Yeah, especially depending on your weapon.
Yeah, Reuven had to give up 4 points of con to get the last mastery.
Look,
4
that
points
was
of
optional.
con.
Okay.
Your magic elven armor,
Yeah,
30 years of your life.
yeah,
Your sanity, your memories, your sanity.
yeah.
Questioning your choices.
you have to
Life-
give memory.
Yeah,
I
he didn't
lost
remember
memory.
anything.
He spent 30 years in the Emerald Dream and didn't remember any of it, so yeah.
Vibrant Dream.
Vibrant Dream, yeah, sorry. I accidentally World of Warcrafted myself.
That's pretty chill.
Well, it only works as an elf, okay?
Just be an elf, lol.
Yeah, they're just better humans.
Yeah, true.
No elves.
Though the one thing is, right, you can't be resurrected. That's the big thing with elves. Big minus.
Yeah, I think it's like to be honest, I don't know if there's even any clerics that can. They're alive right now. I don't really. If they are, there's like 2 of them.
Yes,
But like
I
at
really
least
don't
now,
know.
we at least this campaign we might be able to get. I don't know if the Duck has a strong opinion on resurrection, but it seems like this campaign might be in play at later levels with the dungeon crystals.
And also just the high level when it's more clerics around too.
Yeah, you just need to get a cleric to level 12, or what is it? 13?
9 for raised dead.
Osmar can help us.
Raise that, okay.
Raised dead is like you you
That's
can
basically
get them there quick enough.
resurrection. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, you can still raise someone from the dead. Okay.
Yeah, true.
Well, I mean, like, well, raise dead's different from animate dead. Okay. Anyway.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So let's get back on track. We are done with stats.
No,
Mostly.
we're not.
Oh, we're not.
I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know how to order my strength, dex, and con.
What do you have?
Where are
17,
you?
16, 15, right?
Did someone swap me a 15 for a 16 so that I don't need to think about this?
I have nothing. It's swap you.
No, just
No,
I
kidding.
don't think
has
I do must.
15.
Okay. I think you have. I think we have currently is fine. Unless you want to trade con and dex,
how
but
did I
I
do
would.
it?
I think you should have at least. I mean, I don't know. I personally think you should have 16 strength. I don't think it's like necessary, but that's just what I would have.
Yeah, I'm thinking,
Yeah.
do I want 17 strength or do I not care about that?
Uh.
I probably don't care about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't care about it too much.
Okay. I kind of want
It helps. It help you out
17.
early game the most. That would be the way to help you out by far, because the +1 hit is really nice early.
Yeah.
Because you go from like +2 to +3 ahead at level 1.
And
Or
then
+0
dex
to
and
+2,
con.
+1 to +2 for melee. Actually,
17 con would be nice. Plus
that's
3
really
HP.
big too. Yeah.
Yeah. But it is so hard to decide.
It's real hard, yeah. It's real, especially at this time, but the stats are just like, I want a little bit more.
Yeah, it's real hard. And you guys have more than one good stat. Okay.
That's true. I should be grateful.
Mine was really the choice.
Hey, you gotta look at the grand scheme of karma. You rolled Oliver.
That's
No, I did
true.
roll like I know. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that my choice is easy. I even gave
Wait,
I even gave you
so-
a 9, Michael. Okay.
What
I
difference
lowered
you
my
did?
stats even further.
I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
That actually did save me quite a bit of heartache.
Yeah, it literally changed it for me, so I didn't mind it.
What did you have to lower?
Charisma's it. Anyways, we can go tough.
I was thinking, where do I see where do I see what armors I have access to? Like, I'm just thinking about what my AC will be at the start of the game.
For armor, we're just using the armor from the economics sheet.
Okay, is
So
that
you
Okay,
can
so
+5?
probably
you can have full chain most likely, which
What is
is
that gonna
5.
be?
So
yeah, 15. Yeah, +5, yeah.
Uh,
And then if you have a shield, you get the shield shit if you want to do one, if you want to have that. Or
chain is +5. So with the dex bonus, I'd be at 18. That's pretty good.
that's pretty good.
For level 1. Then if I take 15 into dex, I would have AC 16, but I would have 2 more HP at level 1. I think the AC is better.
Alrighty.
So yeah, 16, 17, 15. Part of me wants to put the 15 into strength and 16 into con. 10% XP, do I really care? I do care, because then there's gonna be a session where I end with like a little bit off of a level up, and then
You're
I'm
gonna-
gonna be fucking tilted. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna remind you of it every single time. Like, oh,
Yeah.
you don't get the 10. You don't get the 10% XP bonus. Haha.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna like, yeah, but I'm level 6, so I have +6 HP because of this, and at that point I'm gonna have like fucking 7 million HP anyway.
Yeah, my number's bigger. Okay. XP
Yeah.
number's bigger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think this is gonna be final.
Alright. So
I still reserve the right to adjust these until the first session that we actually play.
but no more trading between us. I think that's locked in.
Unless somebody wants to trade a 15 for a 16.
I don't have any.
Alrighty, so 16, 17, 15, that's what we already have. Okay, perfect.
So I'll
So,
screenshot mine as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I changed anything, but I'll do it.
which brings us to questions of proficiencies.
Wait, are we doing like the average HP or HP roll thing?
You will be allowed to roll your HP, either take average or roll at advantage for your first
Is the
roll.
average rounded up or rounded down?
Yeah, up.
What
Does
is
dual classing work for HP again? Is it you just roll both and
both
take
and then half
and
from
divide by
each.
2? Okay.
And take.
where do I see how much is it 1d10 for fighters?
Yes.
Yeah.
So 6 plus
Yeah.
1.
It's either 6 plus 1 or if you roll
Yeah.
2d10s.
I'm doing that because last time I got fucked.
Okay.
Which character
That's
sheet
fair.
are we using? The 2 Neil or the 2E? Or are we?
I think
It's-
2
it
Neil.
doesn't matter. Like you need to
I'm
keep
just doing-
track of your characters. I trust
I'm
you.
just doing 2
enough.
Neils because they
somehow.
have perception. I'm just doing 2 Neils because
Ah,
perception
yeah,
built
that
into it
makes
already.
We just need the main reason for the character sheet on Roll20 is so we have the tokens and your HP and stuff there. So
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to think what my thing is going to be. My HP. So we're doing D6 and D8 for Thief and
Yes.
Mage, respectively, right? Okay, so that'd be 3.5 plus 4.5 divided by 2 would be 3.5. No, 8. It'd be 4 HP. Okay,
That's one
I wanna
more than
roll.
the smart hat at level 1.
I can just roll for it, bro. It'd probably be better.
Base.
All right, so yeah, roll. You know, so
Give it to
just
us.
gonna roll one at a time. 2d8, d1. I've got a 7 on the D8s.
Wait, why is it
Wait.
D1?
Because we got advantage, right, on
Yeah.
the HP.
Wait, you have
So-
advantage on HP?
On the
The
and yeah,
first
that's what he
level,
said.
yeah.
So I get 6 HP at level 1.
Wait, you get
Sure.
it.
If
Then
you
I
wanna-
want to roll as
yeah,
well.
yeah, go ahead,
Fuck.
roll.
Because I didn't get advantage on Osmar.
No, I know.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get fucked for this.
I mean, you want to do it?
I do it. Yes!
Oh, you see, that's why you got to do it.
Holy
Okay,
yes, that feels fucking good.
it does.
What did you
doesn't it?
get? Ooh!
Oh yes.
Dude?
Fucking-
You get 11 HP.
Mm.
Nice, 11.
Yes.
Oh.
That's fucking.
How's
Oh,
my
my
HP
fucking
gonna look like?
biceps are fucking huge right now.
Tough. Yeah, that deserves a clap. 10. Yeah,
That is
we love
good.
that.
Yeah,
for you.
you've been rolling
Oh,
We
good,
love that
Toph.
for you.
Good job.
Thank
Top
fuck.
off.
Got those
Top
good,
off,
get those
gang.
good dice roll that you've been storing them up over the few months.
Oh, that's
You
where all the
deserve
fucking
that.
failed identifies.
That's true. That's true. Now we get to fail.
The
data
misidentified identifiers. Okay, that were the big ones.
Now those are also we rolled.
Didn't
so
fail
many
that
of
many. You misidentified a lot.
That counts as a
right.
failure.
those. You can choose whatever you want, Michael. I think your average would be 5.5 plus 3.5 would be 4.5.
Dude, then fucking if you get advantage, I mean, I didn't do the math. I assume it's better to do advantage.
I assume it's better to do advantage as well because you're rolling. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is better. I can. Let me see what the stats are. You go to a nice website that tells me this thing.
Oh my god, that feels so good. I literally jizzed in my pants.
Yeah, I know, right? The hype of fighter rolling HP is some of the best.
Yeah,
Now
the-
just wait for the crushing soul when you roll less than a 3.
No,
The
I'm
soul
never gonna do
crushing
that.
pain.
Because we get advantage on all HP rolls, right?
No, only the first level.
Yeah, so that's fine.
After the first level, it is only going downhill.
that is
only-
true. Yeah.
Downhill as in it gets easier. I agree.
It's only once.
Oh
So-
my god.
12 and handed 6 and
In my pain.
grub of what was my grub again? 8. Oh right, yeah, that's why I wanted a high willpower. Yeah, I still need to think about the 11 and 12 into con and will, but that's a minor thing. Okay, so this is
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it looks like rolling with the actual dice is like way better. On average, I think you have like what is it? On the D6 you have like a 25% chance to roll below a 4. So like 75% chance to roll higher.
how does
on the
the
D-
halving in multiclass work?
You keep the 0.5 if you have it. In case you get to roll another half in the future, you add on to it. You just keep track
Okay.
of the half. That's basically it.
Yeah. Your
Right, the half doesn't actually
fractions
work in game.
do not count as hit points, but you keep them
Yeah.
for future hit points.
Exactly. And I think rolling with advantage is like mathematically is a lot better if you want to do that,
Okay,
Michael.
I will
But up to you.
trust you, Skits.
Yeah,
This
I'll
is
let you know.
on
I'll tell you the
you.
math. I can. You know what? I can.
I mean,
screen.
No, I don't
should-
want to hear the math.
It should
I
average,
fully trust
but
you.
you have a higher variance, and if you like variance, then that's what you do.
That is true. Yeah.
I don't
No,
like
because,
variance.
just normal rolling without advantage would have the same average as taking the average, right?
Yeah,
no,
but you have
but
to be
we're
have a
taking the
chance to roll
higher
lower.
Mhm.
No, but
Yeah, so
the distribution is moved, so the average is higher. The average of 2d10 d1 is higher than 1d10.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Also, if you take the average, you get a 4.5 HP, I believe, Michael. If you want to take that.
So I will roll thanks to my statistician Skits. So the first one is wizard levels. So that's 2d6 d1.
Mm-hmm.
A 4.
Big.
You get a 2 from that.
Okay, and
Yeah,
the
upper
second one is
average.
2d10 d1.
Mm-hmm.
Big.
Okay? A 4.
Also a 4.
That's not great.
You rolled 0.5 below average, so
Yeah.
So that's a 4 HP.
That's
yeah.
still
Yeah.
1 HP better than Osmar. At level
I've
1.
never been this low HP in DnD before. Oh no.
yeah. You know what? It's all right. I'll be the front. I got 6 HP. And stand behind me.
I currently have more HP than probably what Osmar did at level 3. So
Okay, so
Pretty
my
good.
That's really funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
HB have
4.
been dealt.
And we're dying at -10, so we got some wiggle room. We get some wiggle room. Ready.
Okay, so
we're playing with the die at -10 rolls.
yeah,
I assume
Okay.
so. Yeah. A lot.
But we
less
don't have any clerics. So
No, I was thinking somebody should go heal in.
oh yeah, we probably should get.
yeah.
I mean, first aid is an int check.
Yeah, I mean, one of us. I think.
I could
Yeah,
probably
one of
take
us-
healing then.
One of us should. Yeah.
Yeah.
Healing is wisdom.
Oh.
So we are looking for Mr. Fighter. You have 4 weapon proficiency slots. I think 2 non-weapon proficiencies. And 1 language which is common for you.
I think he gets 3. 4 and 3.
I think it's 2.
Okay.
No, it's 3. Correct. Yeah.
Sorry, what?
It's 4 weapon proficiencies and 3 non-weapon proficiencies for the fighter, and then for both the others, it's 4 and 4 on both.
For
Okay.
weapon
Wait, I should have
proficiencies,
less
it's four.
weapon. I should have 2.
Oh yeah, you are. I forgot. You are thief wizard, not fighter wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have 2 weapons and 4 non-weapons, and Michael, you have 4 and 4.
Okay.
Are skeletons resistant to both slashing and piercing?
They are indifferent to slashing, resistant to piercing, and double on bludgeoning.
Okay.
The reason why
I
you've
would-
sucked against skeletons in the last campaign is because bow and
Yeah.
spear.
Spear.
Yeah. I haven't decided yet if I want to do spears or if I want to do swords. I
think
guess if I'm
spears are
going with the
obviously the best.
two-handed thing, then swords are probably cooler because
Yeah,
I,
make
you,
more sense.
Yeah,
I guess
way
you
better
can
because-
two-hand. Yeah.
The swords are just way superior.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I think I'm gonna do sword. Also, I'm playing spears in my other video games, so balances it out. So I need to take sword proficiency, and then I need to take sword specialization.
Yes. Long sword specialization.
Okay. Is
Unless you
longsword
want to
arming
go
sword?
short sword specialization, then
No,
that's this. But
longsword.
that is what is
But-
the arming sword on the economics.
However,
yeah.
my sword proficiency
Covers
gives me
both.
proficient. Okay, so I'm proficient with short swords, but I'm not specialized with
Yes.
them. Okay. And then, when's the next level that I get weapon proficiencies?
4.
Okay, so I don't need to like plan for or I guess I would need to plan if I wanted to get high mastery level 6, then I would need
Yeah.
to save 1.
Yeah, if you want to get it like before
And it-
your next weapon purchase comes up.
And then if I don't save 1, then I'll be
It's
what, level 7?
10.
Sorry.
If you
7.
use all proficiency slots now, yeah, then it's level
Mhm.
7. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, level 7,
But then the next one is gonna be
level 10.
which
Yeah.
before would have been 9. Yeah. Okay.
Which could be 6, but no, it could be 7, but now becomes. No wait.
Okay.
This is the math problem again. Yeah. No. never
Oh,
mind.
yeah, how
Also, just I guess, pre or getting this figured out. If I'm like level 6 and I have a good chunk of XP, and let's say it just happens that I get like, we just meet like a perfect person for like high mastery teaching.
Mhm.
Can I start the quest with like the expectation that I'm gonna level up to level 7 as I finish it, and then it's fine? Or do I
Maybe.
need to be like level 7 before?
I mean, you need to become level 7 to get the mastery. So
Yeah, but like in theory, I could do the quest first.
if you are almost
Or-
level 7 and then you go into a training and learning spree for time, then it should work out. Yeah.
Okay.
If you just hit level 6, then probably no.
Yeah, well, I imagine I'm not gonna be. I don't remember what we were like at level 6. God, it was so long ago. Like, am I gonna
It
really
was a
find a
while.
high mastery teacher at level 6 immediately?
I think I think like the at least in like for swords, I think the fighters guild, or I forgot what they're called.
Actually, it doesn't even
with
matter, 'cause
censorship.
I'm gonna take both bow proficiency, and then I actually don't care about any other proficiencies, right?
Fighting style might be something that you care about.
What is fighting style?
I
You
didn't
want
take fighting
to
style until level 11 or something. 13. 12? Something like that.
You definitely should have taken 2-weapon fighting style at some point, because else you shouldn't have been able to use 2 arming swords, or we have overlooked this. That's also a possibility.
That's
Might
possible.
overlooked it. Might overlooked it because I think in the Ranger description they like changed the rules later on, so might have like.
Yeah, Ranger gets like 2-weapon fighting style 1 for free. But
Yeah, I
you
think
need
it's like in the
2-weapon fighting style 2 for using two
Ah.
same-sized weapons.
Yeah, I think they might have.
Wait, so
I think
do
it's like
elves
they,
get like a fuck ton of more or do not elves, do rangers get a fuck ton of more things than fighters?
They get free
yeah.
ambidextry, they get free 2-weapon 1, and they get free tracking.
Okay.
And then some other bullshit later.
Fighting
on as well.
style specializations. Okay, I haven't looked at these. One-handed punch, grab, otherwise annoy.
So basically, one-handed
Yeah,
is
especially-
having AC without using a shield.
Two-weapon.
Two-handed is dealing more damage and being quicker, and being able to two-hand weapons. And two-weapon, two-weapon is being able to use 2 weapons better than before. And then weapon and shield for being able to use your shield in combat and still having AC from your shield.
Oh wait, for two-weapon style, the secondary weapon still needs to be smaller.
On 2-weapon 1, yes. 2-weapon 1 just cures your penalty.
Okay.
And then if you take a second level in 2-weapon fighting style, you can use 2 same-size weapons.
What are these special talent things?
They are special talents.
We never touched them. Last
Okay.
campaign.
Are these like we ignore these?
I mean, if you see one of them that you think would be really cool to have, we can talk about it.
I mean, dirty fighting sounds fucking based.
It's like it
There was
sounds
some cool
based on
ones,
level
yeah.
1, and then starting with level 4 or 5, it becomes meaningless. But yeah, on level 1 it sounds funny because it
It helps
gives
you
you
survive to level 4 or 5.
Weakness.
gives you 1 better attack in a combat.
Hey, just surviving until higher levels is kind of is strong.
And
Like
that-
look at like
yeah.
ranges like Reuven's goblin hate. That was wasted at higher levels, but at early levels,
It was pretty big.
It was.
that was real important for us.
Okay, where are you finding this two-weapon style 2? I only see the first thing.
The character's secondary weapon must be 1 size smaller than his primary weapon. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. However, if a character spends a second proficiency slot, he gains the ability to use 2 weapons of equal size,
Okay.
as long as he can use each one as a one-handed weapon.
Okay.
Also, there are no 2d4 spears, just for so we're all aware of this.
Okay.
Yeah, they went there. It's only Oliver Spears. The only
I
2d4
have
spear.
no idea where Colby found the 2d4 spears.
He just made it up. He completely
Yeah.
just changed it because he wanted Spears to be better.
Spears ought to be better. They're fucking giga weapons.
They are
Just
really-
fucking massive. Fucking shaft with a fucking metal tip. Just fucking
It's like-
pierce into
They were good because they
flesh.
could be mass manufactured and very easy to use, or easier to use than most of their
Yeah.
weapons.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
thinking about my character. I think because he has both high strength and dex. I mean, I guess he could be anything. But I was thinking about like a circus dude or something. Is there any circuses here?
Or like an entertainer.
Not like not like an entertainer per se.
Circus probably not. Like some, I mean, sure, something like.
I'm just thinking like what kind of background would he have? Because he has, now that we fucking gave me all the good stats, he has some fucking horse like fucking strength and some fucking cat like dexterity.
Yeah,
And
you've been doing physical things all your life, obviously.
Yeah, but these are like 17 dexterity is not good. It's exceptional. I would say 16 strength also seems exceptional. So, when I think of exceptional physical ability, I think of like circus people or like gymnastics people. Is there anything like that that he could have like a childhood in or something.
Yeah, I mean, there's some most likely like based in Port Bream, some sort of entertaining group where these stats might come from.
Okay.
They occasionally
Yeah.
travel around, but it's not like a circus. That's like something as big. But
Okay.
if there's like some sort of an event in one of the cities, then you go there and you have like your tent there and do some performances.
They're kind of like a circus, but just
Yeah, it's just smaller, and probably everybody there is like really highly, really exceptional because else nobody would watch them.
yeah. So I think I want my guy to have like a circus background, and I feel like
You want to take juggling as a proficiency
no.
and jumping.
It is actually like weirdly good, the juggling proficiency. I'm not even joking.
I'll look at proficiency. There's the tumbling.
Oh, tumbling's real good. Yeah,
That's also
Tumbling.
good, but it also makes sense.
yeah, it's true. Yeah.
But I need to look at the list. So I'm thinking like, okay, because I probably want my character to be pretty young so he doesn't die when he gets hasted for the first time. So I'm just thinking like, bow proficiency is cool, but would he really even have a bow proficiency?
I mean, you have from Port Bream, there's a lot of people who are using boats, so
Yeah, it's also like that's like what you were. Maybe that's not like maybe like you stopped a bit ago and that's why you're doing adventure and stuff now. Like if something happened, then maybe that's like,
Yeah, but I'm saying
weird.
like I probably want my character to be like 19 or something.
Okay.
So he probably was. So he's probably stopped search.
You
I don't.
take darts. That might be more likely, or like throwing knives or something.
I just think because I'm thinking of more of like a tumbler gymnast kind of thing.
Yeah, I was just thinking throwing knives because you ever seen like that thing where it's like you throw knives at something like that around someone's head or
Yeah,
something.
but yeah, and I understand you see those in
Oh,
circuses, but that's not my character's role in a
Oh,
circus. He's there to
fair,
do the
fair.
cool jumps and the cool
yeah.
flips.
Yeah, I
I think
gotcha.
So
that's what I'm
there's
thinking.
tumbling and jumping.
Okay. I'm kind of scared to go away from the two weapon style before I lose it. But I think he just I feel like it makes sense with high dexterity that he would have two weapon style. So I'm gonna take that instead of bow proficiency.
Which
And
is
then
And again, fighters
free.
only take
sorry,
like a -1 on
what?
non-proficiency.
Alright.
-2, I think.
Ah, okay. So even if you're not proficient,
Yeah,
you
minus
can
2.
still use them slightly.
Yeah, but I imagine I need this so that I can get the second point.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
top
you have
nonsense.
4 slots, so you only use 3 at the moment.
Yeah.
But you can use Oh, do you have any extra language slots?
Nope.
No. Sorry, I
Uh,
just read that and got excited.
can I take the second tier of the weapon style at level 1?
Yeah.
Because I feel like that makes sense. I kind of want the bow for like so that I have two options, but I feel like this kind of makes more sense.
Then you have
Ian, can we
sword
save?
proficiency, longsword specialization, and 2 weapon 1 and 2.
Sorry?
And you have sword proficiency, longsword
proficiency?
specialization,
Yes.
and then 2 weapon 1 and 2.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Michael?
DM, can we save things proficiencies and learn them later?
In
Or should we have them all saved?
theory, but I think you should figure it out right now because if you want to do it later, then you have to kind of
Take
there
time.
needs to be a reason
Yeah,
to learn it
I would-
later.
I would recommend that because I think I finished Oliver's when we finished the campaign with like 3 spare non-weapon proficiency just never spent because I saved some at level 1 and we never had time,
Yeah.
or never had time to like do more like 1 or 2 at a time. So like I've always had spare ones.
There's things fighters can get that's like buying an entire package of weapons on with a discount.
You mean weapon proficiencies?
Yeah.
think generally
Is that-
speaking, like swords are swords. That covers all types of
Ooh.
swords. Maces are maces, covers all types of maces. Bows are bows, covers all types of bows, like just for proficiencies. That's more like, yeah.
I'll
You're thinking of the other thing. Oh, that's somewhere in there. Weapon groups, something.
yeah, something like that.
Yeah. The weapon groups is not that much more refined than what I just said.
Okay, so it's not going to be very.
No,
All
so
right.
swords and daggers are different weapon groups, so I mean, it's
Nah.
kind of already.
But are you saying that here, if we just take the sword proficiency, all daggers and short swords also work?
Short swords work because they are still swords, like daggers, something different.
Okay.
But daggers and knives, like this covers all like dagger type things. If you look in the combat and tactics weapon groups,
Combat and tactics. Equipment groups. Weapon groups.
yeah.
See it. Yeah. Axes, picks, hammers, clubs, pole arms, swords, fire. Okay. Oh, and then each one is different. Okay. Oh, and daggers. Okay. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry. I started reading and I realized everything's silent.
Yeah. Happens.
I was like, what? Have I done something wrong again? Is my computer blocked?
Oh, where's that?
Skits, do
reading.
you have for you it's probably the easiest. Dagger and you can't use many weapons as
Oh, do I get the thief weapons as well, or
yeah, sure.
I might get a few more? Yeah, I was thinking like dagger and sword, but just like maybe dual wield it, but maybe I don't know if that's worth it. I could think dagger and a ranged weapon. I get two. I get two, right?
Dagger and sword and dual wield.
Maybe a little redundant. Yeah, I was thinking like it's an option to like early levels, but I'm also thinking like dagger and like a ranged weapon might be better.
If you want to dual wield, I would suggest just taking sword and then taking longsword, short sword.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, true.
Because you have
Sure. Yes.
no, your dex is yeah, you don't. No, you're
I
ambidextrous.
ambidextrous.
Yeah.
I'm a cool guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so probably like sword and then something else. I don't know. Sling maybe. Probably good. Might be it's cheap.
slings are fucking deadly.
They are cool, yeah. Usmar, I'm inspired by Usmar, okay?
Hey, wasn't there a big?
He rolled a 20 one time.
Isn't there a big, like party every year now celebrating Usman the Great?
He was
Something?
funding it, yeah. He did
Oh.
sponsor whether people actually go to is a different story.
No, I would've
Usman
guessed.
the
While he's
steady-handed.
he set up a trust to fund it and then he just fucked off the astral plane.
No, he didn't fuck off that early. He's staying until he's at least like 40 or something.
So you get that int bonus.
Yeah, so get the end bonus.
Then he fucks off, okay. So he got like a decade around here. Alright. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with like sling and sword then. I'm probably going for. You can probably take up like staff later on in case I get like some cool staves, but probably not worried about that early on.
So I'm gonna take artistic ability. That was the big thing.
Wisdom. Okay. Skid's weapons are solved. Michael weapons are unsolved.
Yes, unsolved.
Where are you stuck?
I'm trying to. I think so. The weapon groups probably aren't. Yeah, that good. I just want to get a little bit of everything. I think.
Mhm.
So
You also
just-
said you are a wizard who does fighting, so
Yes, that would be.
you
I
might
think
be considering more wizardy weapons than fighting weapons.
Daggers, staves.
That's true. So
Let me see what the
staff,
description is.
dagger. So, wait, maybe in the economics, maybe this
They're,
is the best place to look. It's just the weapon.
Dagger, staff, dart, knives, and slings.
Is that the wizard ones?
That's the wizard, yeah. Hence, a wizard can use a dagger or a staff. Other weapons allowed are darts, knives, and slings. Yeah, technically you can take any ones, but those are like the wizard ones.
Sling's definitely cool. I think I want sling. And was someone else gonna take sling?
I took it mainly because it's cheap. Like we slinging, like we're not like getting like bullets is pretty easy, cheap.
I guess that's
We can
fair.
see sling stones. That was my justification. I can take someone else if you want to take it. Or
No,
actually, I don't think it
no,
matters if we
you
double
can
up on
both
it.
do-
It
you
literally
don't-
doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can double up on sling proficiencies. That's fine.
Yeah.
Sling, and then maybe a ranged piercing weapon.
Darts
So,
or throwing
yeah,
knives or daggers.
but also a crossbow sounds like a light crossbow sounds very wizardly.
I think they're
Like
very expensive though.
Oh,
Let me see how expensive they are on the economic sheet. I remember them being
I-
like fairly expensive though. 35 gold.
35 gold, yeah.
They're pretty good though if you get them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on how we're doing the money stuff. But yeah, that's an option.
And you
Maybe I can
also
figure
are a
out-
wizard, so you're already like spending lots of money on your
That is true.
wizard
Yeah.
shit. So
That's
getting
fair.
like 35 gold on the side for a crossbow. Like on level
You're not
1,
going to use that often.
probably
Maybe
not.
not
Yeah,
use that
maybe-
often. Oh yeah, a sling bullet does do d6, and the crossbow, light crossbow, is d6 plus 1. The coral.
Do crossbows require proficiency to use?
That's like a Koibu
Good
discussion thing. In theory, yes. You would want to have it to use them reliably.
Okay. Kind of feels.
Could you get a loaded crossbow and point it at something and shoot? Sure.
Kind of feels like non-proficiency with crossbows and bows should get different penalties.
Yeah. It should.
That probably, yeah. Probably just simplify it because it gets too granular at that point.
Yeah.
Then it would honestly break down by weapon at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like crossbows and normal bows are like the biggest.
Yeah. As I said, like
Yeah.
if you get a loaded crossbow that somebody has prepared for you and tells you point it at the door and shoot if something moves through the door, it's probably going to be working with a crossbow. With a bow, that's way more problem. But then you can shoot once with a crossbow and then you're done because you have no idea how to load it, and shooting at anything further away than 30 feet is probably also not going to be happening. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I feel like jumping actually might be better than tumbling.
jumping
figured it out.
is better for out of combat, tumbling is better for in combat, I think. But
But does tumbling do anything in combat?
it like increases some weird combat
I
move.
think you can you get like +4 AC rather than like another thing, which gives you +2, I think, or something. Even an action gives you some more AC than.
Yeah, but then you need to use your action.
Yeah, it's like it's niche. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is you get like half falling damage if that ever happens. Good check.
Okay, wait, just so that I know, what does tumbling mean in real life? I'm gonna watch some videos.
I don't.
Can roll,
Is it
somersault,
Oh, no,
tumbling
stand on the
or-
hands, flip forward and backward. Acrobatics is tumbling.
Okay, so the thing that gymnasts do on the floor, that would be
Yeah.
tumbling.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's kind of what I was thinking my character would be good at. Wait, do men's gymnastics even have the floor, or is that a women's only event? Gymnastics floor.
They do have floors. I don't know if it's an Olympic event, but
Because like women's gymnastics and men's gymnastics have like different different things, or they're like different.
I think I always
the
only see it with
sports?
women, but I don't
No,
know if
no, men
that's...
do have it because there's that fucking one fucking huge fucking Japanese guy. God, what the fuck is his name? Japanese floor guy. Is this gonna find it?
Floor
No.
guy.
Japanese
Gymnastics.
tumbler.
Japanese floor guy.
Kohei Uchimura. God, this guy's so fucking good.
Does a spear proficiency? How far does that go? Is that does that include a lance or pole arms?
No.
Okay,
Spear,
those are all.
all pike, partisan. Oh no, spear like pole arm. Sorry. Spear, long spear, and pike. Which is
Okay.
because pole arms are slashing weapons, not piercing weapons.
Ooh, okay. I think I could do two similar things. So if the quarterstaff is very wizardly, the equivalent would be like a spear as well. I could see that being an easy transition.
Yeah, but we're not doing the spear stuff, okay?
I'll have two proficiencies.
Yeah, but you need two weapons. That's what
I'll
I
have two weapons. I'll have a quarterstaff. I'll be like freaking The Witcher. One
yeah,
on my
the guy with 9
quarterstaff.
strength who will be overloaded by
Yeah.
You can't just
a
carry a bunch of
backpack and a
5-pound
bedroll,
weapons.
will be using 8 different weapons.
Yes.
Yes.
You're reading my mind.
We'll throw a
What
trident in there for good measure in case you need in case you have like a fishman comes up.
Yeah.
Spear. Think.
You can also
spear
throw
is still,
spears, okay? They're not that good.
They're not
thrown,
completely
but-
worthless, yeah.
You
Wait,
can
does,
throw spears? Okay.
Does tracking key off of wisdom or
Wisdom.
perception?
Uh,
Okay, I was thinking
Wisdom.
about tracking because my character has such low perception. You know, maybe he gets lost very frequently and then he needs to track his way back to, you know, where the fuck did the caravan go?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Tracking costs 2 slots though.
Oh, for real?
to slaughter.
Damn, I'm gonna have to drop artistic ability.
No, you can't do that.
Does someone else take it?
I probably can't. I mean, maybe not at least initially. I have my actually I got a question real quick. Does speaking our common come for free, or you just spend a slot on it?
Oh, that's your first weapon, your first language slot.
Okay, never mind. I have one less then, which I'm gonna cut this one then.
Also, wait, I need to use a
Actually,
non-weapon
nah,
proficiency to get reading, right? If I want that.
No, that is language is speaking is 1 language proficiency, reading, writing is a 2nd language proficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I spent 2
I get
slots on reading.
speaking. We get speaking for common for free, right?
No, that is your language 1. If you only have 1 language slot, you're speaking common. End of discussion.
And you can't read or write.
Where do I see my language slots?
You have 1.
Intelligence.
Okay, so I can just read or I can just speak common.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I want to be illiterate.
If you want to be literate, you can take literacy.
As a
As a non-proficient weapon, non-weapon proficiency.
yeah.
Yes. Look at you go, Skits.
I had a character idea in mind already based off what I was doing. That's the reason I took administration. Thinking of being like a chef and the low bay.
How do you have 9 non-weapon proficiency?
Because 4 plus 5, and I just counted the languages already. Like the languages, so I
How do
added
you have
common in
4 + 5?
there. 5 languages, 4 for being a wizard.
Ah, okay.
Because
So
we-
you're dropping all your languages.
Yeah, I'm not. I just have
No,
common. Yeah.
You have 2 languages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Based.
Yeah,
That one
I
is
only speak
improving,
common. That's
baking,
it.
cooking, butchery. Alright, so you're already up to max
Yeah,
level.
Yeah. I was
Cooking sauce.
thinking of being like a chef in the Low Bay Luxury Lounge or something like that, and then like
Oh, okay.
then going from there, you know. I'm like where
That's
else? Where
good.
else? 'Cause- Yeah, like a chef in the Low Bay Luxury Lounge. That's why I got herbalism. I go out in like the weird elven forest and do shit. I'm like, but I get to take administration because I got to manage a bunch of people. And then shit happen, and I'm probably doing something else in the future.
Yeah.
That's the general idea I have.
I mean, there's your thieving side, so it's probably the reason why
Yeah,
you're no
yeah.
longer working there.
Yeah, thieving, and then probably like like maybe like before then I did some wizarding stuff, and I can like use like some stuff like wizarding stuff to help out in the kitchen.
But you're putting a high end thief. You have the opportunity to take cryptography. That's fucking
Is that a thing?
yeah.
I've never seen that one. Yeah, but like maybe later on. Okay, no, not actually.
You could be passing on messages,
Bro,
doing Caesar ciphers
make my own
Because-
ciphers.
because everyone's so retarded that you can't use more complicated ciphers. Maybe you could do.
Alrighty.
I mean, they probably broke them. But
Do they
it's
have?
just
Do
like
they
not
have?
everyone
Do they have
knew it.
like normal number theory? Can you do like RSA ciphers?
I don't know because I don't know what you're talking about. So probably no.
It's like a. It is like some elementary number theory.
I know, like I would imagine probably because I mean, like at least for some probably very niche though. Like most
However, I
academics
think it
were
was
like.
in the real world. It was invented in like 1973. I think.
Oh, I know like a lot of ciphers. I know some ciphers were invented like thousands of years ago. They're just like pretty
Mhm.
basic
Yeah.
by modern standards at least.
DM, does an axe proficiency do all the 3 axes?
Battle axe, hand throwing axe, hatchet, two-handed axe, sword axe, and mace axe, but they don't really exist. So yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at axe, but I'm saying like, well, maybe
And
I'm
axe.
an axe guy. I don't know.
And axes are
I don't
pretty
know what
versatile.
this
They're not
guy
bad to have. You throw them.
Yeah.
You can melee with them.
You can throw. Yeah, these are all things you can both use. Kinda. Besides the quarter
I-
staff.
I would not use a regular battle axe or hand axe for non-battling purposes. Like, so you're cutting down a tree with it, I wouldn't do. If you're just like trimming branches, I think that'd be fine.
Okay.
I would, they would. I think those axes are a lot more brittle, or like not as made for the task.
That's fair.
Probably destroy it. You probably destroy it unless you have like
Okay. This is what I'm looking at for weapon proficiencies. But I could technically have more than 4 because I could use some of my language slots for weapons. Technically.
Yeah. So maybe you can like look through your what non-weapons you want and then go from there. And
Well,
see
you
if
use
you
language slots for weapon proficiencies.
if you
That's
have
fucking-
extra, yeah.
That's
If you're a
OP.
fighter,
If
you're a fighter, I think.
yeah.
And then if you have extra, yeah. So high-end fighters are cool. Okay.
What do I need for healing? What is healing?
Anatomy, healing.
and healing, so 3 slots.
I think anatomy is
3
1.
slots? Ooh.
Healing is
Anatomy is
Anatomy
good
is
because you can
one.
use it. You can use it to argue for anything.
fruit. Oh, they're both 1. They're both
Yeah.
1, I think.
Yeah, they're both 1. Yeah.
Oh, but no, I see healing costs extra because in the priest sphere. That's why.
Right,
That's
because
why
I
it costs
don't
extra.
have-
Yeah. So it costs 3 total, I believe, for you.
Yeah.
You want both. 1 for anatomy, 2 for healing. Yeah. And I
What
took
does
herbalism.
anatomy do here?
Letting you know how bodies work.
Oh, anatomy is required for healing.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's like specifically human anatomy for that one as well.
You just take math and engineering.
Human
I think they're both 2 slots.
anatomy is 1. Healing is 2. Okay, so that's 3 spent.
And anatomy
And
is
does
int
herbalism help?
-2. Oh, I took herbalism.
Oh, you
That's
took
right.
herbalism. Okay, so
Yeah.
we can combine those. What else you were saying, Skits? Sorry.
I was just telling you like what the stat report was for them
Ah.
for anatomy. Anatomy is int -2,
Okay.
And healing is wisdom -2.
Okay.
And please keep in mind that healing gives you the round after damage proficiency check for 1d3 hit points.
Round after damage. Right. Okay, now I gotta keep track of that.
Don't worry, we'll remind you in the early game. You don't remember.
Thank you.
And if they
well,
tend
you
a
won't yell,
wound
yeah.
within 1 hour of its infliction, they can heal 1 point with a successful check.
Okay, so 1d3
Repeat
for
that
like the
again?
round after.
And else 1, yeah.
Okay. So you already took all the things that you need for cooking.
Yeah, the only
Basically?
thing I didn't take was animal lore, but yeah, but the kind of like a more niche thing I can pick up later on.
And what do I need for wizard? Okay, so I definitely
I
need
didn't take any wizarding things, by the way. Just if you want to take wizarding stuff, feel free to.
common and oh yeah, so common and the writing common. Like, literacy. That'll be 2, right? The speak common and the read common. Okay, so that's 5 spent. I have 4 more. What magic guide things are there?
So
There's,
what do we have in wizard proficiencies? Ancient history, ancient languages, astrology, astronomy, cryptography, gem cutting, herbalism, religion, spellcraft.
spellcraft. What's that? What's that to?
Like identify spells that are being cast.
Observing or overhearing a spell cast, getting a good look at the spell components lets the character make their proficiency check. Success means the enchantment is recognized.
Okay.
So it allows you to understand what other people are casting or what is being casted around you. Ancient history, as ancient languages, does not exist as a proficiency. Ancient history does exist. It is history tales. So understanding like the old tales that have become more relevant since turns out there were no tales at all.
What is arcanology?
Arcanology is a
That's
weird
what Pop
thing.
used all the time, right?
That is like the knowledge of things in the arcane sphere, so magic items that may be known about, knowledge about wizards of old, things like that. So
Okay.
not that great of a proficiency in this setting.
I feel like that was just a light diss on top.
Wait, what?
Okay, I think I'll take the good one then.
I mean,
What?
maybe it is good, spellcraft.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe.
You need to run into other spellcasters for it to be meaningful.
What are the odds of that?
That would allow me to at least see what spells Skits is casting.
I will not tell you otherwise.
You wouldn't
Research
tell
is
me-
also
yeah.
good if you want to research spells.
Oh,
It's really good.
research.
Yeah, if you want to research spells, research is really, really, really good.
Well, okay, that sounds very tempting.
I mean, like halves your cost or time, or something. Not half your time spent researching.
That would probably something you can pick up later on though, because I'm never going to research
that's
any spells
true.
immediately. Probably don't have the money to research spells. The bigger thing, you have the time.
So spellcraft allows you to just see what another person is casting, but it wouldn't allow you to really react to it.
I mean, if you know the person is trying to charm you.
It
Might
seems
give
like more
you-
of an out of combat thing.
Yeah.
Or like knowing like what like an effect is if you're unsure.
I
Like
think
somebody
by
tells
the
you
books,
I'm casting a tongue spell, and then instead he's definitely not casting tongues. Would be very relevant to know.
Yeah.
I think by
That's
the
true,
books, spellcraft is required to do research, but we overlooked that in the previous campaign.
At
But
least
then
it
it
doesn't
covered-
say it in the spellcraft thing.
Yeah, but I feel like I read that somewhere, like in research or something, maybe.
Well, there are like 3 or 4 different research rules, right?
Hmm.
Depending on which book you're
Yeah,
using.
there is a lot of different research.
And you're taking artistic ability? Tough.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm taking artistic ability, tumbling, and writing because I want to be able to read and write.
Is there any things you could I could help you with, Skits?
I think
For-
it's like
for cooking
everything, so I
stuff.
think I'm good.
Survival.
Oh, survival would be good too. Yeah, that's true.
Like being able to skin. What would be like?
I took
skinning and
but
cooking?
I have butchery. I
Oh,
or I guess,
okay.
yeah, I don't have
Um,
leatherworking, but not I
yeah.
have butchery.
So leather working would be a way to maybe make some money. Survival is a way to outsource cooking ingredients.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ah,
I took herbalism might help a bit with that, but yeah, survival. probably
Herbalism
would be all-
helps with getting herbs and spices.
That's true. Yeah. So I can't I probably can't get the food, but if but I can or at least first I can get all like the core ingredients, but I can get like I can use it real well if I get it.
Yeah, you can get the core ingredients pretty well. You can get herbs and spices pretty well. You fail on the third part.
Yeah, if I get you give me a corpse in front of me, I can or a body, I can do real well with it. Getting the body is the hard part.
So survival would be one proficiency you don't have, which I think would be a bonus to a party, just generally speaking, also
Yeah.
because of food weight.
Also,
Yeah, I could.
what's the vibe for a wizard fighter? Where do you become a wizard fighter?
good question.
Probably depends on where you started. Or like you're doing it both at the same time, so yeah.
Yeah, maybe if you think about that, you can find more appropriate proficiencies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah, because I could also probably drop baking and brewing potentially if you can't squeeze survival in there.
Do you
Or maybe
think
I could probably drop administration too. It's not really required. That's more of a flavor thing.
Because for a wild mage, survival would make a lot of sense because you blow shit up or in the middle.
Yeah, you could be
Or-
like
you're
isolate
"Oh,
a lot.
fuck,
Yeah,
What the fuck?
but do we need survival that much?
I think it would be good for. I could take it if we're unsure. If you don't want to take it, I think it would
A
be
wizard-
good just for what we're doing.
It's mostly because I did a lot of survival last campaign, so I'm.
Oh yeah, I can do it for
slightly-
sure. Then I don't mind doing it then.
A wizard fighter feels like a nobleman because like, who the
Yeah,
fuck has
kinda.
resources to get fighter training and wizard training?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
So I don't know if you would
Oh.
have survival.
Part of the military and security guild.
Oh, okay. One reason I shouldn't do
that's true.
survival. Okay, I got a question for how many times do we do survival checks?
Not so
Like how-
much because the only time it really came into play was when Reuven was alone.
Okay, the only reason I'm asking because it is wisdom based, and currently my wisdom is absolute dog shit.
What is your wisdom?
5.
Survival.
It's wisdom
could-
based. Yeah.
I could also take survival instead of
yeah,
artistic ability.
Yeah,
I
I think it, like,
maybe you
makes
don't
sense.
have survival to
No, it
begin
takes-
with, and it comes up.
Survival takes
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
I can't take.
Yeah. Oh wait, is it also? Oh, it's only fighters can take it too. Oh, warriors. Okay, or where I don't know the slot. I have to give up 3 slots for it. That's a bit rougher as well.
So what is survival giving us? It's giving us the ability to get rations and.
Probably like more easily get like raw materials for like cooking stuff.
Yeah.
That isn't like spices, like animals, that sort of stuff.
So question, is that like helping us
Wait,
in a way?
wait! Before you guys overthink this shit, survival is not even a proficiency on its own. You need to take like a survival in a specific terrain.
Oh, that's true as well. Yeah.
The shit
Yeah.
sucks ass. It just costs.
Yeah,
too
probably
much.
not useful for us. Yeah, it costs too much and too specific for us when we're spending too much on it. I think. Yeah. I think it would be good to have. But I think it's just too expensive.
Yeah, it just costs a lot, and you just don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
We can just fucking raw dog it.
True. I got herbalism. Okay, I'll go get a bunch of like I don't know fungus or something.
Herbs.
Nice. Yeah, we'll eat a bunch of like peppercorn. Okay, just peppercorn.
I got 16 strength. I can just carry fucking rations.
But
Bro.
specific question, DM, for survival. Is
Mhm.
it like to supplement us being able to not just buy from villages, but be able to get stuff our own? Or is it like for a specific food, we might need a specific foraged ingredient that that will somehow we won't be able to buy from a village? Is that like an angle here?
No, it's
Oh, yeah,
just the
it's-
first one.
Okay. just-
Survival will only give you like garbage resources.
Okay.
They're good enough to
Yeah, I
survive.
think-
You don't have to carry them, so that's good. But yeah,
Okay, I think we can probably go without it then.
if you need something like super specific for a reason, then this is definitely not covered by survival basics. Then it's something very specific, and then you need to know what you're looking for and where to look for it.
I might. So, are you taking Adam? I might just take administration as well, or like, do you think you're taking it, Skits, or do you think you're not?
I have it currently, but I could take something else if need be. If you want to take it,
Well,
I'm not like
it's not
my
that-
my rationale for it is that if I'm like a head chef or like a chef at a thing, it might make sense to have it, but it's not like I don't think it's required.
Actually, you know, I might learn it from you later on the game if we survive.
yeah,
That
sure,
might be an interesting thing. So,
yeah, sure.
but bureaucracy. Now that.
Oh, I don't have that. Yeah, that you can take that for sure. That's all you. I'll leave that one for you.
Now
That makes sense. That makes more sense for you. And my character does not make sense for that for you. If you're doing like the noble, like a higher end person route, like higher up in society, that could work.
Okay. These are currently my non-weapon proficiencies. Oh, they aren't fully filled out, but that should be 9. Because 5 from int.
1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Yeah.
Wait, is that all of your things?
Spellcraft too.
I'm
Spellcraft
debating
is
on
there.
if I want to drop spellcraft.
I don't think
Yeah.
it's that good.
Yeah, I mean, you can also just pick it up later, like if it becomes necessary.
I will think on that a bit more.
You take sage knowledge. That shit is fucking days.
Yeah.
You like a bunch of options, like shit. You like basically like real good in a specific field. I would.
Yeah, sage knowledge. Wait, sage knowledge is actually really, really good. I think you can actually get bonuses to your spell turn checks if you get like sage knowledge in like some particular, in like evocation or something.
There's just no reason why he would have sage knowledge.
If I'm
He's a
like
fucking noble.
20, if I'm like 20,
Yeah.
I'm a sage.
22. I'm the
22
sage in this field.
multi-classed.
Yeah, level 1.
I'm a
You know, maybe
sage.
maybe he was a good boy. You know, he just
Yeah.
been very
I'm a
ardent in studying.
Specialist.
Real studious.
boy. Ooh,
What's your-
heraldly. That actually might.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
If
You
I am
etiquette too.
going.
Etiquette too.
Heraldry
that's
isn't
true.
like in other settings might be more reasonable to have than in this setting.
But etiquette, that was a good one.
Etiquette
might
is a
actually-
that one
good
actually that was useful for me. Yeah, when I had it.
Both
If you're in the higher
etiquette,
society.
etiquette, bureaucracy, and administration are all kind of relevant since there will be some bureaucracy, administration, and etiquette with getting into dungeons, anyways, and dealing with the
Ooh.
Oh, and I do
Dungeoneering
have
Association.
charisma.
So
Wait,
If-
which
if-
were the 3? Etiquette.
bureaucracy, administration, etiquette. Like
Okay.
maybe you want to go and make like your own dungeon people guilds, so then bureaucracy and administration are super relevant.
What
Those
about
options.
artistic ability?
Yeah, if you want to
can-
draw
you-
your emblem.
The
Yeah.
Logo.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. We can workshop and you can draw it out. Give us
Hell
some
yeah.
sketches.
I can also flex my fucking huge biceps.
Hmm.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm switching spellcraft to etiquette. Might pick up that later.
Hmm.
I think you should have one spare one as well. That
Yeah,
can
maybe
cost
I'll-
one.
Yeah, we'll see.
We seriously don't have a bag of holding. We don't have pouches of holding. We don't have a
We got
portable
we got
vault.
we got your muscle. What do you mean?
You have a
And the-
backpack.
We ended the game with
Everything.
84,000 GP worth of gems.
Dude, we're flooding the market right now with so much shit.
Fortunately,
I
Osmo
want-
has all of this shit in his bag of holding and fucked off with it, so.
Yeah. I mean, I still had I think I had like 20k gold or something in my person when I
Yeah,
left.
but you
They just
cashed
say
out everything for your
Osmar
monastery.
teleports and gives us like 10 sapphires and then he leaves.
Yeah, probably. I just hand me
Look at
some
that.
money and
Yeah.
I
yeah,
sense
here's
something
your share of the
similar
money.
in you to me. Here, have some sapphires.
Here's also a staff that can talk to you. And a +5 and a +3 Frostbrand sword from Reuben.
Here,
Yes.
your friend might need this. Then you give you a wand of fire.
Uh,
Then you just go to every fucking cave room and just blast the fucking wand of fire in there.
Okay.
Oh my!
So
It hurts to look at my old inventory, dude.
yeah, I know. It's super bad.
Don't.
Our proficiencies are mostly sorted,
Yeah.
which means does any one of you want to have a relevant background in the kingdom, or all of you just random shitters from the street?
I think
I'll have to think on it some, but I have an idea.
I'm currently leaning on towards yes, some
Yeah,
sort
the
of.
same.
Coming from a guild, like so you're aware of what it means. You have access to resources, but you also have liabilities to them. So having coming from like a wizard school from one of the guilds, or like being part of the military and security guild, you would be on leave for adventuring and going into dungeons, but you're expected to report back to the guild and also share knowledge and resources back with the guild. You would have easy access to military equipment, which might be relevant, but that's like the drawback.
I got a question real quick. Since I'm thinking of more of like a lower class mage guy, but like worked his way up. How likely would it be for there to be like predatory people, like like, oh, this guy can like become a wizard, and I can just put like a predatory contract on him?
Unlikely.
Okay.
That's like if you have like high enough int to qualify for one of the wizarding schools, then you want to qualify for one of the wizarding schools and go there. And if you're not from one of the wizarding schools, you are kind of just a random person in the streets.
Okay.
Maybe now with adventuring becoming more of a mainstream thing, maybe now people would be starting to look into wizards.
Yeah. Okay.
And especially there might be some level of underground pressure to find wizards to get stuff from dungeons.
Okay.
But as a level 1 wizard, you're probably just somebody to be observed until you get like level 3, 4.
Question: has there in recent generations, probably of humans, been any like big falls of factions or family or something like that? Has there been any? Has it been very like everyone's just following the status quo, or have some like families fallen, or have there been any like political, I don't know, coups or something like that?
Political coup is probably too much of a statement. There's a reason why the Chosen of Kaskatar existed. They are like outcasts of society. There was something going on there. And then we also have the repeating cycle of commoners' councils coming into a standing and then not really having a way to like being like the son of a commoners council. You have standing because your parents had money and influence, but if they didn't choose to do something with the money and the influence, then you're kind of just somebody who has a very good starting position for your life. So that's
Okay.
kind of where like random, well-educated, not so much trained commoners come from.
But like was the guild system, like the tops of the guild systems, were they like political family based, or is that very like singular person by person based type situations? 'Cause I think I recall something about when Oliver was talking about with the military guild people of like military families that
Yeah,
that
families tend to be part of a guild,
okay.
but there's not that clear of a like these are high-ranking families in the guild and they're always high-ranking, and these are low-ranking people in the guild. Inside of the
Okay.
guild, there's more of a meritocracy. So if you perform well, then you get better chances. If you're trying to get into more administration and more leadership roles, then you have the possibility.
Okay.
Can you leave guilds if you join them?
Yeah, you can leave guilds. Yeah.
Okay, is there any like social? Is there like any like legal or social penalty for potentially leaving one?
There is a large social penalty because you no longer have access to the structure of the guild, and you no longer have a job.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you like if it's like frowned upon to jump around between guilds or like do like contract basis. Like I'm gonna join this guild for a year and then take a bit off and join back again. I'm not sure if that's like a thing.
Barely.
Okay,
There's
that's all.
sometimes people who move from one guild to a different guild for very good reasons, but that's not a random occurrence.
I gotcha. Okay, so yeah, generally like locked into a guild when you're in one, unless you just leave.
Yeah, you're kind of locked in your like your dad was a farmer, so you are a farmer, so you're part of the farming guild.
Yeah, okay, I see.
What else would you do?
No, I see. I'm thinking coming up with ideas. Thank you for the context.
And another question. Things with like the royal family are chill. There hasn't the same line has been for hundreds of years or something. Hasn't been any.
Ruben wants to play another, or Michael wants to play another noble character. That's
No,
right. A disgraced noble.
Yeah.
Again.
It's my jam. It's my jam. You know.
No, I just found it really funny. I just found a little. I didn't. The comparison was very funny. I could, because it was, yeah. That's all. Not mean to anything by it.
It's chill. The royal family has always been very small. Some people marry into the royal family, so the current queen is probably at some point looking to find somebody to have offsprings with.
Wait, so the royal family is now like a thing? Before it was voted on, right?
I think it was like always
Yeah,
like the royal family because they didn't have much power, right?
Yeah, the royal family exists as source of the power of everything in the kingdom, but they are like the social structure is more parliamentary.
It's kind of like the British system for like in like the 19th century or so, where like they had like the monarch had like soft power but not like hard power. Okay.
They have like if they really want to exude their power, we might run into very quick uprisings, but so far they seem to be managing quite fine.
Wait, so
I think it helped the relationship.
Just to clarify, the person that said "fuck the guilds" were we are the ones doing the adventuring expeditions.
That was the queen.
Sorry, can you repeat that? You cut off.
That was the queen.
Okay.
or the royal court. That's like, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I just mixed up the queen with the common council.
No, that's the queen. So the royal court does the queen, and then all the judicial system is sits underneath the queen. They don't sit with the councils; they sit with the royal might.
Okay.
Okay. So like the people who interpret, so like the council like writes the laws, and the judicial system interprets the laws. I'm guessing
Yeah, kind of,
acts
yeah.
okay. Nice. Okay.
And also the royal advisors are part of all of the councils, so they also mingle in there, but more observing than working and vetoing if something goes wrong, and or deciding A or B if stalemates.
And the Commoners Council, those councillors only stay for a set period of time, and it's not very long.
All councils are voted in for 5-year periods, and the every councillor gets voted after 5 years. And for the guilds, since they kind of decide more or less who is getting voted to be part of the council, their people have longer lasting periods. And for the Commoners Council, it changes every 5 years.
Okay. So there's no Commoners Councillors that stay for multiple periods.
No.
Okay.
Which has in large parts to do with the fact that the guilds try to recruit Commoners Councils into the guild after the terms.
Ah.
Out of the goodness of their heart, of course, because they realize how good they were at their job.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this is a more general question that we might not know, and you might not want to, like, that might be difficult to know for a character. But like, is the stability between the guilds and each of the guilds and the royal family like solid, or is there a bit of like, we could have a lot more power between us if the king was gone or the queen? Is there some sentiment there?
You wouldn't know.
Okay.
But then again, there just very recently has been a clear sign, a clear showing of strength from the royal court by saying no guilds, dungeons are off limit for you.
Which
That hasn't happened before.
The last time before that the Royal Council did something outside of the guilds was the grant to the weird blue guy for Hatana Island. That was also done by the Queen and not by the Council.
Okay. Well, it's kind of similar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the difference that the guilds didn't have any interest in Hatana Island, so and the guilds very much have interest in the dungeons.
So, well, fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
Know what she's doing.
it's very possible there's some negative sentiment there from the guilds.
Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. Yeah. It's
Okay,
very.
I love my queen.
True.
Yeah.
And with a blade, I shall defend her.
And with spell from me. Spell and shadow.
And I stab someone with a dagger if they hurt her.
And cast magic missile.
True. One magic missile.
A singular missile. that is magical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh.
The last background one could have, which might be interesting for Toff, would be part of the cleaners.
The
They
cleaners?
yeah, the cleaners. They are more of a mercenary group, although people become very loyal to them. So you could be part of the cleaners for 3 months and then leave, and that's fine. But
Well,
many people stick around.
Well, I
yeah.
was thinking, and you can tell me if this works.
Mhm.
No, wait, is there still any bandits or goblins around, or have those been eradicated?
To your knowledge, at the moment, the last problem that happened was the sacking of Forsten, which was caused by the dungeon.
Okay.
Nothing since the last campaign, pretty much, aside from that.
Okay.
The first reoccurring hobgoblin raiding party accidentally ran into Reuven, so.
I think I ran into one as well. That's all
Unlucky,
there at one point.
unfortunate for them.
Or did they run into Oliver?
I remember I attacked some hobgoblins.
Somebody
in the
was like
middle of the night.
randomly riding
Yeah.
around and ran into them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that was me, and I just
Yeah.
slaughtered them all.
Yeah.
They were born evil.
True. I mean, they attacked me. Okay, literally, I wasn't even trying. Just ran into me and attacked me.
Didn't even know they were there.
I did. I was literally. I had a lantern out that had like 60 feet of vision.
Yeah. No, they ambushed you. Yeah. Bad choice, but you know.
Okay.
The cleaners, for sake of explaining, they are affiliated with the monastery since
Oliver's monastery?
Oliver's monastery. Since Oliver, as the sacred guardian, kind of took it upon himself to solve the problem of the planes. So the cleaners are. Have become appointed by the Queen to solve the planes issue. They oversee entrance to the planes, and they also raid the planes on schedule 7 days after the first floor reset, and they clean it out.
Sorry, can you talk to me about this a little bit? First floor?
Yeah, the dungeons, they have different layers. Yeah, so
Okay.
for the planes, I think like last time I told you, like there's at least 4 confirmed layers. There might be
And
more.
this is the name planes. That
Is
doesn't mean
this
that it's like
dungeon?
okay, but yeah, but it's not like a plane. It's like
No,
it's a
it's the
underground.
planes plural, which refers to what the world behind the dungeon portal looks like. So the planes is an open plane.
They're portals.
Yeah. The dungeons are portals. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I missed that detail.
Okay. Yeah. So from where we are starting, like months ago, like nobody exactly knows when exactly it happened. This gate appeared in accidentally or maybe randomly, maybe purposefully in the middle of the plains of this kingdom, and behind this gate lies a different plane of existence, which kind of also looks like planes. And you can travel there, you can travel back from there. And the first adventurers who went in there, they found out some things. So some things about the dungeons are known, at least about the 2 that are known about publicly at the moment. And they have different layers. You enter through the portal, you end up in the entrance hall of the first layer, and then somewhere on this dungeon layer, there's an exit that leads down, at least for the planes, that's the case, into the next layer. which also looks like a plane. Yeah. And the big problem with the sacking of Forston was that the dungeon layers, they are kind of on a circling time-based event. There's the common cycle, and then there's the large cycle. The common cycle is what happens from day to day, or at least it feels like from day to day. It's different plane of existence, so who knows? There's some things going on with this. And then there's the large cycle, which is how long does a dungeon layer stay as it is, yeah? And after a seemingly random amount of days have passed on one dungeon layer, it kind of breaks down on itself and resets to day 0. And with the resetting came at some point at least the problem that creatures from inside of the dungeon had found the exit, and as the dungeon layer was collapsing, they ran out of the dungeon and then attacked the settlement next to it.
Okay.
That's why the cleaners have been instated to solve that issue, and they take care of the first layer of the Plains dungeon to make sure that it's always cleared before it collapses.
Okay. And what kind of monsters were they, like
Goblins
or...
and kobolds are on the first layer of the Plains.
Okay. So I was thinking like how my character got into, fighting. And the original idea I had was that, as you said, we're not like a big time circus with a bunch of funding.
Mhm.
So, maybe if there's like goblin raids or something, we have to kind of work as like guards simultaneously, because we can't afford, or we don't have the budget to like hire a big guard corps for our entourage. Or
Mhm.
maybe we have some guards, but it's not enough or something. But it doesn't sound like there is goblin raids.
I
So I'm
mean, at
thinking
least
it's
like a few years ago, that was a way more prevalent problem, traveling along the roads, or maybe if you're cutting from Port Bream to Tarrega through the countryside, running into hobgoblins, orcs, goblins was an issue. Kind of
okay.
got kind of clubbered down by some crazy people who invaded the forest and murdered everything. So that's not that much of a problem at the moment. Yeah. But,
Okay. So maybe that's how I got started, but I probably
Mhm.
didn't leave the because this was 2 years ago then, so I probably didn't stop being a entertainer at that point yet. So I'm just thinking how I tie into
Yeah, I mean,
this
this would have
now.
been like, how old are you now? Like 20?
Yeah, something like that.
So 6 years ago, when you got into the ripe age of starting to defend your group, that would have been a prime issue.
Okay, that was still quite a long time ago.
Yeah. No, but you definitely like getting trained into
Yeah.
being skillful enough with a weapon to defend your caravan if you're traveling.
Yeah,
So
I'm just thinking about how I now, as a 20-year-old, transition into an adventuring group.
maybe fighting just way more fun.
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe with the dungeons and stuff, there's glory to be had. Gets greedy and cocky and arrogant. It's like, that probably pays better, and it's probably gonna be easy as fuck because I've been smashing these hobgoblins since I was 14.
You have at least
So
killed one of them, so
And survive.
true.
I mean, with these stats and with this intelligence, I guess my wisdom's not bad. I think my character is gonna be kind of arrogant. And I think that arrogance is deserved. I think he's killed a couple of hobgoblins. Uh, yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, the second layer of the planes houses hobgoblins and orcs. So
You know what? That's my bread and butter. Sounds easy. Easy
Mhm.
money. Is there like advertisements for you don't come be an adventure or
it's more word of mouth.
Okay.
Maybe the cleaners thing has been more advertised since that's kind of a political event as well.
Okay.
You know, there's this weird Sacred Guardian guy, and he kind of keeps making the rounds, promoting self-sufficiency without relying on the military and security guild because they kind of suck. So could very
Okay.
well be the issue that could very well be the case that after they decided to take it upon them to defend the lands from the dungeon problem, they might have let people know everywhere.
Do the cleaners get a good salary?
Free room and board, free board and food. What's the, there's a
Room and board, I think is this name now.
room and board.
That's housing, but yeah, I don't know.
And
But
then
no
like
cash.
a small amount of cash, but
I guess
Oh,
that probably just cover
definitely.
a lot of your expenses, though.
definitely
That's
better
different.
than being in the entertainment industry and being reliant on the entertainment industry doesn't pay well.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Like,
living
very much looked down
from
upon.
day to day without a certain outcome, and being part of the cleaners, there's definitely a certain outcome.
Yeah, sure. It's not provision space.
No,
Yeah, it's like more reliable, much more reliable, like income.
Yeah, you get a salary, probably not too much, and you are cared for.
Mhm.
And I mean, it's 1 day of work every few weeks in reality. So
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's maybe if he's joined up with the cleaners at some point, maybe that's where he picked up writing as well.
Mhm.
He's been with the cleaners for a long time before the campaign starts.
Yeah.
There's probably literate people in the monastery.
Yeah, that's literally what they do there. So which would make you knowledgeable of about at least 2 clerics that are also training there.
Yeah. Well, do they have swords?
No, they have maces because they're clerics.
Are they jacked?
Yep, they both are checked.
What the fuck? Are they more jacked than me? No way.
What's your strength?
16.
One of them. Yeah.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
fucking damn!
Is there like a gym where the clerics go and fucking rip iron?
Probably.
Probably, yeah, just
Yeah.
I just throw a casual fucking
Yeah.
epic fucking tumbling thing to show them who's boss.
Mhm.
It's not all about just fucking strength. You
And
gotta
they,
be fucking jacked, stacked, and dexterous.
then they go and heal your wounds when you tumble over and break your arm.
I got a fucking 17 in dex. I mean fucking. I'll roll a check right now. Is tumbling at minus something?
There's
probably
tumbling,
not.
tumbling.
Just flat 0.
Yeah.
0.
Just dex.
Dude, if you fail, this would be real funny.
Boom.
You gotta fail.
What the fuck?
You see, they do go over and heal your wounds. Okay, you bonk your head.
What the fuck? It's because I tried some really fucking hard. I tried to do
Yeah.
like a triple, quadruple, fucking.
Yeah.
What is it called?
Trying to
What is it called when they go like sideways and all around?
I do not know.
That's the weird word, I think. No.
I thought
Okay.
it was just something easy.
So you could be part of the, or like having been part of the cleaners, and maybe it got too boring for you, because it's like standing around in the in the sun a lot and telling people that they need to check if they can enter, and then every few weeks cleaning out the first layer, which is, I mean, it's kind of boring. So maybe that's your reason to leave and become a freelancer.
Yeah, I think it depends on what the other characters are doing. Like, is there, like, are we gonna be grouped up, or do we need to figure out how we run into each other, or?
You will be running into each other, like trying to get into making a group to get into a dungeon. That's just the question is which dungeon this will be. So
Okay.
both the plains and the labyrinth are available for you to start your dungeon experiencing in. If it's the plains, then I mean, it's just randomly sitting in monastery one day and looking for people to go with you, since you don't want to go in alone.
Yeah, but I just want there to be a good reason why I'm taking some other people.
Yeah,
and
maybe
not
like
other,
maybe like
other cleaners.
already.
Yeah. For the labyrinth, it's less like organized, but for the plains, definitely, since they don't want people to randomly die in there, they want you to be a group of 4 people to enter. And since you need to register with the cleaners to get the permit to go inside.
Mm-hmm.
That's like where this would happen. And for the labyrinth, you would be looking for people to travel with you there. So that's probably how
I'm
this
just
would
trying
happen.
to think. Yeah, I guess the others can talk about a little bit about their characters' beginnings. I'm just trying to think if we would know each other. Like, I could imagine my character knowing Skitz's character. Somehow,
Yeah.
I just have this vibe of like entertainment industry and Thieves Guild kind of going hand by hand by hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm like Thieves Guild yet, but like at least I'm not sure how that's
Oh,
playing
okay,
into
sorry.
probably
Okay.
like some to that, but I'm not sure how. I'm not sure there's probably gonna be some tied to it. I'm not sure how like strong the link is gonna be though.
I mean, if you are going with your, I was trying to become like chef in the Global Luxury Lounge, you would definitely have come across this traveling group of entertainers at some point during some event festival.
Oh yeah, probably
if you
very
are
least, like,
also into like organizing this type of stuff, then you would have interacted with them. So
yeah, that makes
Did you
sense.
end
Yeah,
up taking administration, or did Ruben take
yeah,
that?
I did take administration now.
Okay.
I probably might have like interacted with you, or at least like your the person who manages you at some point, and probably like probably familiar enough with you, like
He knows I'm fucking jack stacked.
Yeah, you're strong. Like you, I saw you
it's
swung
a
that sword.
crazy tumbling guy, you know.
They swung that sword, tumbled real well.
Mm-hmm.
Carry a lot of shit and not get tired.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
if Michael is going with the maybe Communist Council offspring background,
Something like that, yeah.
then both of you would have been like both of you would be part of the communist class. So
Yeah, but that's like 60% of people.
no, it's a surprisingly low amount of people like not being affiliated with a guild because of their profession.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or at least the entertaining, at least the cook might be part of the artisans side of guilds, but low bay is weird. So
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting like an idea from what my character's gonna be. I'll have to think on it a bit more. But that's like the general idea is chef at probably in low bay area, and then like go from and should
Okay,
happen to
we'll
be a mage and thief at some point.
yeah. One of the priests, clerics that are currently in the monastery originally is from Low Bay. Maybe this is also the reason why you would be interacting with people.
Yeah, and I'm having like I'm thinking of like a reason to go adventuring. It's like the thing I'm thinking right now. Which I got a couple ideas in my head. I have to think about it a bit more.
I mean, you are willing to become, looking to becoming a chef, and now there opens up this totally new avenue of arcane-induced people don't really know what's going on there. That is like prime experimenting territory for anybody who's into cooking.
Oh, that's. I'm gonna write that down. That's a good call.
And also, since dungeon cooking is not the easiest task, since nobody knows what they are doing, being really skilled, having like a broad range of skills as well, is exactly what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I'm
not only
thinking of,
would
like-
you have a intrinsic reason to go into dungeons, also people would be looking for you to go with them into dungeons.
Mm-hmm. I think my
Yeah.
rough idea at the moment is that my character would have somewhat of an inferiority complex with someone like they're either related or something with. Like maybe their family was like part of the Artisans Guild. And, like they're like maybe not like prestigious, but like someone in there was like really prestigious at some points. And like they had to like live off that, whether it's like they're currently alive or dead. And I'm thinking like they're trying to like chase that high a bit of like get to like force it like get in that like that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe like someone they're like immediate that's still alive in their immediate family was like like maybe they're like the chef for like the someone famous in the capital or something like that. I don't know. Like then like and then but like my guy's not like a bad cook or anything, but just like not by comparison they're kind of shit.
Doesn't have to
Then,
be.
then this thing comes up and I can like this is my way to one up them. They're not going out
Mhm.
adventuring to get these ingredients. I could be the one to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's angle I'm going at the moment.
Michael?
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, more of a vibe check. When we said there wasn't really any big political like coups and stuff like that, but for like the Commoners Council people, like I'm assuming there's a possibility there of the like backstabbery and some like political shenanigans to happen. That's not just positive towards the Commoners Council councillor. Or
Becoming
is it
the
mostly just bribing?
becoming the council is a
Mhm.
big thing, since it kind of sets you up with a place to live, a pretty good income, and good chances for doing something afterwards. Coming from a maybe non-skilled labor part of society, slash a less influential society, part of society, and getting into like also like getting into the political wing of the other guilds. That's like a stepping stone there. So people are interested in becoming the Commoners Council, and if somebody is like designated to become, they might have a target on their back. Yeah, and also when they finish that term and like recently happened, decide to become a political campaigner afterwards, they also have a target on their back. So yeah.
Okay. That's one of the directions I'm leaning towards. The other interesting sounding part you said was the quote unquote faction of the cultists that I believe we killed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking if there could be any like angle from there. If like the cultist had set up anything like before last campaign happened,
Yeah,
years in the making.
they are called. They called themselves the Chosen of Cascatar, and not so long ago, suddenly a moon reappeared in the sky, which, at least to like everybody slightly suspicious, superstitious, looks like the silver plate that is the symbol of Cascatar. So there might be a resurgence of them or a rehabilitation of their beliefs. So
Also, I had an idea for like the counselor thing to just to throw out there for you, Michael. Your family could have been like, maybe like a candidate for like the Commoners Council, and then like they lost for some reason, like in the actual election as well. I mean, they put a lot of investment into it or something, and then they became like disgraced afterwards because they lost politically for whatever reason. Just throwing
Could
that.
there even
nice
be?
thought
Please say, Duck, if this is not possible. But could have there been a counselor that had a chance to go for that coveted second go, but was taken out because even or something like that? Is that could have been even possible?
There is a non-zero chance of a communist council having a second term, but not like going from one into the second. There is definitely a break in between.
Ah, okay.
So maybe 20 years ago they were a council, and then 8 years ago they were trying to run again, or
Uh-huh.
not 8. That doesn't make sense mathematically, but
Yeah.
Okay. So the same family, the same counselor could try again in the future if they got the counselor position, did a good 5 years, and then became like a real solid like campaigner, political dude, and then set themselves up to go again.
or set up their son to try to get the son elected, or something else like this. So a relative, like pushing a relative forward who has like some backing in the community. That's
Okay. And there would be some sort of likely there could have been a one sort of faction, some guild that could have not wanted that, or even like a side of the guilds.
Yeah, definitely. Like one guild tried to recruit them, and they had a falling out during the recruitment process, and now they kind of don't like each other that much. We had the recent thing with I think Rose was her name, who definitely has a target on her back from the military and security guild. They definitely want her gone, but they don't really want to mess with her because of problems. Yeah. She's tucked away quite safely in a place that they don't want to mess with.
Oh, is that the one that Oliver helped with?
Yeah. That's the one that you set up in Cape Ana. It's pretty well known that you set her up there. So
she's an administrator. What do you mean? I mean, she literally. I did literally do it for being basically a steward. It worked out okay. It worked out swimmingly.
Yeah. Unlike all the other towns, Cape Ana is flourishing. So
I wonder why.
Maybe because you gave her like 200,000 gold or something.
It was only 20,000 gold.
Okay, but that's actually a good point. That could be another new faction that could theoretically. It's too late. If it had been like 10 years, they could have technically like sponsored like a group of people.
It's been like 5 years since then or something, right? Like a few years since that.
Something.
Cape Ana thing.
Yeah.
Long enough for an election cycle, at least.
But a general question on like the individual politics level like this, does it get like bloody, or is it usually kept relatively peaceful? Or like, what's like the vibes there? Like, can it get the full on like
assassinations and stuff, or is it more like character assassinations?
Sometimes people die. Somebody might have murdered the owner of a very prestigious shop at some point in time. But it's definitely not because of one of the guilds. No. Definitely not.
Yeah, they're wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Never. Okay, I see. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking on like the character wise. My character is probably very like ambitious, very driven.
Mhm.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Maybe somebody who would want to uh, get like a hold inside of the Dungeoneering administration.
Like
Yes,
your ticket in for power. Yeah,
yes.
maybe you're not good at anything else, but like that's the thing. That's an angle you can go for.
Mhm.
Maybe that's just like the quickest, easiest solution. Yeah, rather than go a slow,
Yeah, but
methodical route. There's an opportunity that has
yeah,
arisen.
I had the. You could have had these all like plans for the next 15 years. Okay, I'll do this job, and this, and I like try to do these political maneuvers. But now, like this whole new opportunity has arrived,
Yeah.
right? To be able to scale up that the mountain of politics that much quicker.
Mhm.
Mm.
That could be, yeah. So, because if this faction of the Dungeoneering Guild is able to get up and running and doesn't get killed in the cradle, the higher ups of such a guild could become possibly even close to the higher ups of the other guilds. Who knows?
Or just,
Yeah.
or the people who helped out that guild, they'd probably, like, even if you're not a part of it, they would have to help you. They'd probably help you out in return.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
Like
they
maybe if you want to do the
definitely
Commoners Council stuff, you can just be like, they helped you out, and they can help, help out your campaign and stuff like that, and all that sort of stuff.
Mhm. And they're definitely looking for commoners because they don't want the guilds to be that involved in the Dungeoneering administration.
Mm.
Is that actually a thing here that all three of us would be commoners?
I
You kind of ended up kind of from your background to be all commoners, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe my family is part of like the Artisans Guild, but I probably left it at some
Mm.
point for whatever reason, because more family tension. Why not?
Yeah.
We like our family attention here, don't we, folks?
Hmm. So yeah, there's
Right.
options for background reasoning, which you can like sleep over, think over a bit, like come up with your internal reasonings. I would just like I kind of need to know before next session which dungeon you would want to start in.
I think the
Ooh.
planes probably makes the most sense, but I'm not like hard and fast on that for me. I don't really have a preference. The main reason I want to see the planes because we did the labyrinth last time, and even though it's gonna be different, we're gonna get a different taste for it.
Similar to Skids, I'm kind of scared of the labyrinth.
Yeah, I'm less scared. I'm more like I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it first session, first dungeon to labyrinth. That's the only thing. I want to get our feet wet a bit first with it before we
Also,
go
it's
pop back into
it's
that.
kind of far away.
Yeah, and also probably be a bit more like hassle in terms of like logistical stuff. So the planes will be like a bit more maybe like combat challenging, but less logisticy. So we can more easily be like. It also makes more sense for like if it's our first trek together, or like our first like or like one of our earlier adventures. We're probably not gonna march all the way out to the fucking labyrinth. That's like halfway across the kingdom or like across the realm to do it. If we've never done anything with each other,
I
or like
agree.
barely on.
Do you have any strong thoughts, Toph?
I mean, I feel like the planes is just closer by, so I think it makes more sense.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will 95% start off in the monastery. So you would all be meeting up in the monastery unless
Well,
you have a reason to know each other beforehand or like interact with each other beforehand.
Yeah, just so that we have like vibes check. Do we have like a feeling of like who is recruiting? Is that everyone just happens to be at the right place, right time? Nobody came in with like a plan of
Yeah, did
gathering
we like
people, or
paired together by did we all like, hey, we all want adventure, and like, okay, we're all gonna, you guys all seem fit together, or like, yeah.
There is not an endless supply of adventurers, so it could literally be just like 5 people hanging out in the monastery looking to freelance at this point in time. So that would
Okay.
make it a necessity for you to interact with each other, or you can decide that you have met before and know each other and already traveled here together, and we can sidewave the how do you meet question.
I like that. I like that option a bit more, but if you guys want to do first instructions at the start, I'm not too.
I also like that. I also prefer for our characters to kind of know each other first. Not like
Yeah.
maybe super deep, but
Yeah.
I just want to get like a vibe for it. Like, did we meet by, you know, uh, like I don't know, I just want there to be like a reason why we're here doing
Yeah, and
what
why
we're
we're working
doing.
together, that sort of
Yeah.
stuff as well. Yeah, so I guess one question is, how long would we want to have known each other? Like, we don't have all don't have to be the same answer, but like, it would be like recently, is it like days, weeks, months we've known each other, you know?
I think I think our characters at least align in the way that we at least know of each other. We probably don't know each other like super well, but we know
Mhm.
of each other.
Oh, I got an idea for you, so sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
So would your character have left the entertainment thing like recently?
Yeah, it was the planes haven't even been that long, right?
Yeah. So I was
So yeah,
thinking like
I was
maybe
kind of
like your
thinking that.
troop or something went through like Low Bay if I was in Low Bay, and then maybe my character was thinking of leaving, and then like we both like maybe had a conversation or something like that, and we both like, and then maybe that was like the catalyst for leaving for both of us at least, like at least interact, getting together. You can come maybe like more detail, but like I don't know how that sounds.
Yeah, I like that. There, one option is also that because I probably want to spend some time in the monastery before we leave because I that's part of my thing. So
Mhm.
maybe we had a show in Terrega, or something, and then at that point I thought like, oh yeah, I want to go to the monastery, check this out, and then at some
Yeah.
point later our caravan came back to Lobay. Then when you hired them for the Lobay luxury lounge, they didn't have the epic fucking stacked, jacked, dexterous
Yeah, I might
bigot
have
pad.
asked like, oh, where'd that guy go? Like, how's he doing or whatever.
And then, they tell you that I was here, and then you were kind of thinking about going there for your ingredients and stuff. And then, maybe there's a good opportunity then.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
maybe that.
to add to that, if um, from my character's perspective, if I'm kind of ambitious and scheming, someone like Skitz's character that's maybe not super known for being a chef, but like with a little bit of like information gathering, could know about you. Could like I could be trying to scout you out
Yeah, sure. I'm probably.
specifically.
I'm probably like, my guess would be I'm probably like known in like Low Bay, like at least in the city itself proper. Like maybe you don't know my name, but if you like like you go, if like everyone does, but like how like like some people like you like they know the chef's name at like the high end restaurant sort of thing. Maybe like that those circle of people might know my name, and maybe since you're in the seems to be more upper crust, maybe like you caught wind from there.
Yeah, might be some talk
Yeah.
about the new up and coming chef in the Lobe Luxury Lounge who kind of comes from a family of well known artisans inside of Barrios and has
Yeah, it's like that.
defected.
It's like, oh,
So
like, what is he doing
there's some
here? Like it's nice to have him, but like I mean,
upper
seems
class
a little
trash
low
talk
brow.
going
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, there. I like it. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
the sly
like
insults, the compliment insults.
uh-huh. And apparent like for these dungeons apparently need chefs now. That's like what you
Hmm.
need, or like at least reading up on the information. That could be something.
Yeah,
Uh,
I was actually thinking of like that tie-in for like the thief stuff. Is that like maybe my character like when they first get the dungeon's been around for a bit. Maybe I went to like the black market to get some like ingredients beforehand before I go into the dungeons proper. Like I've messed around with that already a bit, and then that's like another interest that my character would have into it.
And like
Mhm.
if you're already going towards the plains dungeon, but like I somehow intercept you at some point, and you like say, "Oh, I already met this other guy," that's also real
Yeah.
interested in this dungeon, and he's real good. He's real strong. You
Mhm.
should see him. He can lift a horse.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, have you seen him? Like, I saw him tumble, like do like a triple backflip tumble maneuver while carrying, while wearing like a weighted belt.
Yeah, and like
Mhm.
my cacti like shine. Like, yes, we needed someone like that. We needed a meat shield.
We need a guy who can take a punch or two, take a stab, and not go down. So I could like run away when he gets stabbed.
Yes, exactly. You're already getting my character. Yes.
Okay. So we're kind of stacking up in the monastery, and yeah, I will present some NPCs to you to maybe pick up a fourth, which you would want to have to
So like
No.
a heal.
regulations and stuff.
Mm-hmm. You gotta follow
Can we
the
get
regulations.
near? Just near at full level.
The best you can get is
also-
clearing, okay?
Also, since we're speaking about characters that would know other characters,
Mhm.
I feel like Osmar would have an appreciation for this new character's fucking stuff,
Yeah.
So I definitely feel like Osmar would probably help him out, give him like a magic item or two.
Like a couple thousand, a couple of gems, just one or two gems. You gotta get
There's
it started.
There's a non-zero chance that if you live long enough, that you might get hired by Usma to do something for him.
True. I should be hired by Osmar as an entertainer for Osmar the Goat Day.
No, unfortunately, it's
All right.
something entirely different. But
All right. Two more things that a question that I have that are a bit
Yeah.
vague is gold, starting gold, and also
Oh,
how are we
yeah,
doing starting spells and starting spells. How are we doing those things?
Yes.
yeah.
I'm not gonna roll the spells right now if you don't look at them. I just want to get an idea of how we do them, and then I can tell you.
For starting spells, you take detect magic and read magic,
Okay.
just like this.
I think
And then-
color spray as well.
No, and then please decide on 5 spells that you want to learn. You can have them have a learning copy of them if you fail on first try, and we will roll for these spells for your first level spell stack.
Okay. I'll communicate with you two, you and Mike, Duck and Michael, about what I'm thinking. Because I'm gonna have to look through them another probably later. That would take too long right now.
And for your starting funds that you have remaining after dingling around and fucking around and getting your stuff that you want to have. We need equipment. Like, are we feeling very sleepy already, or do we have time for half an hour of equipment?
I can do
I'm
that.
good. It's only 2:00 for me.
Yeah. So then let's take a quick pee break and then do 30 minutes of equipment and stuff. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, be right back.
Brip.
Gumaran.
Hello.
Hello.
So are the starting spells any spells? Or just from universal magic spells?
No, they can be any spells.
Any
Except
spells.
maybe
Okay.
the only thing that Duck might restrict is the source. Is it like personal
Ah.
book or whatever?
Where did you look at the spell lists? Where did you find most convenient?
Well, actually, now that you mention it,
Hello.
Alrighty.
Alright,
Is
I'm
everybody
back.
here?
there's
Okay.
this really sick website you can actually use to. Wait. You can use to browse spells. That should work.
That is
Okay.
actually
Okay.
this
Okay.
really cool website that I'm using as well.
Oh, it's
Just absolutely
nice.
sick.
Oh, you can
Absolutely
browse by
sick.
spell. School.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Ooh, wow.
And you can search. That's probably
Yeah.
the biggest thing.
That is
Yeah.
nice instead of having to control F.
There's a
Yeah.
sign-in feature. What does this do?
You can log in and then save your characters.
Ah,
Your
I see.
spellbooks.
Ooh.
It's a
And
really,
it's all free?
yeah, it's free, and
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
the brilliant guy who programmed it must be really brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Must be.
Must be, yeah. No one but one person could program this.
Doesn't
Except-
this look amazing?
The only
really
problem
nice.
is it's on a free hosting thing, so if you use it too much, maybe we run out of CPU runtime.
How much runtime do you have?
I think I have a lot. It's never been a problem. Like not even
Yeah, I
close.
imagine it depends on how many people. If you get like a lot more people using it, probably run into issues.
Yeah, but when I was like deving, I did like massive like server like dumps of like removing all spells and adding all spells and removing all spells, and
Oh,
it
trying
never,
to stress
it
test
never,
it.
yeah, it never became a problem. So I don't think it should become a problem as long as you don't go advertising it too much.
Okay. Well, good to know.
So the 5 spells are just any spells, DM?
First level spells, you both are not specialized, so no secret Koibu spells.
Okay.
But other than this, it's fine.
All right. The only thing I'm gonna roll immediately for spell wise is just armor. I guess I just want to see if I can have it or not, so I can just go from there. I imagine one of us wants to have armor, Michael. So
Yeah.
I'll just roll first. I passed it. Okay. I have armor.
Okay.
Nice.
That's good. We can, if we don't want to cheat it too much, we can like have some of those spells that are like really common that we might have, but
Oh
I don't
yeah.
know.
I just wanted to see if you want to have armor, you can. I just wanted one of us to see. It makes easier to for like at least for character start because you might want to have armor at the start if one of us doesn't have armor. The armor spell.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the big thing. Is for equipment purposes. It might come up.
Do they get to? Oh my god! Wait. Do they get to choose which detect magic they get?
That's normal
There are
detect
different
magic.
ones.
Wizard detect magic from the player's handbook.
Oh, is there
Also-
multiple kinds of detect magic?
Yeah, if you're using the website, the sources for these for some reason are reversed on the detect magic.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. Anyway, I'm good to do other stuff, equipment now.
All right, equipment.
Yeah.
You can have like reasonable things that you need. So for the wizards, you have your spellbook. You can have a 100-page spellbook. That's non-issue here. And your proficiency equipment that you need. Reasonable things. So for you won't have any crazy expensive writing tools or anything like this. But for the cooking, you can have a pot or a skillet, or a pot and a skillet and cooking implements, depending on how much you want to hook around.
Mm-hmm.
And
So you said pod and what else? Sorry.
skillet.
Okay.
It's in the dungeon cooking. I think I wrote it down somewhere.
Yeah, I'll need to check it again.
So either the 15 pounds cooking pot or the 10 pounds skillet. Both are fine, used for different things, but and then you need your cooking implements so you're able to cook.
And I'm assuming clothes and stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking about clothes, and for all the NPCs, I just gave them clothing for £5, and that's like no longer think about it. That's
Okay. No longer doing the.
The belt buckles and
Yeah.
the boots.
Do I have hard boots or riding boots? How much do they weigh?
What about if I have like a fancy shirt or a regular shirt? Yeah,
And none of you have anything fancy, so that's
that's fair. Yeah.
also a non-issue.
Okay.
You're getting
So it's just £5
Dungeoneering
a
Administration
complete-
standard clothing equipment for £5.
Oh, also, I was thinking for XP, are you gonna keep track of the hit dice we kill since we're
Yes.
all fighters, or do we? Because yeah, we don't know
Uh,
the hit dice of things.
I have always kept count of hit dice.
Okay.
You're cool.
But
Cool like that.
now we need to make some changes on our end, like keeping track of spells cast and such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I need to
all
make
good.
Is there anything I need to care about?
I don't
hit
think so.
dice.
Yeah, you do. I
Sorry?
think it's just at the end of the session though.
Sorry, what did you say, Duck?
I said hit dice. Like for warriors, it's only hit dice of monsters killed. So, which is we have two fighters, so both of you need to be keeping track of hit dice.
Of what? What?
Hit dice
track of
of
hit
monsters. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know the hit dice of the monsters.
Yeah. You just keep track of the monsters you kill, and then I will let you know the hit dice.
Okay.
Oh, that's
And
the
is it-
monsters only they kill.
No, like
Wait, I
if you
thought-
as a group kill monsters, then
Okay.
I thought you said you could
Okay.
keep track of.
I
hit
keep
dice.
track of it. Yes, and just a two people remember more than one person. So
Okay.
at some points it might be relevant for
Okay.
you to keep track of monsters as well, so we don't forget any. Same for
Classic.
spells and stuff, and thief skills
Abilities.
used,
And like gold earned and stuff like that.
yeah,
But for fighters, it's just
Classic.
hit dice kills.
yes.
But is it like multiplied by your hit dice or something?
It's
It's
multiplied by
by
your
your
level and 10.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're like a level 1, you kill a 1 hit die monster, you get 10 XP. At level 2, you kill a 1 hit die monster, you get 20 XP, and then etc.
You get
Mhm.
20 bonus XP.
And the
It's gonna be
XP
bonus
charts
XP.
grow exponentially, right?
They do. You
Like
think they
doubles
double
every
for a
turn?
while?
Yeah.
They keep doubling for a while, I think, and
And
then
is
they
it like
level off.
for if using XP stuff? Is it like level 10 is pretty like the soft cap?
Um,
I think 9 is. It was depends on your class. I think for you it's 9, because then after 9, every level afterwards just 250k, just every time.
Okay.
Up
the-
until then,
250
it doubles.
And 250K is
experience
like-
gained from monster kills and hit dice becomes not the driving force behind leveling up. Yeah.
It
Oh.
is like 30, 12 hit or 30 full age red dragons for a level or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It slowed down a lot after level like 8 or 9.
So outside of your individual experience that you gather by performing things that you do. There's also like quests and goals outside, which will be, instead of being awarded as quest points before, now be awarded in raw experience.
Is there like an experience chart somewhere?
Yeah. If you go to Player's Handbook, Chapter 3 classes, and then under your individual, your warrior, and then should be table 14, warrior experience table or levels.
Oh, warriors, after they get the hit dice cap, they get +3 every level. That's still pretty good.
Yeah,
For wizards, it was +1, I think.
I think like clerics and rogues is +2.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad at all. That's like barely worse than the well.
The big thing is you don't get your con mod anymore past that point.
Oh, you don't get your con mod?
Yeah, it's only the con mod is only on hit dice, not on levels.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's still not bad, but better than the other classes for sure.
Oh my god, I just realized Reuven has fucking cracked saving throws.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I like it. Yeah. I need to get my saving throws written down because
Reuven has the best
Right,
of
I
both
haven't done
worlds.
that either.
forgot about that.
Do we as multiclassed have to compare both of them and see which is best?
I think
You take your best hit dice, your best saving throws, yeah.
Is it like per category or?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Wizard saving throws at level 1 are nice compared to other.
I actually don't have bad saving throws right now. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, because you're a fucking wizard.
Well, also I got like my I have like 2 rogue ones that are like 1 better.
Oh.
The problem is the rogue saving throws go up like fucking dog shit too.
Wait, where do you see saving throws?
Table 60. Table 60 in the player's handbook. I just know the table.
Also, thief skills. We have not. Somebody asked about if we are using book or rework or whatever. I'm totally fine with either one. The NPC thieves will be using book, but it doesn't really matter too much to me.
Yeah, I think I might go with book just because I think like the Koibu one requires like if you're just using that for the NPCs as well, because I think the book like Koibu's one has like unique mechanics for like locks and stuff, which I don't know if you want to deal with. But yeah, they have like lock difficulties and like takes different time depending on the quality of the lock. But I haven't like looked at it too thoroughly.
Yeah, for locks you will definitely be running into locks that are not solved by. They give you a malus on your check. So.
Okay. Maybe that could be fine. I'll look into it. And see, I'll let you know. I have not decided yet.
I mean, that's the time is one thing, and then but time won't be. Since you're probably not going to be heisting anyways, and we are on dungeon time, so.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. I'll look. I need to read Koibu's one because I haven't like glanced through it like a few years ago, or like when I last made a thief.
It's mostly for like for your thief skills, like how you level them up.
I think I might go with Koibu's. I think that one's kind of like I just gonna mess around with it. I've messed around with it before, and I messed around with the book one. So probably that one, but I won't assign the points right now because to read through everything.
Okay, just think about them and then let me know before next session where you are putting your points.
Yeah.
Since you should distribute your level 1 points. Okay, so equipment, clothes. You can have clothes. Mr. Full Fighter, you can have full chainmail. If you want, or less than full chainmail if you want to have less for some reason.
I'll take full chain.
Okay, it's 40 pounds, 5 AC.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Yeah. Your plate mail was like 70 pounds, I think.
Here. Wait. Where is this armor? This is armor partial. Oh, here it says.
And it's like achieve.
Yeah. Okay.
You do not want to have a shield, correct?
Correct. But I want to have 2 swords.
Alrighty. So you you want to have two long swords, right? Because you
So it took my
decided to
things.
go full stack in there. So you can take your two long swords, that's totally fine.
Nice.
You get a backpack, you get a bedroll, you get a pouch to put things in if you want to.
Like all my gems that Osmar gives me.
If he comes by and gives you gems, you have a pouch to put them in. Yeah, true.
Nice.
He has not yet appeared before you.
Okay.
And
Helpful.
you can have one additional tool, which could be a hammer, a what are they called? Crowbar,
Pickaxe.
or a pickaxe, or a shovel,
But axe.
or a wood cutting axe.
Probably wood cutting axe. That makes most sense.
Mhm.
I don't think actually now that I've spent at least a couple months here, is there some tool that would make sense that, the people would need me to use? Or that I
A
would need
wood
to
cutting
use?
axe.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought.
And then please roll me 2d6, 3d6, and 4d6.
Me?
Yep,
2d6. What was it?
3d6 and 4d6. That is your remaining cash on hand in gold, silver, and copper from 8, 9, 10.
That's not too bad.
9 XP. I thought I was supposed to have 100,000,000 gold.
No, that's in your bank. That's in your bank account. Yeah, that's the cash you have on hand.
We need to do a Tariga heist. There's this magic shop.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
true.
Reynard.
Hold them
there's,
ransom. Nothing bad will ever
chest.
happen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Alrighty. And with your remaining cash, you can consider if you need additional equipment for your first dungeon run and can buy it from that.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm,
I imagine I can have like a gymnastics ring at the monastery. Do I need to pay for that?
Yeah, your gym. Yeah, here.
so you can do your iron crosses.
Yeah.
They do not have that at the monastery, unfortunately.
Yeah, obviously they don't have it at the monastery, but it's something I would have maybe brought with me.
You could, over the last 6 months, help them to make a training room in the monastery for people to train their athletic abilities.
Yeah, I do that.
Oh, cool.
And in there's the stuff that you need.
Yeah.
So rings.
Yeah.
Etc.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Good.
Alrighty. Mr. Thief Wizard, you need a set of lockpicks after you have your clothes on.
Of course, Mike.
Yeah. You are unfortunately a thief wizard, so you don't really want to wear armor.
Yeah.
You could have leather armor if you wanted to.
Yeah, probably not. I got the armor spell already down anyway, so I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Probably
Okay.
if I didn't have it, it would make sense, but I probably don't have it.
Yeah. So you did not try to get this. Then what do we have? Your weapon proficiencies? Dagger and sling,
Sword,
right?
sword and sling.
Yeah.
Probably a short sword and a sling.
Yes, you definitely want to have a short sword and a sling. You can have a handful of bullets, but they are definitely not easy to come by.
How many is a handful?
10.
Okay. I imagine the other ones, which is like rocks, are pretty easy to come by.
Yeah,
need
rocks
to.
you can forage without much problem.
Mhm.
But bullets are
They get them made.
crafted. So yeah. You have your cooking equipment, which means skillet and or word. Where are words?
Pot.
Pot. Yeah, big pot.
Is there any, from what I saw, is there any mechanical difference between the two, or is it kind of like There's what I'm cooking it kind of dependent on.
The mechanical difference is you won't use a pot to fry things. So that's basically just flavor text. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to make a stew, you want to have a pot. If you want to, you can probably make a stew. You probably can't make a good stew in a skillet. So
Yeah, I see what you mean. I'll take. I imagine I got a more refined palate. I'll take a skillet just because you do more fancy shit in there than a pot, or easier to do so.
yeah, sure. It's 10
Okay.
pounds.
I'll probably get another one at some point. 10 pounds, you said?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And your other cooking equipment is 2 pounds.
Okay. Yeah, it's just knives, that sort of shit.
Yeah.
Random shit like that. Okay.
And then you want to roll me a 2d4
5.
5. So you brought from your place of cooking a one set of oh no, I need to look up my own words. One set of cheap seasoning and other S&F equipment, and 4 sets of good S&F equipment. And with equipment, I mean seasoning and fillet ingredients.
So 1 set of cheap seasoning and 4 set of cheap ingredients.
1 set of cheap and 4 sets of good, which each weigh 2 pounds. So that's 10 pounds of things that you're carrying with you, for additional pounds that you're carrying around with you for cooking. And you already have your weapons, you have your main equipments, you have a backpack, you have a bedroll. You definitely have more than 1 pouch because you have also your cooking stuff in pouches, but we don't need to be too picky about that. And is there anything else you want to have? You are muted in case you are speaking and wondering why nobody's reacting.
Skits?
Sorry about that. I'm back. I had to leave for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 1 set of cheap, 4 set of good, and they're all
Yeah.
weigh 2 pounds.
Yeah. And is there anything else you think you should have?
Probably nothing that I would have. I'd probably just have some random change for adventuring equipment.
Backpack and bedroll you have.
Okay. Backpack. Bedroll.
Yeah. Backpack is 1.5 pounds. Bedroll is 5 pounds. You can have some pouches. That's the things that I said before you left. You have your spell book.
Ready?
Which is also 5 pounds. And then you please also roll me 2d6, 3d6, and 4d6 for your remaining cash.
2d6, 3d6, 4d6. Okay. So gold, silver, copper.
Yeah.
1 second. Someone's ringing the doorbell, and you can go on. We're back.
Already, Mr. Fighter Wizard.
Hello,
What
Wizard.
equipment do we need for you? You're the one with the crazy ideas, right? Sling, quarterstaff,
what?
spear, and axe. Are you
Yeah,
going with axe?
I think so for now. Yeah. One thing I'm thinking of, like, would my character, these are my proficiencies that I'm currently working with. Would my character, like, I'm assuming he couldn't hide he's a wizard, but could he hide he's a fighter? Or how much of that training could be done, like, incognito? Or, like, even not training, but, like, I guess he might want to just appear as a wizard?
You can just appear as a wizard wearing robes. Then everybody would think you're a wizard, and then you just kind of have your quarterstaff with you. If you are running around with a spear or with a like battle axe, then people would be wondering why. That wouldn't make much sense on a wizard, since they are not allowed to use these weapons. But you definitely can quarterstaff and sling, and then maybe just have like instead of having a battle axe, just having a wood axe, which you can use in combat. It's just not that well suited for it, but
If needed, yeah. Yeah, I think something like that for now is good, because I'm assuming he wouldn't probably be able to hide he's being a wizard, because then he'd have to wear armor, and then he wouldn't be able to cast spells at all, so he wouldn't be a wizard at all. Yeah, besides, leather armor weighs how much?
blah 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 blah. 15.
15, but that's a lot for me. So, so I might have, yeah, that's.
So you definitely have also clothes, 5 pound of clothes.
Okay.
If you want to go with the rope route, then you have a rope which weighs 3 pounds.
Okay, so robes are just weigh a little bit less. Okay.
I mean, they weigh way less. Instead of 15, it's only 3. You have your robe over your clothing.
Sorry. Right. Okay.
Which reminds me that for skits, you also need to wear something over your normal things. Maybe a tunic of some sort. Or a vest, or like anything like this. Like for
that
a pound
that
or
way
something.
more. Pound.
Yeah, I think I'll go for the robe right now. And then maybe have like a hidden, some sort of axe. Or like just like an axe that's, like a...
Yeah. Wood axe. Wood axe is 3.5 pounds.
Oh, wood axe is big. This is a big wood axe.
It's a two-handed axe, yeah. A wood axe is for chopping wood.
I see. Okay.
Else you could have like a hatchet, a hand axe, for like splitting like small pieces of wood.
Yeah, why not? Let's have a wood axe. It's the same two-handed anyway. I can't dual wield anything. I'm left-handed. So I'll have a wood axe disguised in my equipment.
I mean, it's like hanging from the side of your backpack. It's not disguised at all, but it's a wood axe, so people are carrying wood axes.
Yeah. That's
you
already
have
quite a bit of
your-
my encumbrance.
Yeah. You have
So,
your quarterstaff, which weighs 2 pounds.
Yep,
Your sling, and you can also have bullets if you want to.
I would like to.
Yeah, and also grab 10 bullets. They weigh 0.25 each, so 2.5 total.
Okay.
Then you're throwing in some pouches as well. So make a pound of pouches for all your stuff, and you're probably set for most of the time. You need your backpack, 1.5 pounds. Your bedroll, 5 pounds.
I do pouches. Bullets were 2.5. Pouches were just
10 pouches, 1 pound. That's
Okay.
it. Just like you have your components, your bullets, your money. That's like everything's covered. That's like
Wait, is
it.
100 copper 1 gold?
yes.
Yeah,
Okay. I didn't know I was this broke.
dude, I got. What do I have? 12 gold, 2 silver. If I convert everything over, I'm rich.
Yeah. Then you want to have your spell book.
Yes.
It's 5 pounds.
Yep.
And I think that's
Some rations, is that a thing?
that is having to buy from things.
Okay.
Probably close enough to like civilization. Not to worry about it right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're currently in towns, right? That makes
Yep.
sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're like we're like in the monastery. I think there's like some other villages around too. So we're like half a day's travel at most from a major spot that isn't even like from other villages, I believe, in a way.
Mhm.
The good part is the location is probably relatively safe because all the cleaner stuff going on.
Mhm.
Nice.
So
I'm so happy
backpack,
with-
on top of the bedroll, some stuff in it.
Mhm.
Mostly everything's just
And then
okay.
also roll me your 2, 3, and 46 for your remaining cash.
Okay. 2d6. Oh, 2d4 is that? No, 2d6, 3d6. Okay.
Why do I feel like when we started Wiglaf had like a fuck ton of money?
Probably did the
Uh,
core rulebook, which is like you can get like hundreds of gold at the start.
Because he went he was multi-class warrior priest, and oh no, he was priest, but something weird. He rolled really well and didn't spend much money.
Do you have like a fucking pet immediately at the start of the game?
Yeah, he tried to get the owl. Yeah.
No, not the owl, the fucking mule. The donkey.
Mules aren't that expensive.
Yeah, then you bought the
Mules are
donkey.
great.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
We need to get on that. We need to get some freaking war dogs
yeah,
this time.
True.
I mean, who wants to keep pay for their upkeep?
We'll find a way. I'm gonna start some
I
sort
mean,
of
they're
business.
yeah, war dogs. They're 10 gold a pop. Okay,
Alrighty.
and we have to have
which,
someone train them and keep up.
brings me to the next question. Do you want to keep track of individual stuff, or do you want to roll with some sort of monthly expenses?
I'm fine with either.
I think monthly expenses make things easier.
Yeah, at least to
Yeah.
start with, then we can kind of like I mean, for like nickel and dime and everything, it could be a bit, especially if money's
I
getting
wonder,
tighter. It might be a bit more nickel.
Is
like,
the
reduce that.
original plan here, like I know this by now, we can feel freely travel back and forth through the portal.
Yeah.
So, and since I guess I'm not sure how long the cycles were. Have I partaken in clearing the first level thing, or not? Have I just been killing them when they come out?
You were on duty once for the clearing, yeah.
Okay. So is my vibe, if I want to go out, fucking slaughter things, is my vibe that I'm gonna need to camp out or that I'm gonna be able to come out and camp in civilization for each night?
Let us just quickly throw a look into what the planes are. So the planes, so you've been inside of it, so you have a approximate knowledge of what it looks like inside. It is seems to be like a large circular plane of existence, where there's some weird space going on, some space bending seems to be going on. You can indefinitely walk into one direction and you will be looping. What seems to be like the inside of the plane is this open grassland area. There's a lake in the middle. There's some forests around, some elevation around, and the outside of the plane seems to be covered by a forest. The forest is where the entrance is, and the forest is also where the safe, not room. I'm missing my own word again.
Like some sort of barricade.
Is it called safe room?
Safe house.
Safe space. No one can hurt you.
Safe room?
Safe room?
Is that what we called it?
Safe, just a safe.
Oh,
you go in
wait.
there and lock it.
Yeah,
know
I
you're
gave you
talking
like a random description last time. Yeah, instead of telling you the correct word. Safe point is the
Official
description.
term.
Yeah. Safe
Official
point.
term
Yeah.
used by the cleaners. So there's like a place inside meant for people to go rest.
Yes. The safe point is a guaranteed safe place where you can rest. That's where also if you find a dungeon kitchen, it's in there. And if you find a dungeon altar, it's also in there.
Okay.
From like having some knowledge about the planes, because you've been sitting around with the cleaners already, the safe point in the planes is guarded by a some sort of golem, but it's not a unfriendly golem. It just guards the area, and if you want to stay inside of the house that it's guarding, you have to solve its problem that it presents you with. That's just a skill check in terms of what we're doing. It like gives you a riddle, or you have to arm wrestle it or something like that.
Okay, so it gives you some random task.
Yeah, it gives you a random task.
And if you do it,
Does
it allows you to
it need
rest.
to be repeated, or once it's done, can we?
If you succeed, then the door opens and you can go inside and stay inside. The safe point is like powered by some sort of weird magic thing. It's not really, nobody really knows how it works. But once somebody has rested inside of the safe point, it ceases to work. So the safe point is this nice temperate area with good place to sleep, the kitchen, the maybe altar, and all of these things. And once a group of adventurers has rested inside of the safe point, it kind of decays into a shack.
Okay.
Still
And
better
then
than
it's no
sleeping
longer a safe
outside.
point.
Yeah, but it's no longer safe. Yeah. Also, staying in for the planes, if you're staying inside of the safe point, there is a non-zero chance that the inhabitants of the plane will find the safe point or will know where it is, and might try to lay an ambush or do something weird. Depending
Okay, so kind of like
depending on how long you stay in there and what you're doing inside of this, the chance seems to be varying.
And does the safe point like reset on the cycle?
No.
Then it,
The save point resets on the large cycle, so once the layer collapses and rebuilds itself, a new save point exists, but it does not reset on the daily timer.
okay. And So far, to our knowledge, is there only one save point on the
Yes.
first thing? Okay. So if someone has already used it, we're fucked. And we
Mhm.
can't use it.
Exactly.
Earlier
We
you
were
said that.
unsure if they're.
Earlier you
Is there
said.
a way to? Sorry.
Sorry. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I was gonna ask like, is there a so is the save point like I forgot you might have mentioned I just didn't I wasn't paying attention, but does the save point like or is it known if it's been used or not, or you don't know until you go there?
For the planes, at least for the first layer of the planes, it's kept. It's well kept track of what's going on there. So that is a question you can always have answered before entering.
Okay.
Has there ever been like has it ever been cited or noticed that like a monster would utilize the safe place?
No, because they can't solve the riddle from the golem.
Okay.
In theory, once you get there, and there could be already an ambush laying around the save point,
Yeah.
but not inside of the save point.
And is there some sort of like protocol for like after you use the save point, you ought to, uh like make it known? Like there's like a record that you need to update. Oh hey, there's a save point.
Once you leave the dungeon, you might
Mhm.
want to let the people outside know,
Mhm.
A, whether or not you have cleared the layer, and B, if you have used the save point.
Yeah.
Just courtesy.
Yeah.
But if you find the save point, you will always know if it has been used or not, because either there's a golem waiting and it's a nice house, or it's decayed.
Mhm. Um. Okay.
Since you have
Oh,
already
sorry.
been part of the clearing of the layer before, you know that the exit to the layer is in one of the homes of the denizens. It's not clear which one. Could be in one of the goblin encampments, could be in one of the kobold caves.
Oh, so it's not so you don't like. There's not like you don't exit from the same place you enter from.
No, no, no.
Oh, okay.
So you need to find the exit in one of the camps. Where the exit is also where the dungeon gem, or whatever you want to call it, dungeon shard, is located, which
Okay.
needs to be looted to stop the layer from resetting. And which also
Okay.
opens up the layer for harvesting. Since
Okay.
until the dungeon, until the gem is looted, the monsters are roaming around.
And sorry, you mentioned this earlier, but I'm just making sure I understood. So if the layer resets without the guys being killed, they will come out and storm and kill people in Kingdom?
They could,
They could.
yeah. It does not necessarily happen, but it has happened. So that's
Okay.
why the cleaners exist.
Okay. Well, this feels like a pretty high. It feels like a pretty high commitment. I thought we could just go back and forth through the portal, but it seems like a pretty high
You
commitment.
can. You can go in and like find the first goblin camp, like spot where the first goblin camp is, and start raiding the goblin camp. And maybe you are lucking out and everything is solved with this, or you can run around and scout and leave. It's totally up to you. But
Wait, when you say run around, scout, and leave, leave through what exit?
through the entrance.
Okay, so the entrance is two-way.
Sorry. Exit means exit to the next layer.
Oh, okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, so we can really just go in and out.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But the exit is in different spots every time. At
It
least
is
in the
in
plane.
one of the encampments that the monsters inhabit.
Okay.
For the first layer of the plains, there usually is 4 encampments, 2 for goblins, 2 for kobolds, one of them.
Yeah, I imagine the first layer is somewhat well studied.
Mhm.
But what's like the deepest layer that we know that someone's gotten down to?
There's definitely talk about the 3rd layer,
Okay.
and maybe the 4th, but I'm not sure if people would be talking much about that.
Mm-hmm. And we have no idea how many layers there are.
Yep.
Okay.
Since you are hanging around in a place where people would be talking about this, so for the first layer, it's like called the Peaceful Plains, which is funny because there's a lot of murdering going on there, but it's just a internal nice sunny day, normal day night cycle. The second layer is called the Stormy Fields. It also has a normal day night cycle, but it's an eternal rain.
Okay.
Stormy. What was it called? What was it called?
The Stormy Fields,
Stormy Fields.
which is inhabited by hobgoblins and orcs. And the 3rd level has the nickname From Dusk Till Dawn, and is the first layer that kind of has a weird time going on as well. It's internally set eternally night, and the day inside of the 3rd layer starts at dusk and ends at dawn, at which point it resets to dusk. So yeah.
Oh, I see. So it starts off at dusk, goes to dawn, and then goes back to dusk.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the
Take a second to come
one day on this layer is kind of only a half day. So the
The reset.
the daily reset cycle is 12 hours instead of 24 hours.
Okay.
Or maybe time is just
And we
different.
don't know what creatures are on the 3rd floor.
The 3rd floor is a bit unclear because it's
Okay.
there has been variance.
Also, wait, just I'm making sure I'm not crazy.
Mhm.
So when the layer resets,
Mhm.
the monsters respawn, or
Yeah.
they, repopulate the area or something.
Mhm.
When you find the exit, you get a layer shard. What is it called?
Dungeon shard, dungeon crystal.
And that stops the layer from resetting.
Yes.
So if someone would have once taken the layer shard, wouldn't that mean that it wouldn't reset ever again?
Correct.
So the
No,
layer-
it doesn't reset until the large cycle breaks down the entire layer and rebuilds it.
Okay. But I guess every time me and the boys, the cleaners, clean out the layer, then would stop until the next giga reset.
Yes.
Okay. You probably answered this earlier, but I forgot. How often do the mini resets and giga resets happen?
The mini resets, as you call them, are on a cycle, which seems to be, at least for the first 2 layers of the planes, a daily cycle.
Okay.
And for the 3rd layer, it's a half-day cycle because there's no day part of the day. And the giga cycle, as you called it, is undetermined. It seems to be somewhat random. For the cleaners, they have internally decided that they will clear the first layer if it's been up for 7 days.
Okay, so quite often. Okay.
But it the last time it was 23 days until it reset.
Okay. Yeah, but the idea I had in my mind was like once a year or something. So
No, no, no.
Yeah. Okay, so giga resets happen pretty often. And what do the small resets?
They strictly only reset the monster creatures that are inhabiting the layer. So for the first layer, the goblins and kobolds, they roam this place. Sometimes they get into skirmishes with each other. Sometimes they get into skirmishes with adventurers. And if you murder them, they drop into a kind of a state of phased stasis. You can't interact with them. They kind of still, the corpses are like mostly there, but they're kind of weirdly phased out. And
Okay.
stay like this until either the mini reset happens or the dungeon power gets cut off as the crystal gets looted. At which
Okay.
point they no longer respawn and you can loot the corpses.
Okay. So it does seem like they're literally respawning.
Yes.
Okay. Another question.
Mhm.
If a human, someone from our team, dies, do they also go into this phase state?
No.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Shenanigans
That's a
going
good
on.
point. That's unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we should respond too.
Yeah. True.
That's cheating. We should file a complaint.
Yeah. With the Dungeon Creation
God.
Authority.
God, yeah.
At least not in the plains. Maybe there's a different dungeon where this happens and you have not heard about it.
Alright, every dungeon, we try it out.
Yeah. You bring one random NPC, kill him, and see what happens.
Rude. And you gotta maybe, hey, has it only been humans that have died in there from our, what if we bring an elf or a halfling or a dwarf?
We can take
Kiss
chicken.
slaughter them.
True.
Chickens are a good idea. We need some chickens. We're gonna take some chickens. Definitely to the freaking labyrinth.
And
Taking
you
up chickens.
you said that if I go into one direction for enough time, I start like looping around.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. No, I just wanted to reiterate that.
There's no, you never hit a, like, clearly there's a limit amount of space inside of this layer. And, but there's no end.
Yeah, but like if I start from the entrance and I keep going in one direction, then eventually I will come back to the entrance and pop back into the monastery.
Theoretically, yeah, if you manage to somehow exactly walk the path necessary to do that, yeah.
Does anyone have direction sense, by the way?
Nope.
Of course not.
Wait, what?
Perception. Our lowest
Yeah.
stat.
Yeah.
We're real
Who
good.
needs it?
Real good at deception. I'm a 6.
You don't
What
need to
direction?
roll this stat to know your direction, but then again,
You can just get a compass.
Oh, it cost 1. I could change.
We can
Artistic
also take it up. We can
ability.
take it up later if need be. So
But it feels unimmersive to get direction sense if you have 5 perception.
we can get a we get a compass or a
Here,
guide.
we can get a
directions,
compass.
or just get a guide in the directions.
you know,
From our
compass
guide,
definitely
guide.
going to be working well inside of weird planes.
Why would it not? Okay, it's already compass is already magical. Okay.
Yeah, true. It's going to
Okay.
point at something, maybe.
The right thing, obviously.
Yeah.
It's never faulted, never been gone wrong before.
Yeah.
But I think
Okay.
we're done for the day. We just need some spells, the 2 mages.
Yeah, I think I'm going with the new thief stuff. By the way, because I think I like just look through and look kind of interesting to mess around with. And I got my points mostly spent at level 1.
Alrighty.
I'm good at eavesdropping, moving silently. I'm good as a strong word. I got like a 9 out of 10 in both of them, but not bad. And a 8 in hide, which is whatever my points into.
Great.
Mainly because I feel like eavesdropping makes sense for like a chef rather than like picking locks at least to start with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, again, like you know, doing that sort of shit. You know, sneaking around, listening on people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easy XP. I eavesdrop. Boom, XP.
Don't worry, we'll see what happens. I'm not gonna. I imagine it'll be more for like one event, even if it's multiple roles. Like
No,
if I'm doing like, if I'm doing like,
literally every 10 minutes I eavesdrop.
oh yeah, of course.
That's
Like, oh, what are they saying over there? Let me see. Let me check.
that's how you get the XP.
You need it.
200. It's 200 a pop. Yeah.
We go to Terrega and Oliver eavesdrops until he's level 2, and then we come back to the plains.
Yeah, I eavesdrop like 10 times, and I'm like, I eavesdrop 1,000 times, and I gain 200,000 XP.
Ooh,
Nice.
true. The
That's all the good
undefeatable
thieves level up.
solution to XP. Alrighty.
Never gone.
Wait, just
Right.
before we end, I just want to
Yeah.
look at how much XP do I need for level 2? 2,000.
Yeah.
Okay. What does that mean?
Speaking of 2000, since you have been part of the clinic group, please roll me a D4.
D4? Is that my how many levels I get added?
Yeah.
That's how much extra strength you get added to your stat.
2. So please take for your magnificent killing of 2 kobolds.
Yes.
Just need to check if kobolds even have 1 hit point or a hit die, or if they have a half.
I think they all have. Or
I'm almost
3
certain
quarters.
because it's a meme.
Kobolds 1/2. So that is a 1 full hit die, which is a 10 XP. And then an additional, since you've been partaking in the killing of a group of kobolds, which was a certain size.
You have a 10% too, Toph. Yeah, that's 16 strength.
I do.
Oh yeah, that you get an extra 1 on top of that.
Another 16 hit point, 16 XP.
So 26 times 1.1. That's 2. That's an extra 2.6.
Mm-hmm.
Are we keeping track of the decimals, or are we just gonna round?
I keep track.
We either ignoring them or we keeping track of them.
Okay.
I keep track. It's not any more effort unless they become like really long. Then I'll round them down.
Yeah, I don't think it should ever be more than
Right?
like 1 decimal place.
Yeah.
Actually, 2 at most if we get like a half. Like if we're
That's 10 XP per hit dice.
Mm-hmm.
And when I level up, that it'll be like 20 XP per hit dice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then 30 and 40.
God, 10 XP per hit dice. That means what? I have 2,000, so 200 hit dice I need to kill.
Mm-hmm.
That's like 200 goblins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll get XP for other stuff though.
Yeah.
We get like requests and like other shit probably.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my fucking god. This is gonna be a long level 1.
Or we'll strike it big immediately.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Get that 10,000. Get that get like 100 gold immediately and be rich. I mean,
Gotta go sicko
scale
mode.
our expedition.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, thanks everybody.
Well then. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Nice to be
See you
back.
next week.
Can't wait
Yeah, nice.
to
I'm can't wait to
die
die
next
anyway.
session. Yeah.
Exactly.
Welcome back, everybody.
We did it.
Alrighty. Then see you soon. Until next week.
Yeah. See you guys soon.
Stay
Bye-bye,
alive
everybody.
and don't get reset.
Don't get reset.
Don't get reset. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Good night, everybody.